Here it is.
Hello everyone, I am Claudia Frometta, Mayor for the City of Downey, and I want to welcome you world to the City of STEM. We are excited to bring City of STEM back, even if it's not in person this year. We're still one of the largest STEM programs in Los Angeles County with over 100 partner organizations. These partners include major museums, universities, and STEM businesses. This Saturday, March 27th, we will be presenting 21 hours of STEM content over 3 streams from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Each stream will be unique. Also, for the first time ever, we are presenting an entire stream of original Spanish language content. One of our main themes for 2021 is women and girls in STEM. We have theme content with panels of expert women, speakers, and hands-on activities by the Space Center's Girls in STEM Club throughout the day. The Women in STEM theme is presented in partnership with the Los Angeles County Office of Education, Engaging Girls in STEM program, and Financial Partners Union sponsors the theme. Our keynote presentation will be an exclusive conversation between Bill Nye, the science guy, and basketball great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who recently was named by LA County STEM Ambassador. Other special guests will include astronaut Garrett Reisman, Mars Mission Flight Director Diana Trujillo, and science TV show host Alie Ward. What a phenomenal day we have planned. And I just want to say thank you for those of you that will be joining or those of you that are already joining. This is a great opportunity to foster continuing education, and especially as we celebrate Women's History Month in the month of March, why not feature women and girls in STEM? Thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you in person during the City of STEM next year. Take care.
Science, technology, engineering, and math all day long. This is so great. We're so excited to have you here today. My name is Ben Dicko. I'm one of your hosts, and I'm also the president of the Columbia Memorial Space Center in Downey. And I want to thank Mayor Frometta from the City of Downey for hosting us and bringing this to you today. The Space Center is one of the main organizers behind City of STEM, and we are so super happy to have you today. This event today, what you're about to see, epitomizes the Space Center's mission, which is to ignite a community of creative and critical thinkers. And now you are all part of that community. So welcome, all of you. You know, usually this is an in-person thing and we're talking to a defined group of people, but today I think we're coming from all over the place. I want to say hi to my kids who are watching from LA, who are local, Lucy and Miles, and my wife Laurel. How's it going? Even my niece outside of Atlanta in Georgia, Lily, hi, how are you? My dad in Chicago, and I'm sure all of you out there who are not in LA, who are coming in, thank you for being part of our community today and watching City of STEM. We're so excited to bring you today's program. This is LA's Science Festival, the largest program around over here. And while we've done this in person, like I said in the past, we're bringing it to you live online all day today. And it's like our holiday season for STEM over here. Today we are presenting over 21 hours of programming from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. today on the net. And we're doing that over 3 streams. We have stream 1, stream 2, stream 3. We have hands-on activities, science demonstrations, a science rock band, a math hip-hop group, panel discussions from scientists and engineers, and very special guests, including astronaut Garrett Reisman, science TV hosts Alie Ward and Jason Latimer, Mars rover flight director Diana Trujillo is here today, plus our keynotes, Bill Nye and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. What? We're also today launching the City of STEM Innovation Challenge, the City of STEM esports tournament, and today kicks off an entire month of weekly City of STEM online events, which we're going to tell you more about throughout the day. And yeah, be sure to check out periodically throughout the day cityofstem.org. There's much more information, more extra video content, all kinds of things like that on our website. Also, please chat with us during the day today. You can find us in social media at City of STEM and through the YouTube chat and all that kind of stuff. We want to hear from you. We want to have a dialogue with you. This is all about creating community with science. And City of STEM 2021 is very special today because we are celebrating, among our themes, women in STEM across all of our streams today. There's a highlight on that. And for the first time, we're hosting an all-day, all-original, all-Spanish language STEM content program today. So Stream 3 is all going to be in Spanish. It's the first time that's happened. I want to thank our friends with Latino Health Today and others. It's super exciting, a historic event, so you don't want to miss it. Be sure to jump between Stream 1, Stream 2, and Stream 3 and see what's going on. So to put this on, City of STEM brings together over 100 STEM organizations in Southern California. That's the LA STEM community, basically all gets together around this. Now, the Space Center organizes this whole thing, but it really is the work and the support of all those 100-plus STEM partners that work throughout the day. We've been planning this since, September, I think, with weekly meetings. It's a wonderful, excellent, fantastic coming together of the STEM community in Los Angeles and Southern California. And City of STEM would be nothing without all of you partners, so thank you very much for being a part of today. I want to thank all of the staff and producers of City of STEM, especially the most fantastic staff in the world, the staff of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. They are really the best, and it's an honor to work with them constantly. And I also want to thank Noah and Chi, our two outside producers who've been with us since the beginning. Really, thank you very much, you guys. I also, today we're going to be guided through those streams by fabulous hosts. A big thanks goes out to my fellow hosts, namely Milena Acosta, Susie Hicks, Evelyn Serrano, Jason Latimer, and Maynard Okereke. They're going to be seeing you through the streams. We're going to be kind of bouncing around and get to know them and follow them on social media if you can. And of course, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, the sponsors of City of STEM, including our lead sponsor, Amgen, and our sponsor for the Women in STEM programming, Financial Partners Credit Union. We couldn't do it without you guys. And those sponsors are joined by our whole other list of sponsors, including Aerojet Rocketdyne, SoCal Edison, the Eli and Edith Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Northrop Grumman, Hitachi, DeVry University, the City of Downey, and the Downey Unified School District. They've all come together to be able to provide the support to bring this together today. So here's a little video that highlights all of our sponsors. City of STEM, like I said, could not happen without the support of those sponsors, and check them all out, please. These are all great STEM partners throughout the world, honestly. And in fact, I want to highlight our lead sponsor, Amgen. That's an international biotech company that's based right here in Southern California. Let's hear what they have to say and how they impact STEM education. and that positivity and sort of putting a spotlight on how wonderful and great and fantastic we as human beings are and how our world is. I hope that starts out this new year in a wonderful, positive way. That's the reason why I love science. It's really deeply profound and moving to me, and I hope that comes across for you today. I know that all of our partners feel the same way. And I want to say that we're going to be highlighting some fantastic nonprofits and museum partners and university partners today. And we've all had a tough year. So if you can, wherever you are in the world, wherever you're watching, support those institutions, support those nonprofit institutions, those museums around there, those aquariums, wherever, because they've been working hard to try to keep you connected to science throughout this very difficult year, and they've been having a hard time themselves, so help them out. And I gotta say, Los Angeles is such a great place for this. This is why we are the city of STEM. We have this profound legacy of STEM innovation. I'm sitting on the place where NASA built all of the spaceships that went to the moon and all the space shuttles. That's what the Space Center is all about. This is in LA. And this city of STEM brings that LA community together, and it just puts a beautiful dotted line and highlight on that. And we want to hear from one of our big supporters in the big city of LA, the mayor of Los Angeles, Mr. Eric Garcetti.
Hi everyone, I'm Mayor Eric Garcetti, and I want to welcome you to a city of STEM. We're here to celebrate science, technology, engineering, and math. And STEM and innovation are everywhere in the City of Angels. Whether you're talking about our entertainment or aerospace industries, clean energy or transportation. And we want to help you find a STEM subject you love or dig deeper into one that you're already interested in. Today, you'll have a chance to learn from scientists at JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, who just sent their eighth rover to Mars. You'll also have opportunities to take virtual field trips to local museums and hear from an astronaut about her work and experience. So many exciting things are happening right here in your city, from the development of life-saving vaccines to important research like that of UCLA professor Andrea Ghiz, who was awarded a Nobel Prize last year for her work on super black holes. So have fun today, learning about and exploring STEM, and check back in at cityofstem.com throughout April for even more virtual STEM events. Stay curious and good luck in everything you do.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garcetti. Thank you for your constant support, and thank you to LA and this LA community, because we are the place for STEM in the world. I have to say, this is the place to be. So if you want to do STEM in your life, come to Los Angeles, because it's got great STEM resources, fantastic universities, and we've got SpaceX and all this crazy stuff going on. And we also have the ability to bring together fantastic icons. We are going to start. We're about 5 minutes behind schedule on this, but we're going to do it anyway. I want to bring forth our keynote program, the first program of the day today. Only City of STEM, only in Los Angeles could we bring these two icons, these two superstars, and what they do together and talk about STEM. I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then you're going to see a familiar face do another introduction in a few minutes. But I just want to say to our two keynotes, Bill Nye and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, thank you so much for doing this today. Thank you so much for coming together and having the conversation that all of you are about to see. You know, Bill was inspired by the person who inspired me, Carl Sagan, to kind of do what he does. Bill actually was a student of Carl, which is super awesome. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a six-time NBA champion, a world superstar, and he's also the founder of the Skyhook Foundation, which is a STEM foundation for STEM learning here in Los Angeles. But you're going to hear a little bit more about that. It is my absolute pleasure to start off the programming of City of STEM 2021 with a conversation, an exclusive conversation that you're only going to hear here on City of STEM, and then in a few weeks on Bill Nye's podcast. An exclusive conversation between Bill Nye, science educator extraordinaire, and superstar Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Enjoy. Welcome everyone to City of STEM, the City of STEM kickoff, and I'm Ben Dicko from the Columbia Memorial Space Center here in Downey, California. We present City of STEM every year, and we're starting off with a bang today. We have one of the two icons of STEM, or we have two icons basically in conversation about STEM to start your day today. I can't thank them enough for being here. This is a once in a lifetime conversation that we're about to have here at City of STEM. One of the great things about promoting STEM in Los Angeles is that we're able to bring these type of conversations, this type of content to you. And I hope that this is just the beginning of a wonderful STEM day today. And I can't wait to hear what everyone has to say. Again, I want to thank our guests for being here from the bottom of my heart. This is just, you don't know how much it means to me to have the both of you here together to be able to talk about science, technology, engineering, and math, and help inspire all the kids who are going to be watching today. First off, we have Bill Nye, the iconic STEM educator, and the CEO of the Planetary Society. He almost needs no introduction, and we are super happy to have him back for City of STEM because he was the keynote speaker a couple of years ago when we had 10,000 people watching in the baseball field. And then I also want to thank someone who I just got to know 2 seconds ago, Mr. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a legend in sports, a 6-time NBA champion, and also an author, the winner of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and the California STEM ambassador. Again, both of you, thank you so much for doing this today. I can't wait to hear what you have to say and where this conversation is going. This conversation will be rebroadcast on Bill's podcast, Science Rules. So be sure to watch it now and listen to it later. Without further ado, thanks again, Bill Nye and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So I do a podcast called Science Rules where we get interesting people to tell us about some aspect of science. Now, Kareem, may I call you Kareem?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You have an interest in science, technology, engineering, and math, even though you made your living as a superstar. And I really enjoyed your book about What Color is My World, where you documented all these scientists of color who made remarkable contributions to the health and well-being of everybody.
Yeah.
Why did you get interested in that? Why did you want to write that book?
I wanted to write that book because too many young people of color think that science is something that's beyond them. Popular culture really has such a grip on everybody's imagination and aspirations. Too many kids, they want to be Denzel Washington or Beyonce or LeBron James.
Or you.
Or me, maybe. And they don't have any understanding of what the field of science and technology has to offer. They think it's just something that's closed off to them. So by exposing them to all of the people of color that I could think of that would interest them, it really was able to have some impact. And kids really got into it, and they didn't understand, for example, about Dr. Charles Drew. His understanding of blood typing has been a boon to mankind. And they have no idea of that. You know, he was a Black American, and they should know about him. They should understand what he did and how it affects their lives. And if we can do that, we can really overcome the gap that we have. We hire too many engineers and scientists from overseas because our kids aren't taking advantage of the educational opportunities that they have. If we can get our kids to pay attention in chemistry class and physics class, we can go a great way to eliminating this gap and solving a whole lot of problems.
Well, any problem that you can think of, really, at some point it crosses paths with science, technology, engineering, and math.
Right.
I mean, you just look, just that we're on this Zoom call, for crying out loud, there are millions and millions of transistors connected somehow to enable this conversation, let alone generating electricity somewhere that can drive the whole thing. It's really amazing. And how much time have you spent at the Columbia Memorial Space Center in Downey?
I've never been there.
Oh, it's cool. You know, they're sponsoring us today, everybody. There's I guess 100 or so STEM partners. Anyway, Downey, California, everybody, if you're not familiar with the details, is outside of LA, and it's where a lot of the Apollo hardware, Apollo space capsules and so on were assembled, designed and assembled. And it's just part of this aerospace tradition that's been in California for decades. And it also is, for me, exactly what you're talking about. It's this thing where a certain segment of our population, a certain group of people was not included. And as astronaut Leland Melvin likes to say, there's talent in every zip code. So we are doing everyone a disservice by not including people. But what got you dropped the words chemistry and physics. What got you interested in promoting this? These are courses you took in school that intrigued you?
In high school, and I remember how scared I was of physics. When I took it at UCLA, I had to take physics at UCLA. I was like totally intimidated by it, and so I took it pass fail. And I ended up, I got an A-, and the teacher said, you should have taken this for a grade, But I was so intimidated because in high school, intermediate algebra I couldn't deal with it. And I thought that, it was just beyond my ability to understand. But I guess something
in college,
clicked.
You got an A- in physics? That's not bad, man.
Yeah, and I only had to take one physics class, and I was like relieved. But not having the courage and confidence to apply myself really was what it was all about. And what I've done to deal with this issue, I've started my foundation, and we work with the LA Unified School District, and we send kids to STEM camp. They do 4 nights and 5 days in the Angeles National Forest, out in nature, and they do, beginning experiments, looking at, let's say, the water table or flora and fauna. They observe the night sky and, how those indications affect our daily lives, and they get an idea of how science, technology, engineering, and math affect their lives and where the jobs are going to be in the 21st century. So that's our goal. Yeah.
Your foundation is the Skyhook.
The Skyhook Foundation, giving kids a shot that can't be blocked.
So I think I know why you call it Skyhook, but just tell us.
Well, the Skyhook was my signature shot. I shot 56%.
Look and then look, right?
I shot 56% lifetime. It went in a lot, so I kind of got noted for it. And it identifies me, but it also identifies what I want the kids to get, and that is an educational foundation that will enable them to do whatever they want to do.
To reach for the sky.
To reach for the sky and grab that star, whatever star they want to grab. That's what it's all about.
Specifically, when you were in high school, you had trouble with algebra, right? Is that what you were saying?
Big trouble. Yeah.
But then in college, you got over it?
Yeah, you had to take something, math or science or something, the beginning of chemistry or something. So I figured, well, I might as well try physics. And actually, it worked out. When I figured out one of those formulas where somebody is moving so fast and they go at that speed for so long, and I can't remember
Rate times time equals distance and all these things.
Yeah. But geez, I actually figured it out. It was wonderful. Thought of myself as a budding genius at that point, but I didn't test myself anymore.
Well, you were a genius at some things, but anyway, it's interesting when you mention algebra, because pretty compelling studies have been done that apparently thinking abstractly about numbers, using a letter to represent a number, and you don't know what the number is yet, it's an unknown, enables you to think abstractly about all sorts of things. And so when I get a chance, emphasize the importance to everybody, parents and students, everybody. Just take time to learn algebra. And it was hard. It was hard for me. It was hard for Kareem, doggone it. There's no substitute for putting in the hours, for doing the practice. And you, I guess, let me ask you this, speaking of practice. The reason you became such an extraordinary ball player is because you just worked at it, right?
I worked at it, and I used applied ballistics to shoot accurately.
Yeah, it was all, well, basketball was all physics. I mean,
Yes.
for me.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
I mean, there's some skill involved and so
But,
on.
you know,
and,
angles, you know, the angle for the bank shot and things like that.
Yeah, it's all physics, but how hard did you have to practice at physics compared to how hard you had to practice at basketball? Was it 6-1 or was one harder than the other?
I think it was a lot easier with math in that once you get it right, you've got it. You don't miss the shot again. There's nobody there trying to block it, you know.
So, what got you interested in getting students outdoors?
Just what I'd learned. We worked with NASA and UCLA to figure out, you know, the best environment for the kids to, you know, be in while they're doing all this. And nature is a very positive learning environment. So we get the kids out in nature. A lot of these kids live in places in Los Angeles where they can see the Angeles National Forest, but they've never been there. And you know, their lives are very much confined. So by going away to camp, it's a whole new experience. It opens them up. We pair schools up that are physically from very distant locations, so they got to learn social skills while they're at the camp. Also, just to meet kids from a totally different part of town that have different ideas, et cetera. And it really has had a positive effect. We have about a 6-year waiting list, and all we need is just more people to become involved so we can expand the program.
So when you say more people that become involved, you're talking about support, right?
Support.
Financial
We've had financial support. Panasonic has been involved. They won an award just for partnering with us, and you know, enabling us to, for example, our Wi-Fi connections. We've worked also with Verizon. You know, that kind of corporate support is crucial, and those corporations want to connect with the communities that we represent. You know, the LA Unified School District is it covers a vast area. The number of languages spoken, and I forget how many languages are spoken in the LA Unified School District, but it's huge. So there's a serious outreach there.
Now, when you talk about outreach, yeah, you got to have teachers who speak those languages, engage kids.
Right, and we got to have the teachers that have the right scientific background, you know, that can talk to the kids and you know, engage them. One of the things that we found, even during this pandemic, we've been able to go to recreation centers and after school places, you know, where kids just go to hang out. And we have a van now that goes around, and when the kids know the van is coming, there's extra attendance. They stay for the whole for the whole engagement, and it's something that they look forward to. So
how old are the kids that you get?
We focus on 4th and 5th graders.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
10 years old. When I did the Science Guy show several years ago now, that we had this very compelling research that 10 years old is about as old as you can be to get what they call the lifelong passion for science. Like, when did you get a passion for basketball? It was long before you were 10, I imagine.
Oh yeah, but you know, my first passion really was baseball, Bill, and I didn't think basketball was cool. Finally, I saw a movie about the Harlem Globetrotters.
Oh,
And
man.
And that said, hey, basketball's pretty cool. Maybe I could play that. And
Uh,
thank heaven,
Just, I'm of a certain age, man. It was a thing to do to go to Baltimore and watch Meadowlark Lemon. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Those guys, what a show. Oh my goodness, just so compelling. But speaking of baseball, when you go to Downey, to the Columbia Memorial Space Center, Ben made reference to the baseball field where we had an event and 10,000 people showed up. We talked about science, technology, engineering, and math, the importance of aerospace and the economy of Southern California. And he referred to a baseball field. I mean, you can use it to play baseball, but what's more important is you can use it to shoot model rockets, which is, come on, that's what they do down there.
Okay.
And it's cool. I just remind everybody, a model rocket is a rocket. It works exactly the same way. And what's so empowering about science for me, and I think for anybody 10 years old or what have you, is it's true for all of us. When you learn these scientific principles, you make these discoveries for yourself, no one can take them from you. It's not based on anything but nature. And that to me is just so compelling and wonderful. Ben, you're back.
Yeah, I am. Thank you very, very much. That was excellent. That was such a great conversation. I really appreciated you guys. It was so good. It's such an honor to be able to witness that, and such an honor to be able to introduce you. I really appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Oh, you got it. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, hopefully we're all friends after this, and we'll visit each other's facilities, to go on a camping trip up in Angeles National Forest together. That would be excellent.
I kind of think.
Well, check us out.
Absolutely. And the Space Center could be another skyhook destination. I
recommend it. It's a great place.
Great place to take the kids.
That's what's behind it, isn't it? Those are some space cabinets.
Yeah, we're in our mock-up of Mission Control right here. I'm actually sitting on the console.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Take
This
care.
is the best. Last week, I think on Monday or Tuesday last week, and just to remind you that is part of there's actually a longer version of that conversation that's going to be rebroadcast in a few weeks on Bill Nye's podcast called Science Rules. So make sure that you check out Bill Nye's podcast and see the whole thing. But listen, Bill Nye, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if you're out there today, thank you so much for doing that for us. This is what City of STEM is all about. It's about looking at STEM for all different aspects, from sports, from music. We got bands today. From art, we've got all this great way that you can access science, technology, engineering, and math. Earlier today, we had maybe a little bit of an audio thing, but I wanted to say, this has been a tough, challenging year for all of us. And that virus is the biggest story of the year, and it also is a STEM story. STEM is surrounding us in all different ways, and it impacts our lives constantly. But STEM can also be a beautiful, wonderful expression. Science is a verb for us. It's a way for us to think deeply about our world and express ourselves through it and figure things out and just enjoy the beauty of the human mind and nature and the world itself. And I hope that it's a very healing thing. I hope that today we can show you the healing power of STEM and the fun and the awesomeness, especially all the fun and awesomeness that's in Los Angeles, because we are the LA Science Festival. So here we go. That was our first piece of awesome content. If you like that, there's probably 6.5 hours more to go on 3 different streams. So let me kick it off. So, also I want to say, hi, Mom. I mentioned everybody else in my family. Hi, Mom. So today, what we have planned for you today are special guests, panels, activities, music, all kinds of fantastic stuff. Like I said, across 3 streams. So we're going to break off into those 3 streams right now. So on stream number 3, That is the historic all-Spanish stream, which launches in a few seconds. You're going to be going straight into the Discovery Cube, which is a local science museum here in Southern California. And they're going to be presenting the butterfly life cycle. And remember, Stream 3 is all in Spanish, so enjoy. Stream 2, Boundless Brilliance, a local nonprofit, is presenting a science activity all about germs, very apropos for right now, and I'm sure it's going to be great. And then on Stream 1, which is where I am right now, you're going to stick with me, and we're going to see the Cal State Long Beach Mammal Lab present urban wildlife. Everyone, before we all break up, I just want to say thank you so much, and enjoy yourself today, and we'll be checking with you throughout. All right, go to your streams. All right. Now,
Hi, everyone. My name is Ted Stankwich, and I'm an associate professor and the director of the Mammal Lab at Cal State Long Beach. Thanks so much for joining us today. In the Mammal Lab, we conduct scientific research on predators and prey and how they interact. We study how skunks defend themselves from predators like coyotes, the evolution of amazing defenses like spines, armor, and stinky sprays, dangerous weapons like horns, antlers, and tusks, and how mammals like coyotes, raccoons, and opossums are adapting to living around us in big cities. We'll talk about all that work and more today, and then I'll be back to answer your questions live after the video. So mammals have evolved many different strategies to avoid being captured by predators, from high-speed running and hopping, to using refuge like burrows and trees, to forming large groups for early detection and defense, to more advanced defenses like sprays and skunks, armor in armadillos and pangolins, and spines in porcupines and hedgehogs. In the Mammal Lab, we ask questions about why these types of traits have evolved in some groups and in others. To do this, we need to measure the defense in some way, to put a number on how strong that defense is, and to be able to compare species. We visited museums all around the world to measure the preserved skins of as many different species as we can. This might involve simple tools like calipers to measure the length and thickness of spines of echidnas and hedgehogs and the quills of porcupines. These spines can be extremely sharp and powerful, and some of the largest porcupine quills have even been known to kill leopards. When calipers won't work, we also employ state-of-the-art methods like CAT scanning. Here, a master student is organizing skins of armadillos and pangolins into bundles to put into a human-sized scanner. They take thousands of images in very thin slices, and then we digitally reconstruct the animal on the computer. With these scans, we can measure how thick and strong the armor is. If we get enough data from a lot of different armadillo species, we can begin to use advanced statistical tests to determine how different things like predator risk, temperature, and habitat might favor stronger and stronger armor in these species. These scans can also produce amazing 3D models of the surface of the armor that we can use to study how strong it is and how it performs under the pressure of a predator's bite. In the Mammal Lab, we also love studying the behavior of wild animals. 2 years ago, we traveled to Western Australia to study these amazing echidnas in the wild. Echidnas and the duck-billed platypus are the only mammal species that lay eggs instead of giving birth to live young. But echidnas also happen to have these really cool spines all over their body and can roll up into a ball to defend themselves. We did research on how these critters respond to approaching predators and how these responses might be related to their strength and speed. When a predator is upon them, they will hunker down into a ball or start to quickly dig into the dirt, trying to wedge themselves under a log or a rock. But this one was pretty easy to capture. But we don't stop at defenses. We're also interested in the evolution of offensive weapons that mammals use to fight over mates. Many male hoofed mammals use antlers or horns to fight over territory or the ability to mate with females. Our lab looks at how these weapons grow and evolve with body size. You're probably all familiar with antlers and horns, but you might not have heard of deer that have tusks instead of antlers. This is a Chinese water deer from the genus Hydropodes, and they, along with a few other groups like mouse deer, musk deer, and muntjacs, slash and slice with very sharp curved canine teeth instead of antlers. In fact, muntjacs like this one are the only animals with both tusks and antlers. They grapple with their antlers, trying to lift their opponent's head up in the air before they deliver a slash to the neck or body with their tusks. Like with defensive armor, we go to museums and study skulls of these species, measuring the antlers, horns, and tusks. We're finding that antlers and horns increase in size much faster than body size, showing that the larger you are, the more you need to invest in a huge weapon. In fact, it's the small, secretive species that live in forests and protect small territories that fight with tusks, while the big species that live in open grasslands use large antlers and horns to advertise their fighting ability. It's kind of like how if you were surprised up close in a back alley, you would want to have a small knife that you could stab quickly with. but a big broadsword would be great if you're in the open, because the sword might scare off opponents and help you avoid fights before they start. We're also measuring the brain sizes of species with special armor and weaponry, and finding that if species invest more energy in constructing these large, elaborate structures, they have less energy to invest in large brains. It just goes to show that if you're well defended or have a big weapon, you have less energy to build a big brain, and you probably don't even need one. Okay, now I mentioned earlier that in the Mammal Lab, we love to study skunks and other stinky mammals. Skunks live all over the United States and have this great stinky spray defense to stop predators from attacking. I think we all know what that smells like. But what most people don't realize, though, is that their black and white stripes are actually an advertisement to predators to stay away. This is an example of warning coloration called aposematism, where animals use bold color patterns to warn predators that if they attack, they will experience some sort of unpleasant response, like a stinky spray, sharp spines, or the toxin in the skin of the animal. So we're interested in how these stripes work and how predators learn to avoid skunks. First, most skunks around Southern California have two nice long white stripes down their body like this one. But in some places in the country, skunks vary from being mostly all black to almost all white. This is really interesting because previous research has told us that when prey species use warning coloration, it's best when all members of the population have the exact same pattern, so the predator learns much faster to avoid them and makes fewer mistakes. So why do skunks vary so much? Well, we studied skunks in museums from all over the country and found that stripes vary more in places where there are fewer predators around. This shows that when we remove predators and relax the natural selection to have consistent stripes, they start to vary a lot more. That's very cool. But we're taking it a step further and now looking at how live coyotes learn about skunk stripes. We do research at a special facility in Utah where they have a lot of captive coyotes in big natural outdoor pens. We first put portions of their food on brown furry plates to get them used to eating off of the models. Then, once they do that, we give them a skunk-colored plate with a remote-controlled sprayer inside. Then when they try to eat the food, bam, we can spray them in the face with skunk oil. This video shows what happened when they tried to eat the food. This animal, once it got sprayed, never tried again. Some learned to avoid skunks after one spray, others got sprayed 9 times and kept coming back. So there's a lot of variation in their learning about warning coloration. Now we're studying how the pattern and contrast of coloration affect coyote learning and willingness to attack prey using a new set of models. In addition to warning coloration, we study other types of black and white mammals, like the evolution of the black and white fur in giant pandas, and found that because they don't hibernate and are active in both winter and summer, these animals likely have white fur to blend into the snow and black legs to blend into the shady forest in summer. This coloration pattern probably breaks up their body outline and helps them blend into their surroundings, a process called disruptive coloration, which is Hi everyone, my name is Ted. Thousands of different types of animals in every type of habitat. We also looked at the evolution of zebra stripes and found that stripes probably evolved to help them avoid bites by small parasitic flies. These flies are particularly abundant in the areas where zebras live, and the stripes apparently disrupt the vision of the flies, making it harder for them to land on their bodies. Pretty cool, huh? But back to skunks. We're one of the few labs in the country that actually studies skunk behavior in the wild. We're interested in how skunks perceive fear of different types of predators. So we go out at night and observe their responses to different predator cues. This is Obi-Wan Coyote, our coyote robot. He's remote controlled and has thermal and infrared cameras on the front, so we can get a predator's eye view of what attacking a skunk actually looks like. Here's an image from the thermal camera. You can see the warm-blooded skunk glowing bright red against the cool green trees and blue grass. We can take them to open parks at night where there are a lot of skunks and approach them to see how they respond to predators behaving in certain ways. Sometimes the model approaches alone, other times we walk alongside. We film these trials using only infrared light and a special camera. That's why this clip looks purple. There's no white light and it looks totally dark in person. In this clip you can see Obi-Wan slowly approaching in from the right side of the screen, and the skunk will perform some characteristic defense and warning behaviors. Tail up, foot stamping, scraping, and then decides to run away. Skunks don't want to spray if they don't need to and will often just run away if given a chance. But if they're surprised or backed into a corner, they'll spray to defend themselves. We then bring these videos back into the lab and use special software to tag individual behaviors so we can better analyze the responses. In addition to this night work, we've spent 6 years live trapping over 150 skunks to study their population and sneaky sprays. We use live cage traps baited with tuna to trap them overnight, then sedate them in the morning so we can take measurements, record their sex and reproductive state, then collect hair samples and some of their noxious oil. They wake up about 20 minutes later and we release them right back where we found them, with some bright colored dye marks on their stripes to let us identify individuals later. These punk rock skunks go back to their dens and sleep for the rest of the day. Finally, we're interested in how human activity and the gradual development of wild land affects the presence and activity of different mammal species. We use remote wildlife cameras like these to passively monitor wildlife all over Orange County, California. The cameras are small and battery powered. This sensor detects movement by an animal passing by and activates the camera. These infrared lights then turn on and the camera takes pictures and or video from the lens here. We leave them out for a month and can capture thousands of images in that time. We have 26 cameras all over Orange County, running right past Disneyland and Angel Stadium. The cameras are on a line from highly developed urban and suburban areas to semi-urban and totally rural areas with no development. We partner with the Urban Wildlife Institute in Illinois and are one of 30 partners with similar camera trap lines in different cities all over the US and Canada. With these data, we can ask questions about how animals adapt differently to changes in green space and human density as the landscape changes from rural to urban. In the developed areas, we see raccoons and skunks, opossums, coyotes, squirrels, and rabbits. But as we get out into the rural areas, we see all these, plus bobcats, deer, foxes, and even mountain lions. Unfortunately, sometimes our cameras even get caught in wildfires, but not before capturing amazing footage of how quickly a fire can spread when it's windy, as you can see in this sequence of images, and the amazing flames from within a fire. In addition to studying how urbanization affects where animals live, we want to know how it affects their bodies too. We've been dissecting and measuring heads of coyotes that were hit by cars or put down by licensed pest controllers to study how eating different food in cities might have affected their skulls and bites. We're comparing coyotes from the urban areas of Los Angeles to coyotes from a more rural population near Fresno. Coyotes are omnivores naturally, but have large slicing molars and sharp canines for killing small mammal prey. We dissect and measure their muscles and the levers in their jaw to see if city life has made their bites stronger, because they're now eating cats and small dogs too. Or maybe their jaws are weaker because they're eating softer human garbage and pet food. Generally speaking, though, we hope to better understand how urban living is reshaping the animals living among us. We're excited about the work we're doing and thank you for listening in. You can find us at our website here, where you can read all about our research and our research team, and maybe even leave a donation to support our future mammal work. And be sure to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Now stick around and I'll be answering your questions live coming up next. Thanks again. Hi everyone again, I'm Dr. Ted Stankwich. I am the director of the Mammal Lab and professor at Cal State Long Beach. Thanks for tuning in to watch our video. You can submit your questions to the chat. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our research or just about mammals in general. So fire away. Okay, so the first question is, have you ever been sprayed by a skunk? Actually, one time. We've been trapping for about 6 years, and we've had a couple spraying events. I've been sprayed once. And so what happened was we had a skunk in a trap, and as they wake up from their sedation, they wake up in the trap, and so we have to release them afterwards. And one animal, you hold the door open for the skunk, and it has to walk out. One animal didn't want to walk out. I got tired of holding the door slammed shut, sprayed my hand, and so I got sprayed once on my hand in 6 years. So that's a pretty good record. And so I get asked the question a lot, does tomato juice work as a way to get rid of skunk oil if say your dog's been sprayed? No, the tomato juice thing is a myth, and it actually doesn't do anything. It makes the odorant particles of tomato juice just take up the same receptors in your nose as skunk oil. So what happens is you smell skunk, you smell tomato juice and not skunk, but anyone else around you who just walks up smells both skunks and tomato juice. What actually does work is you want to oxidize the thiols in skunk oil, and it's a mixture of hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and liquid dish soap that you can, if you go to my website, you can find it, or just you can Google it, and it will that will totally get rid of skunk oil. Don't use water. Water makes it worse. So those are two things that I want to point out. Bleach also works well, but you don't want to use bleach on an animal or on your own skin. But you can use it on your deck or the walls of your house if it gets skunk spray on it. All right. How have animals adapted to cities and other human establishments? It's a great question. So animals have adapted quite well to living around us, some not others. So if you look around us in Los Angeles, the things you see a lot of in terms of mammals are coyotes and raccoons and skunks and opossums and some squirrels, mice and rats, those kind of things. Certain species like those do very well around humans. They tend to be more bold species, less fearful of humans, what we call generalist species, things that can eat a lot of different things. And so they're the ones who do best because they can adapt really well to a new environment and the stresses of living amongst humans. Things that don't do well are things like mountain lions and bobcats. They're much more fearful of humans and don't really come into our major urban areas. So things that do live among us do well in small patches of habitat. They can find small little green areas or thickets of bushes or overgrown yards and live there, live under houses. Things that don't do well, like a mountain lion, for instance, they need a large expanse of land, huge green areas without much development in order to really have a big enough territory to hunt and survive well. Are the animals hurt when you capture them? Absolutely not. We've never had an animal get hurt during capture. The animals go into a live trap. They go in there overnight. We get there in the morning and we check them, make sure everything's okay. We do a sedation on them. They fall asleep for about 20 to 25 minutes. And then we check their health, make sure their heart rate and respiratory rate is going well. We do measurements, we look for parasites, we clean them up, take some samples, and then we put them back in the trap to wake up and wander away. So animals never get hurt, and they're actually pretty easy to work with. Another interesting thing about skunks, when you have them on the table, skunks don't stink. The actual animal itself doesn't stink. Their oil stinks, of course, but the animal itself just smells like any other furry little mammal. So they do really good job of not getting that oil on their fur. So are your cameras camouflaged? They're camouflaged pretty well. They're not covered in leaves or anything like that, but they are sprayed brown and green, so you wouldn't notice them right away unless you were looking. We do have thefts in the more urban areas, and some people have destroyed the cameras because maybe they think that we're capturing activity that they shouldn't be doing, but in reality, we delete all pictures of humans off of the cameras before we do anything. So we never have any issues, but we do have cameras get stolen or vandalized because people see them. The one thing that does show up is if it's nighttime and totally dark and the camera's activated, the infrared lights have a faint red glow. So oftentimes you can see the red glow of the camera, and that might draw attention. But the animals, you can also see the animals, that will also capture their attention. Why is there this faint red light shining in my face? Do skunks see the infrared lights used for night vision? No, skunks, so wild animals don't really see well in infrared. That's why we use infrared and not white light. So we have big white flashlights and floodlights we can use, but when you shine a big floodlight on a skunk, it spooks it and scares it away. That's why everything has to be done in infrared. So when we are observing our trials, we're looking at everything through the camera lens and the camera's viewfinder, because that's what shows us what's actually happening out in the field. If you just look out in the field, it's just black. So we're flying blind here and just trying to use the camera to see what's actually happening with the skunk. Have your cameras been attacked by animals? Not to my knowledge. The animals don't usually attack the cameras. They might sniff or lick or bite a little bit, but they're not going to chew or damage it for any extended period. Yeah, most of the damage is done by humans. We've had cameras get burned and stolen and broken into and smashed up and destroyed. Yeah, it's the human animals that do the most damage to our cameras. Is that an ape skeleton on the left side of the screen? That's a chimpanzee right behind me. Yes, we have a chimpanzee. So behind me, this is a picture from our teaching lab at Cal State Long Beach. We have an amazing collection of bones and skins that we use to teach students. I teach mammalogy, so the study of mammals. This is part of our lab here. So we have a chimpanzee behind me. We have a tiger directly behind me, and then a vicuña off on your right. Where the head, you can't see the head, but that's a relative of an alpaca or a camel. So those are some skeletons we have in the lab. We have a bunch of other stuff too: kangaroo, dogs, cats, ostrich, that kind of stuff. So we have a really great teaching lab here. I encourage you, once we're out of this pandemic, we have a lot of open houses and public events here at Cal State Long Beach, and we open up the Mammal Lab for viewing, and you can come in and touch things and hold things and learn all about mammals and birds too, and reptiles. right up close, closer than you would ever get to see in an actual museum. Let's see. So has Obi-Wan Coyote ever been sprayed? No. So one big misconception about skunks is that they want to spray you. Skunks actually, not to anthropomorphize, but don't want to spray you. They want to go about their business, not be disturbed, eat food, find food, move on. So if you don't mess with skunks, they're not going to mess with you. And I often tell people, if you get sprayed by a skunk, you've either tripped over it because you didn't see it, or you've done something wrong. Because skunks don't want to spray you, that they all they want to do is move about their business. They will give you lots of warning signs and behaviors prior to spraying. So the Obi-Wan Coyote, we've seen those behaviors you saw on the screen: the stamping, the scratching, the little handstands, and then they just run away. So most of the time, if they're attacked, they will spray though. That's the last question I can take. Thanks a lot. Hope you enjoyed it, and have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Oh, hey, welcome back thank you, Cal State Long Beach Mammal Lab. That's awesome. Hope you guys heard some fantastic things about mammals in your own backyard. I think that's super great. Hey, I want to make sure that everyone knows that we are streaming on 3 channels today. So this is stream 1, there's stream 2, and stream 3. Each channel is a little bit different. So I want to encourage you to check out stream 2 and 3. You can connect to them in the description underneath this video right now. Jump over to stream 2, jump it over to stream 3. Stream 3 is our historic all Spanish language STEM channel. It's really awesome. Stream 2 has something coming up about humpback whales and hermit crabs, so go check them out. You know, one of the themes for City of STEM this year is women in STEM, and that theme is being sponsored by Financial Partners Credit Union. I'd like to take a moment and see a little message from their CEO about the importance of. It looks like it's going to start pretty soon, and then we're going to have the announcement of the City of STEM icon.
Hi, I'm Nader Moghadam, chairman of Columbia Memorial Space Science Center Foundation Board. It is my pleasure to welcome you to City of STEM, LA's largest science festival. 2 years ago, this event was held in an open field with more than 5,000 people in attendance. I'm excited that given the creative work of Ben Dicko and his team at Space Center, we're now able to reach people in 4 corners of the globe and provide the valuable access to STEM learning. I'm also here as CEO of Financial Partners Credit Union, which has its long history in aerospace and STEM-related fields. In fact, the credit union started right on the very site where the Space Center is now located and has been providing financial education to California communities for more than 80 years. We are strong supporters of science, technology, engineering, and math, as STEM occupations provide a vital role in creating financial security and ultimately building stronger communities. We can all agree that focus on STEM and encouraging diversity and inclusion are 2 important pillars that can help us as a nation achieve greater success. Including the talents of all genders, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds demonstrate the true strength of the American melting pot. After all, science at its core is about diversity of thought and ideas. This is why Financial Partners is proud to sponsor the Women and Girls in STEM content today. Enjoy the event, and let's continue to ignite our collective imagination and quest for learning.
Thank you so much, Financial Partners and Nader, for supporting City of STEM this year and actually being a constant supporter of the Space Center and all we do. Financial Partners truly is a partner with the Space Center, and it's just fantastic to have them on board. So thank you, Nader, very much for your support. I want to introduce the next set of videos because it's pretty exciting. You know, the City of STEM is all about LA innovation, and we are a coastal city, in case you didn't know that. And we have this huge, fantastic Ocean Innovation Institute down in the port of Los Angeles, and it's called AltaSea. And it's all about how to innovate and use technology in the ocean to better our lives. So let's see a little video, and we're going to see a little teaser about the City of STEM Icon Award after it. Enjoy. There it is.
At AltaSea, our mission is to develop the most innovative ocean research campus in the world. Together, we will turn to the ocean to develop solutions for the planet's most pressing problems, including climate change, energy supply, and food security.
Our mantra is to go where no one has gone before on planet Earth. I've been privileged to spend most of my life exploring our planet and going to see things I've never seen before. We can vastly increase the productivity of the ocean, but we need to first understand it so we can do that.
There is 90% of the ocean that we haven't explored. We know more about the face of Mars than we know about the bottom of the ocean. A place like AltaSea is going to encourage discovery in the ocean and bring about the next great boom in our economy, which we call the blue economy.
AltaSea does it across the board. Good jobs, something good for our environment, and a way to create prosperity in a town that's had it for many generations and needs to create it for the next.
AltaSea is going to be our Google here in the harbor area. We need to be the next tech hub in the city of Los Angeles. Those knowledge-based jobs are so critical.
You know, for an architect, I've been with Gensler for 36 years. We've worked on projects around the globe, but I could tell you there's no more important project than this AltaSea project. It is a game changer. It's about the future of Los Angeles. It's about our children's children.
The ocean is our final frontier. It is the place that we can now turn to help solve some of the greatest world's challenges, and AltaSea is going to be at the center of that.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the City of STEM. And I'm standing in the Columbia Memorial Space Center right now. We are the producers of City of STEM. And it is this moment of the day that I am super excited and very happy to be able to present our annual STEM Icon Award. Now this award started about 4 years ago, and it's for someone in Los Angeles or Southern California who really exemplifies the values of City of STEM, which is either pushing technology and science forward and or pushing STEM education forward for as many people in Southern California as possible. And so this year, our award winner is Jenny Krusoe, the founding executive director of AltaSea. If you don't know about AltaSea, go check it out, and there will be AltaSea content during the day today. But they are a fantastic ocean technology incubator, technology center down at the Port of LA. And they are really trying to forge a better future for all of us through ocean technology and aquaculture and all kinds of fun things. So, and I'm also joined today by Robin Aubie, the manager of advancement for AltaSea, who has been a great partner of ours and shows up at all of our meetings, and it's just, AltaSea is a wonderful place to visit. They're doing wonderful things, and it's fantastic people who work there. And so I am very happy to be able to give this award to you, Jenny. The STEM Icon Award for 2021 for City of STEM. Yay! Everybody out there clapping?
Well, I can hear it.
Great.
I would like to thank you.
Sure.
And thank City of STEM and the Columbia Memorial Space Center for this great honor. AltaSea is all about the ocean and the solutions in the ocean for our future. We also are about career pathways to these new great jobs in the emerging blue economy, underwater robotics, aquaculture, aquaponics, kinetic wave energy. It's all so exciting. And our programs start in the middle school to grab the attention of the kids. And then we have high school mentorship programs and college internship programs, all run by Robin Aubie, who I am so grateful is here with me today and actually deserves at least half of this beautiful award.
Thank you.
But we're very grateful to be recognized. And I hope you go to our website. I hope you look at our Project Blue and come visit us when it's safe. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks. I couldn't think of a better person and a better organization to get this. And I just want to remind everybody out there, this is in Los Angeles. This is in your neighborhood. City of STEM, if nothing else, is trying to put a big fat highlighter marker over all the awesome STEM stuff that happens in LA. So if you're from LA, be proud that this is in your backyard and you can go visit it down at the port. If you're not from LA, come visit us or move here because we have these great STEM opportunities here. So thank you very much. Congratulations again. And
thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, that is the City of STEM Icon Award winner, Jenny Krusoe. We are super happy to have you as the 2021 Icon. Congratulations. Woo. The STEM Icon started a few years ago. Past winners have been Alie Ward from Ologies, Deanne Trujillo from JPL. And this year we're super, super proud and very, very humbled to have Jenny Krusoe be the Icon winner. Also, if nothing epitomizes LA, it's that. So AltaSea, discovering things in the ocean. Bob Ballard, the guy who discovered the Titanic, is an Angelino, actually from Downey. So here we are in Los Angeles. We've got STEM that spans the ocean. Then we're also the headquarters for SpaceX and Virgin Orbit, sending rockets up and going into space. We're also the headquarters for Tesla, innovating the land. So we've got land, sea, and space all covered here in LA, and that's what City of STEM is celebrating. Super fantastic. Up next, kind of keeping with the theme of the ocean, and this is also put together through AltaSea and a partnership with Scripps. We have the Women Pioneer in Oceanography. They're on an RV, the remote vehicle, named Sally Ride, who's the first American woman astronaut. So enjoy more from the ocean.
City of STEM.
Welcome to the AltaSea webinar, one of a series of spectacular webinars that teach young people and people of all ages more about our oceans and the amazing people that are studying our oceans and doing as much as they can. We hope to sustain them and make them more sustainable. So AltaSea, first I should introduce myself. My name is Val Zavala, and I spent 30 years at KCET Public Television as a journalist and news executive. And I am now retired and loving it and very interested in the environment, which is one of the reasons why I hooked up with AltaSea. And I'm very, very pleased to be moderating these webinars. So AltaSea, if you don't know, is an enterprise. I'm going to read a little bit here. Located at the Port of Los Angeles, it is dedicated to accelerating scientific collaboration and advancing the blue economy, ocean economy, through business innovation and job creation. It also aims to inspire the next generation of ocean lovers who will help develop solutions to challenges such as climate change, energy supply, and global food security, all of which are very connected to and dependent upon a healthy and living ocean. Now, before we meet our panelists, let me encourage all of you to listen, to ask questions, and simply put your questions in the chat box. And then Jacob, who is moderating, who is handling this behind the scenes, will text me your questions, and we will really try to get to as many of them as possible, because your questions are much more valuable than mine, because you are the ones that want to know and learn from these amazing women we have today. And they are, we will begin by introducing Laura Lilly. Laura Lilly is a 6-year PhD candidate in biological oceanography at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. She researches how El Nino events impact the zooplankton community of California. Lilly is a seagoing oceanographer. She has gone on several month-long, maybe even multi-month-long sailing trips across the equatorial Pacific. Lily is passionate about sustainability and conservation and has served for the past 4 years as the co-founder and co-leader of the Scripps Sustainability Group, which brings more sustainable practices to Scripps and UCSD. She believes strongly in getting young people excited about oceanography and has developed and taught short introductions to oceanography at several high schools around San Diego County. Welcome so much. Also with us, Sarah Maher. Sarah received a Bachelor of Science in Physics and Astronomy at the University of Victoria in Canada. She has a Master's in Geology and Geophysics from the University of Hawaii and Manao, and she has worked on plate tectonic reconstructions. She is currently a 6th-year Earth Science PhD student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Her research looks into using magnetic techniques to examine how the ocean crust cools. This involves month-long cruises off the coast of, included a month-long cruise off the coast of Easter Island, which is way off the coast of Chile. And there she collected magnetic and bathymetry, which is, I've learned that what that word means. It means the topography of the ocean floor, seafloor. So she collected data about the topography of the seafloor and rock samples. She also helped design a 10-day cruise to the Fieberling Seamont chain, which is about 500 miles off the coast of San Diego. She and her colleagues went on this cruise where graduate students learned geoscience methods at sea. Also with us as our third panelist, Camille Pagniello. Camille is a 6th-year, they're all 6 years, so there are cohorts. 6-year PhD student majoring in applied ocean sciences at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Camille thinks of herself as part marine biologist, part physicist, part engineer. Her research interests lie at the intersection of acoustics and geophysics, robotics, marine animals, and sustainable management. She is currently using passive acoustics, she'll explain what that is, and optical imaging to identify the sounds of certain fish species and to locate their spawning areas. She spent over 80 days at sea, including time as chief scientist of the Kelp Acoustics Propagation Experiment, an experiment where she designed as a graduate student. Her goal is to advance the understanding of ocean processes and further conservation efforts. So those are our amazing panelists, and I know you'll have a lot of questions for them, but I will start off our conversation. And we'll just start, I'll just kind of go sort of clockwise. I'll start with Sarah. Tell us a little bit more about your research. I just mentioned it so briefly, but if you can give us a little better, each of you actually will go around, give us a little better idea of what you actually do and how you hope, what you hope the results will be and how that will advance oceanography and hopefully the ocean sustainability. We'll begin with Sarah and then go to Camille and Laura. Sarah?
Yeah. Sorry, let me know if there's feedback or anything. Yeah, I use magnetic techniques to kind of look at how the ocean floor cools, which I think is really interesting. One of the things that really interested me about the ocean floor in general is that plate tectonic reconstructions are such a really recent scientific endeavor that it's only 50 years old. We didn't know how the Earth was forming and how plates are moving apart, and magnetics was a huge thing that really let us know how our Earth works in a lot of ways. So I was really interested in that, and I actually came on board at Scripps for this really cool project that lets us look at how the ocean floor cools. And the way we did that was we looked at this giant, I guess you'd almost call it a hole in the ocean floor. It's a rift that happened, and it exposed these really deep rocks. And we got to go and take these kind of machines here where we're looking at these really deep exposures in ocean crust. And we get the chance to actually take these rocks from the bottom of the seafloor and look at how they're oriented in space. And
you mean you bring them up to the boat?
Yeah, so what you can see behind us is there's this tool that's actually measuring the strike and dip, basically how a rock is oriented in space. And so we can, we know how it's oriented, and once we grab the rock, we can take it and orient it back toward the ship. Yeah, and so we're looking at the magnetic field. So I think everybody knows we have an Earth's magnetic field. It points north right now, but it actually has flipped over time. So while it's north now, it was south in the past. And that's actually
way in the past, right?
Yeah, well, it depends. It actually flips pretty infrequently, and it tells us how like every 10,000 years or so, it tells us how, it gives us an estimate of the age of the seafloor. And we can use that to kind of tell where we are in time and reconstruct what's going on. So by grabbing a rock and knowing how it's oriented, we can look at the magnetic minerals in it. And if they're all pointed north, we know it's a certain time. And if it's pointed south, we know it's a different time than that. So we're actually looking at really interesting kind of rocks. Before we went here, we had less of this kind of rock than we had moon rocks. And now we have over 2 tons of rocks for me to look at and investigate. So it's been a really cool endeavor, and I just think it's really interesting. It's kind of the forefront of science. Is we know a lot about the ocean, but there's still so many mysteries. We don't know how things are forming in the very bottom of the ocean floor. So I think it's really cool to kind of look at how that's unfolding.
Right. Phenomenal what we can tell from rocks.
Yeah.
Camille, elaborate on your research and how you think it'll impact our knowledge and sustainability of the ocean.
Yeah, while Sarah is studying the very deep parts of the ocean, I'm right at the coast. I've been working in the Kelp Forest right off the coast of San Diego here. That's what's pictured in my background. And along the coast, there's been about 50 marine protected areas established in Southern California to try and ensure the persistence and resiliency of these really diverse ecosystems. But these MPAs are on the scale of kilometers in size. So how do we monitor them? Marine protected areas are areas where there's no fishing allowed. There's no one's allowed to take the resources out of that area. And if we're gonna put those restrictions there, we better know that they're working to help preserve this habitat. So right now, the primary method of doing that is scuba diving surveys, where people get in the water and they swim around and they count the number of fish and look at what's there and report back. But if you've noticed the weather lately, scuba diving is not exactly possible all times of year, right? You need good weather, you need really talented people to do this because you have to ID things in real time. And the biggest thing is fish are actually scared of us underwater. They change their behavior when we're there. And so if we're trying to monitor these areas, we should try to do it non-invasively because that's kind of the point of establishing protections. But what's fascinating about all these animals underwater is a lot of them use sound. A lot of them produce sound. It's not just the dolphins and whales that produce sound, but it's the fish, it's the invertebrates. They actually produce sound not only to communicate, but sometimes it's as a byproduct of swimming or feeding. And if we can identify who is producing which sound, all we have to do is sit down there and listen, and we know who's in the environment at all times. An acoustic recorder can sit on the bottom for years and just listen and tell you who has been coming through this area. But before we get to being able to just listen, we need to answer that question of who. And that's what I've been trying to tackle with my research. I built an underwater camera system and paired it with an underwater acoustic system so that when I listen and hear the fish, I can triangulate where that sound is coming from. And if I know where that sound is coming from and it's in front of the camera, I can now say that this fish made this sound. And we can start building up this library of fish sounds so that one day in these marine protected areas, we can just put down acoustics and listen and know which species are there and how many are there of those individuals. So it's a really interesting technique that it's a promising method, and there's a lot of challenges. You can imagine trying to figure out where something is originating from underwater is very difficult. Sound underwater travels much further than sound does in air. And so you can hear stuff from kilometers away. For example, in the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest parts in the oceans, we can hear sounds from the surface, and we can hear sounds from miles and miles away. So in our coastal environments, you hear the small boats passing by. So when you're going to fish out on the coast, the fish can hear that going by. They can hear their neighbors. They can hear their predators approaching. They can hear their prey. And so using that kind of soundscape to understand more about our ocean is a really promising method to non-invasively monitor it.
Wow. You explained that so well. I understood the whole thing. That's the real key to success. Laura, tell us more about your research and how you hope it will impact the future of our ocean.
Oh, now I have to follow Camille's great example.
She really did great.
Well, thank you, Val. And as you alluded to already, Val, I study zooplankton off California. So you probably everyone's heard something about plankton. Maybe you've seen SpongeBob and Copepod. He's a little plankton. And so I'm looking at the whole zooplankton community, the little animal, tiny organisms that drift around. And I'm looking at how that community changes off California during El Nino events. So if you're from California, or if you've paid any attention to the news in the last 20 years, you've probably heard something about El Nino. And you might think heavy rains and maybe big waves, but El Nino has significant impacts on the ocean and the communities in the ocean. And the most important thing to know about El Nino is that we're realizing that not every El Nino event is the same, and that different El Nino events can cause different changes to the ocean environment. So they might, some of them bring really warm waters, some only bring somewhat warm waters, some of them change the ocean currents in one direction, and some will cause anomalous currents from another direction. And so we have this kind of variability between different events, and I call that natural experimentation that El Nino provides us, because we ourselves cannot induce experiments in the ocean. It's a little too big for that. So I use this El Nino variability to look at how the zooplankton community changes, and I'm really trying to understand how different parts of the zooplankton react during El Nino events, and kind of what specific parts of El Nino are causing those changes, so that we can make future predictions. And you might think, okay, maybe I've heard of zooplankton, but I don't really care about them. But you should. And the reason why is that everything else in the ocean depends on zooplankton. So you've probably heard that blue whales, the biggest animals in the world, eat exclusively krill, the tiny little shrimp-like crustaceans. But blue whales aren't the only ones. Many species of whales eat them, seabirds eat them, forage fishes, so like sardines and anchovies, and then everything else eats those. So really everything above zooplankton depends on zooplankton. And the other most important thing about my research is that not all zooplankton are equal, and some are more nutritious, some are favorable prey, and others are not so good. So during El Nino events, you might have this big change in the zooplankton community, and the whales might not be so happy, or they'll go feed in a different direction or different place. And then you start to have problems with ship traffic running into whales because the whales are suddenly in a new place, or crab fishermen are setting their crab pots, but the whales are trying to eat there and getting all entangled. So changes in whale and seabird foraging and in the fisheries that we depend on can start to interact negatively with our human behavior. So if we understand the zooplankton and how they're changing, then we can better predict how these higher trophic levels, these whales and seabirds, might change during El Nino, and then we can modify our behaviors and kind of get humans out of the way where necessary. And as Val mentioned, oh yeah.
Do you need to wait for an El Nino event, or can your research progress without having a Nino event currently in effect?
This is a great question. So we want to study zooplankton during El Nino, but we want to compare them to non-El Nino years. And what my research depends on is this 70-year time series, a very long time series of zooplankton data off California. And it's run by a program called the California Cooperative Oceanic Fisheries Investigations. It was started in around 1950. And they go out to sea, on boats like this. This is the Sally Ride. And so this program goes out to sea several times a year, and they use plankton nets to sample zooplankton, and they measure the physical properties of the water. So I can draw upon that time series and examine.
So there's always work to do. It's not like suddenly that you have to wait for El Nino to come, going to progress and to advance the research. That's great.
That's right.
Sarah, tell us a little bit, what was one of the more exciting days? Because all of you have been at sea, right? And I think sometimes together, is that right? You've all been on one cruise. So tell us a little bit, about the perhaps like, what is it really like to be out on a boat? And I'm sure it's totally different than when you're in the lab. And what was there a memorable moment, a day, a dangerous, exciting, some special time that you really remember?
Yeah, I guess there's two different things, because a regular day probably isn't your most exciting day. I actually, before I came here, I've never really been an ocean person, in the sense that I didn't see the ocean until I was 18. I'm kind of different.
What? Where are you from?
I'm from Idaho originally, and I think similar kind of experience.
No, Idaho.
But yeah, so I came here and I knew I was going to go to sea for 35 days, but I didn't even know if I got boat sick or not. So it's seasick. So I took a lot of medications, and it's a really cool experience. They'll fly you to wherever the boat is. And in my case, it was Easter Island. So I got to go spend a few days on Easter Island, and then they take you out on a smaller boat to a bigger boat, and you end up in this bunk bed room where you're sharing with 2 to 4 other people. You're on these weird shifts. I did midnight to 4 a.m. every day and 12 to 4 p.m. every day. So I would be up till 4 a.m. I'd go to sleep, and then I'd wake up and everybody would already be up eating lunch, and that's my breakfast. And so you just do, and it's 24/7. You just do there's these machines running constantly behind you. So they have screens everywhere. You can see what's happening under the water. At the same time, I'm trying to process magnetic data and bathymetric data, so we know where we want to put this machine next. It was just 24/7 operation. So it was really an interesting thing. But I do want to say my best experience was probably on the cruise that Camille was on. We were dredging. So you don't get to have all these machines in sea. You're essentially taking a big metal basket and dragging it across the bottom of the ocean and hope you grab some rocks when you pick it back up. And so we were dredging, and a couple people had said, we drove this whole way. We're 500 miles off the coast, and we're probably just not going to get any rocks or anything. So the 2 other chief scientists, Carrie McIntosh and I, were on board, and we had talked about what would happen if we didn't get anything. And it was 4 a.m. The dredge is coming up, and the first thing that shows up is the dredge is completely full with 100 pounds of rocks. And Carrie and I hugged each other. I might have teared up a little bit. And somebody turned to me and said, "Nice job, chief scientist." And I think that was probably, the pinnacle of my research career there.
Who would ever have thought a basket of rocks would make you cry?
You get excited.
Hi everyone, it's State Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia, and I'm so excited to help us kick off City of STEM. City of STEM is LA's largest celebration of science, technology, math, and engineering. And as a former math teacher, I couldn't be more excited that the Columbia Memorial Space Center is bringing us this month of celebration. Whenever you see a rocket launching, you see us celebrating landing on the moon or landing on Mars. Math, science, engineering, and technology are behind that. I'm really excited that this year we are focusing on girls and women in STEM. As the chair of the Legislative Women's Caucus, I am excited to see that we are highlighting the role that women have played in this field forever. We have been the original people behind coding, we have been behind computers, and behind so many other things. And so it's so exciting that we are celebrating and encouraging everyone to really participate. Doesn't matter your age, your sex, your gender, math, science, engineering, technology is for all of you, and we use it in our everyday life. And I know sometimes we forget things like the quadratic formula, or we stress out about the math test that's coming up, but really it's about a way of thinking and a way of being able to be problem solvers. And so I hope today and during this whole month, you get excited, you put science, math, technology, and engineering to work hands-on, and it encourages you to continue to explore this great field. Thank you to the Columbia Memorial Space Center for bringing this together. Again, I am Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia, and I'm so excited for this month of celebration.
Thank you very much, Cristina Garcia, our Assembly member here in the area of Southeast LA. Cristina represents us in Sacramento, and State Capitol has been a fantastic supporter of City of STEM, showing up live. Also a big supporter of the Space Center, so thank you very much. She's kind of been on the cutting edge of environmental legislation in the state, so it's really great that she was able to join us today. I want to, going back to the longer form video that you just saw about the ocean and from AltaSea, that was from their Project Blue, which is a webinar series and sort of curriculum series all about ocean innovation. So definitely check out AltaSea's Project Blue education materials. I wanted to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about the City of STEM Innovation Challenge. Now, I just mentioned to you that Assembly Member Cristina Garcia has been on the cutting edge of environmental issues in the state of California, and City of STEM is no stranger to that. And this year, we are proud to be launching today, but you register on Friday, April 2nd, the City of STEM Innovation Challenge Sustainable Cities Initiative. This invites all middle school students in Los Angeles, or in the LA County, basically, to think about how you would innovate LA and LA County to make it a more sustainable city or a more sustainable area to live in the future. Put together a 2-minute video and you send it in to us, and at the end of April, after all the videos come in, we're gonna find the winner and you get a prize. So let's start the City of STEM Innovation Challenge video to kind of see what it's all about and how you access it.
The 2021 City of STEM Innovation Challenge Sustainable Solutions is calling all Los Angeles County middle school students to help create a more sustainable LA. LA is the city of champions, but even champions face challenges like wildfires, traffic, and air quality. But bold solutions can come from anywhere, and we want to hear from you. Entering to win is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Gather a team of 1 to 5 students from your school and create an idea for a more sustainable Los Angeles. 2. Create a 2-minute video that identifies the problem, the solution, and the potential impact for Los Angeles. Be sure to include the STEM needed to develop the solution. 3. Ask your parent to complete registration and video submission at cityofstem.org/innovation-challenge. The grand prize team will spend a day touring Los Angeles' top tech companies and will present their winning idea to STEM influencers, including me, Alie Ward, science communicator and host of Did I Mention Invention on the CW. LA needs your ideas to bring about a more sustainable future. Don't delay. Get started today.
All right, middle school students, are you up for the challenge for innovating a more sustainable LA? I hope you are. Registration starts on April 2nd, and it runs all the way through the month of April. You can always get more information on cityofstem.org on our website, and there's a link to the challenge. In fact, and you can get a ton more stuff on cityofstem.org right now, so please be sure to check our website. We are also going to be launching an esports tournament for high school students today. LA is a center of esports and video gaming, and we want to be able to bring out all the STEM and the STEM careers that are connected to that. But we'll be getting to that a little bit later. I also want to encourage everybody, we're on stream 1 right now. Don't forget to check out stream 2 and 3 as the day unfolds, and you can find links in the description below. All right. So we're coming up next to our next bit of programming today. It's quiz show time. Get ready to play along with the teams from the South LA Robotics. This is a fantastic group of roboticists in South LA, not too far away from here, and they need your support to chat and interact with them. So take it away, South LA Robotics.
The 2021
Hi, everyone.
City of
It's
STEM
Data
Innovation
Science
Challenge
here,
Sustainable
and so
Solutions
excited
is
to
calling
help us
all
kick off
Los
City of
Angeles
STEM.
County middle school students to
City
help
of STEM
create
is
a
Alie's
more
largest
sustainable
celebration of
LA.
science,
LA
technology,
is the
math,
city of champions, but even champions face challenges like wildfires, traffic, and air quality. But bold solutions can come from anywhere, and we want to hear from you. Entering to win is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Gather a team of 1 to 5 students from your school and create an idea for a more sustainable Los Angeles. 2. Create a 2-minute video that identifies the problem, the solution, and the potential impact for Los Angeles. Be sure to include the STEM needed to develop the solution. 3. Ask your parent to complete registration and video submission at cityofstem.org/innovation-challenge. The grand prize team will spend a day touring Los Angeles' top tech companies and will present their winning idea to STEM influencers, including me, Alie Ward, science communicator and host of Did I Mention Invention on the CW. LA needs your ideas to bring about a more sustainable future. Don't delay. Get started today.
Put together a video and innovate LA for us. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with getting the SoLA Robotics team on board right now, so I'm going to talk to you about a few other things until I hear differently. Just want to remind you guys that today is the big kickoff launch event for City of STEM 2021, and we have weekly things going on now through the end of April. On April 8th, we have our STEM Career Day, which is being sort of coordinated by DeVry University, but we have folks from all over STEM business and STEM industry in Los Angeles coming together to talk about STEM careers. On April 15th, we have a Professional Development Day in STEM. So working with the LA County Office of Education, we're going to be presenting some exclusive content for teachers and educators out there on how you can bring new things to your STEM learning and STEM education. On April 22nd, it's Earth Day, and I think it's the 51st annual Earth Day on April 22nd. So all the programming that day is all going to be about sustainability and the environment, which is a big deal here in Southern California. And it also is the theme of our City of STEM Innovation Challenge, so don't forget that. And on the last Thursday of April, on April 29th, it's our Innovation Day. I've been telling you all day that Southern California and Los Angeles is the hub, a hotbed of STEM innovation. And so we're putting a spotlight on that on the last day or the last Thursday in April as part of City of STEM. We're going to have fantastic news and content coming from all of the innovative places in Los Angeles in Southern California. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Don't forget, this is just the beginning of a full month of STEM. You know, this is also a good time to remind everybody that we couldn't be doing this without our fantastic sponsors. Our lead sponsor, Amgen, a biotech company, international biotech company, headquartered right here in the LA area. Let's see, Northrop Grumman, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Financial Partners Credit Union, who's also underwriting the Women in STEM content that's happening all day today. Southern California Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, which, by the way, is the oldest City of STEM partner. Aerojet Rocketdyne gave us our first sort of seed grant back in 2015 when we started this thing. So thank you, Aerojet Rocketdyne. Also, they are intimately connected to where I'm sitting right now, but I'll tell you about that in a second. I also want to say thank you to Hitachi, DeVry University, the City of Downey, Downey Unified School District, and the Science Festival Alliance. The City of STEM has grown to become LA Science Festival, and there are science festivals like this around the country. I'm not sure if all of them have moved online like we have, but they are a force to be reckoned with in your city. And there's actually a group called the Science Festival Alliance, so I want to thank the Alliance for supporting us too. Back to the Aerojet Rocketdyne support. So I'm sitting at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. We're a space museum and hands-on science learning center located in Downey, California, which, if you look at a map, is just a little bit south of downtown LA. And we are on the site where all of the Apollo spacecraft and all of the space shuttles were designed and built. And it actually goes back to airplane manufacturing back in the 20s, 30s, and the 40s. It's a very historic place. And in 1950, the aerospace company that was here, North American Aviation, which went on to build Apollo, started a little side project in rockets, and they called it Rocketdyne. It was the rocket division. So Aerojet Rocketdyne started here on our site where I'm sitting, plus all of the other stuff. And it was a pretty incredible company. Aerojet Rocketdyne, for years, had been or is the leading rocket engine company, having up until SpaceX the launch last summer had basically. They were the rocket engines that all of the American astronauts used up until last summer when SpaceX came on board and started launching people into space. So, and it's so great because Rocketdyne, sort of a legacy business that's still around here in LA, and SpaceX, the future, right here in LA. It's pretty great. And I mean, Rocketdyne's the future too. They're working on SLS and a bunch of other stuff. So that's the story about that. I also want to mention that besides the Middle School Innovation Challenge, we are going to be launching a high school esports tournament that's connected to the City of STEM. Esports is a very interesting emerging area in STEM education. Thousands and thousands and thousands of high schoolers play video games, and there's a ton of STEM behind that. There's a ton of STEM, from coding and programming to just sort of the way that the games are put together, and also a lot of art and how you tell stories and how you sort of put these games together. Esports is a hot thing, and in conjunction with the Downey Unified School District, we're going to be able to do a City of STEM esports tournament throughout the month of April. The Downey Unified School District, obviously here in Downey, has really kind of been a vanguard in esports education and hosts an annual tournament which brings thousands of people out. So we're super excited to partner with them and make them or have them be part of City of STEM. So you'll be able to get some more information about registering and all that stuff on the City of STEM website, cityofstem.org. Let's see. The other thing, don't forget that there are 2 other streams happening right now. So if you want to jump from stream 1, which is where we are, and jump to stream 2 or 3, go to the links in the description of this stream, and you can jump right over to it. Stream 2 right now, let's see, where are we as far as time goes? Stream 2 right now, I believe we're either with the whales at Crystal Cove or at the La Brea Tar Pits. I'm not exactly sure what's going on over there. And then stream 3, remember, is our historic all Spanish, all STEM channel. So please go jump over to the other streams and see what's going on. Let's see. We have got a great program planned for the rest of the day today here on Stream 1. We've got some more things about the ocean, because remember, LA is a coastal city. We've got some fantastic conversation coming up between Alie Ward, a TV show and podcast science host, and Deanna Trujillo, who's one of the flight directors of the Mars Perseverance rover. We also have an annual tradition here in Southern California, the Grunion Run. Grunion are little tiny fish that spawn here in the beaches of Southern California. So we're going to talk to the Cabrillo Aquarium about that. And then we have a Tesla factory tour because they're headquartered here. We've got all kinds of great stuff going on. So it's really fun. I hope you guys are having a great day today. I hope you're staying active in the chat. It's really important that this is a live event and that we are talking with you and interacting with you. Like I said earlier today, this has been a challenging year for everybody, but hopefully STEM is a place that we can find a little bit of healing. Great STEM experiences are ones that bring people together to sort of think profound, wonderful thoughts about the universe and about the world around them and discover new things. How cool of a thing is that? So please, I hope that you're enjoying today and that STEM is sort of infusing you and your feelings today. Sounds like we might be coming right back to the South LA Robotics League. So without further ado, let me know if that's happening.
Hi, I'm Exandria. Hi, I'm Liz. And this is Art Lab, a place to explore and create with art. Let's go.
In this episode of Art Lab, we will be exploring and creating our own color wheel.
Today we'll be exploring the amazing world of color. Did you know that colors are related? Let's see how. There are 3 primary colors: yellow, red, and blue. These can be mixed to make the other colors of the rainbow. When you mix yellow and red, you get orange. Red and blue, you get violet, sometimes called purple. Blue and yellow, you get green. These colors are called secondary colors. Using primary and secondary colors alongside black and white can make almost any color in the world. Color wheels are a great way to see the colors and how they are related to each other. Now it's your turn to make your own. Let's get started.
First, let's start by finding a nice workspace. It doesn't need to be fancy. All you need is a table and a place to sit. Make sure you're comfy. Next, let's gather our supplies. You'll need a piece of blank paper, a glue stick, scissors, and you need some color for your color wheel. Look through old magazines, junk mail, and scrap paper. You'll also need a template. You can download ours from the description down below, or you can use a round object and a ruler to copy ours. Once you have your supplies, you're ready to go. To start, we need to either print our template, or you can draw yours by tracing anything round you've got around the house. Try a mouse pad or a clock. Look at the template. We have to see how you should label each section. Remember, it doesn't need to be perfect. Once you have your template, let's get to the fun stuff, color. Grab your old magazines or junk mail, and we're going to start our search. Look for each of our colors in our color wheel, and you might find more than one on each page. Are you having a hard time finding a certain color? We will learn about shades and tints in a different episode, so don't worry if your colors don't match 100%. Variation is good. When you found a color you need, cut it out. Sort your cutouts by color. As you do this, think to yourself, what do you notice about the colors? Are all the greens the same? Even though some of those are different, can we still call them green? What do you notice about the paper? Is it shiny? Is it matte? Do you like the way it feels in your hand? Do you have a favorite color? What does it remind you of? Do you think of a certain taste or smell when you think of that color? Once you have enough color, you can start gluing them down to the correct area of your color wheel. When you begin gluing down your pieces, you'll notice that you may have to cut them to fit in the little pie piece shape on your color wheel. It's kind of like making your own puzzle, except that it's okay if you overlap the pieces. Don't worry if you don't stay within the lines either, unless you want to take that on as a challenge. By gluing small pieces of paper together, we are creating a collage. Collage is a French word that means gluing. When French artists, such as Picasso, began making these collages, they became popular, and the word entered into English as a name for this type of artwork. Once you've glued down your pieces, you're almost done. The last step is to sign your artwork. Be sure to add the date. Let's ooh and ah at what we made. Take a moment and appreciate what you created. Not a single other color wheel is exactly like yours, and that is special. Find a place to keep your color wheel and let it inspire you. So now here's the secret about the color wheel. It's a tool. We can use it to help us make art. See if you want to help identify a color, use the color wheel to help you see where that color lives. If you can't tell, try squinting your eyes and see if that helps you decide. Now that you have some experience with color, why not try to arrange your books or toys by color? Try arranging your dinner plate as a color wheel. How many colors can you eat? If you try this out and want to share, we'd love to see what you come up with. Use the hashtag LBPLArtLab and don't forget to tell us your process. We want to try it as well.
That's it for today. If you want to explore more about color, check out the link in the description down below. This has been Art Lab, brought to you by the Long Beach Public Library. See you next time.
The Earth's rocky crust is broken into plates. They're moving all the time, but at a very slow rate. Convection currents from deep in the mantle push on the crust till it's hard to handle. But every now and then, the plates get stuck and the pressure builds up, and the pressure builds up. The pressure builds up. You have to dig it till the pressure so strong. Something's got to give. The plates finally slip and the energy's released. And the ground begins to shake.
That was the Amoeba People, everyone. They are the most fantastic science rock band that's out there. I've heard a lot of not so great science music in my day, but the Amoeba People are the best. That was their Earthquake song, which is, can't get more Southern California than that. And the art group and Amoeba People that you just saw, that's how awesome and how much of a variety of STEM expression there is out there in the world, but especially here in Southern California. You have people who are fusing art and science in the visual arts, and you have people like the Amoeba People fusing music and science in music. And by the way, the Amoeba People are the house band of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, run by fifth grade science teacher, Ray. Anyway, they're wonderful, and please check them out, amoebapeople.com. I am super excited right now to have a live chat with Helena Kwan from FTC Lockdown. Let's get Helena on there. We're going to talk a little bit about robotics and have some fun. Oh, there she is. There she is. That's super cool. Helena, how are you? Can you hear me? Helena, how are you? All right. Oh.
Hi.
Hey.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can now. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm not sure if you're muted on my end, so I'm sort of guessing what's happening right now.
Got it. Okay. I think everybody can hear me and they can hear you. So, Helena, let's talk a little bit about FTC Lockdown if you can.
Okay. From what I've gathered from my lip, I think we're here to talk about the upcoming Innovation Day. So do you want me to go ahead and say what I'm here about? All right, that sounds good. Gotcha. So hello, City of STEM. My name is Helena. I'm the co-captain of a community-based high school team, a first Tech Challenge robotics team in the San Gabriel Valley. So.
Oh, that's cool. Can you hear me now? By the
yes,
way?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Great. All right. So yeah, tell us more.
Yes. So FIRST is a global robotics community that stands for inspiration and recognition in science and technology. So it was founded by Dean Kamen and Woody Flowers, and it was founded to inspire generations to explore science and technology and to become leaders within the STEM community and become well-rounded contributors to day-to-day society.
That's cool. What got you particularly into it, though? Not just the whole FTC organization, but why you?
For me personally, I had a brother who was also part of the FIRST organization since a young age. FIRST encompasses elementary grade levels all the way up to high school, so he sort of got into it at a really young age, and I've sort of also just tagged along on it, and now I'm here. Yeah.
That's cool. I'm sorry, that was your older brother or younger brother?
My older brother. He now is a mentor and coach for the team I am on.
Oh, no way. So when you say that you're on a team, do you have a particular job on the team? Or do all of you, how big is your team? Do all of you do the same things? What's that all about?
Right. So at Team Lockdown specifically, we divide ourselves into technical department and a non-technical department. So we're a pretty small team. We're 7 team members from different high schools. So some of us on the technical team will work on the robot, building it, CADing it, programming it. And for the other side, the business team, which is what I mostly focus on, we do a lot of fundraising because we are a community team. So we need to find sponsorships and find ways to be able to fund the team. And also we also do outreaches like these where we, yeah.
That's awesome. So, all right. So it's basically, it's kind of like your own nonprofit robotics manufacturing team kind of thing.
Exactly.
That's super great. And so where do you compete and what's competition like?
So we compete, so first is divided up to different levels, I guess you could say. We compete in First Tech Challenge, which is, I believe, 7th through 12th grade. So we're all high schoolers. Okay. And each season has a unique gameplay. So for this season, the gameplay is shooting yellow, almost donut rings into goals around the field. So,
oh, no way.
Yeah, so each year the robot needs to be able to do different things for the gameplay season.
And what do you start with? I mean, do you start with like a chassis or something like that, or do you build everything up all from scratch every year?
For us, I think what the technical department does is that it will sort of like they'll design the robot and then using last season's parts or recycled parts, they sort of will build it all together.
Okay, that's super cool. That's super cool. Well, yeah, thank you so much for chatting with us today. I mean, I want to give you a moment to say anything else that you'd like to say, and I also want to make sure that everybody knows that they can support your team. How would they get in touch with you to support your team?
Yes, so you guys, for anybody who's interested, you can check us out on our website, which is, I believe, at FTC Lockdown 8564.weebly.com. You can just, or omitting the FTC, so 8564.weebly.com. You can also just search up FTC Lockdown. You'll probably see us. We're on social media and whatnot.
And why the name FTC Lockdown, by the way?
I think, okay, so the motto is unlocking potential, but I think the real reason was that 7 years ago when we were established by 2 people because at the local high school we go to, there's no robotics team. So they were like, all right, we'll just start a team out of our living room. So they just needed to pick a name really quickly, and I think Lockdown is a name of a we sort of just rode with that name ever since.
That's great. That's great. Awesome. Well, Helena Kwan, thank you so much for being part of City of STEM today, and I hope that everybody gets to know. You know, there are, for those of you who are not in Southern California, I'm sure there are FIRST Robotics teams in your neighborhood or in your area, but FTC Lockdown, you are a fantastic team in Southern California and the LA area. Again, thank you for being here. And if you want more information about FTC Lockdown, look them up on social media, on the internet, or get in touch with cityofstem.org, and we're happy to sort of pass the information on to you. Helena, thank you so much. Do you have any final thing that you want to say?
Just thank you so much for having us. If anybody's interested in robotics, please feel free to reach out, and we hope to see you guys at the Innovation Day in April.
Awesome. Oh, that's right. That's right. April 29th. You guys are going to be part of Innovation Day. Yes. Don't forget to, all of yous out there, you're going to see a lot more of FTC Lockdown. All right, Helena, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate you doing this today. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. You got it. And, you know, more robotics is coming up. We have Lisa Winter, who is a judge on the world famous BattleBots. She's going to be talking about the basics of how a robot works. We're in our sort of little robotics portion of the day today. So let's go to Lisa Winter from BattleBots.
City of STEM.
Hey City of STEM, I'm Lisa Winter, and today I'm going to teach you how robots work. If you've ever watched BattleBots on TV, you may have seen me and my robots, or you may have seen me as a judge on the show. Here are some of my robots. There's Doughboy, Tentamushi, Plan X, Mega Tento, and Mini Tento. In BattleBots, 2 robots enter the arena, fight for 3 minutes, and only 1 robot wins. It's a very fun competition. But there are many types of robots besides BattleBots. There are robotic arms for manufacturing that can do things like weld and paint. There are medical robots to help with surgery, cleaning robots like a Roomba, which you may have at home. There are mobile robots to help do things that are difficult for humans to do, like go into radioactive zones or even go to Mars. Robots can be made to do many, many things. So now I'm going to show you how a robot works. It may sound difficult, but I'm going to break down all the components so that they make sense. First, you have your power and your motor, and you want to get the power into the motor to make it run. In order to control how much power you put into the motor, you need a speed control. And this literally controls the speed. Next, you want to add a receiver. The receiver receives the signal from the transmitter. This is what I use to control the robot, and this is what a lot of people use. It's 2 joysticks. I use one for driving and one for my weapons. So when I'm giving directions on the joystick, the receiver will listen to that signal and tell the speed controller exactly how much power to put into the motor. So you can think of this as sort of like a slider where the center is 0 and all the way at the top is 100%. It's also sort of like playing a racing video game. You know, this is sort of like an N64 or PlayStation. So if you ever played Mario Kart, it's very similar to that. This is the same circuit that we just drew. I'm going to take the transmitter and move the joystick. So you can see the motor's running. So the signal's getting picked up here, goes to the speed control, and it's taking the power from the battery and putting it into the motor whenever I tell it to. If you add a second motor to the previous diagram, you get this, which is really the basis for most 2-wheeled robots. And it's super simple. It's the same thing we went over, except it has 2 motors instead of 1. So the one thing you do want to make sure though is that the speed controller you have is a 2-channel speed controller, because you need 1 channel for each of the motors. Let's do a quick review. So I have my transmitter, and I'm pushing the joystick. I'm sending a signal out that's picked up by the receiver. And the receiver is telling this ESC, the electronic speed controller, exactly how much power to give to my motors. So we have the battery as our power source, and it's plugged into the speed control. But nothing is going out to the 2 motors until I tell it what to do. So I'm saying I want to give all the way to the top 100% power to my motor 1 and motor 2, and the speed controller does that for me. This is Mini Tento. It's a small version of Tentomushi. If I take the shell off, you can see the electronics, and this is very much like the diagram. We have the 2 motors for driving, and the orange thing here is the receiver, takes in the signal from the transmitter, the batteries, and it's a bit hard to see, but here's the 2-channel speed controller that's speaking to the drive motor 1 and 2. But we also have a second 2-channel speed controller, and that is controlling our spinning weapon and the lifter. Well, thanks for watching. I hope you had fun and learned something from this video. Robotics doesn't need to be hard, it doesn't need to be intimidating, and anyone can do it. So have fun building.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Wow, that was so great. Lisa Winter from BattleBots. That's just amazing. And all of that technology is within our reach now. You can build robots at home, or with an FTC or a First Robotics League like we saw with Helena. It's just really great. Lisa, thank you. And you know, BattleBots is internationally known, connected right here in Southern California in LA. And it makes me think a friend of mine, Dennis Schatz, who's still the president, I think, of the National Science Teachers Association. he often talks about one of his missions in life is to have STEM be just as important and just as exciting as sports on a Friday night at a high school. So maybe, BattleBots and FTC, we're kind of getting to that point. I want to remind everybody that, we're on stream 1 right now, and we are broadcasting on 3 streams today. So don't forget to go to stream 2 and 3 in the description below here on the YouTube channel. And stream 3 is all presented today in Spanish, and that's super important. Not only is Southern California huge numbers, almost 50% of the population or more speak Spanish, either primarily or as a second language. But throughout the country, that's the case. All communities feel welcome and a part of STEM. So that's why it was really important to us to be able to present an entire day's worth of Spanish language STEM, and it won't be the last time. It's the first time today, but it won't be the last time. So look for more Spanish language content in the future from us. So coming up next, we're super excited. More things are coming at you. Jason Latimer from Impossible Science is going to be taking over some of the host's chair. So Jason has been a friend of City of STEM since almost the beginning. Jason is a world champion magician and a physicist. And for the past few years, he's been fusing his love of magic and love of science to something called Impossible Science. And now I think he's the first to tell you that science isn't impossible. But what he does is he takes a look at sort of illusions and things that don't seem to make any sense and breaks down the science behind them and how you can do some of this stuff at home. Now, Jason's Impossible Science program can be found on YouTube. It's a Sony production, which is pretty awesome. And Jason's going to be launching all kinds of fantastic, educational materials and support products that go along with Impossible Science. So it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Jason Latimer, world champion magician and leader of Impossible Science, to be a part of and a co-host today of City of STEM. Take it away, Jason.
Have you ever wondered what it would take to get a cup to fly in the air? Yeah, me too. Welcome to Impossible Science. Hey everyone, it's Jason Latimer, the world champion of magic, coming to you with another Impossible Science. Now, today's topic is levitation. And while you may have seen magicians levitate cups before, much like the opening of this episode, that's an illusion. But today, I'm going to show you that with a few modifications, we can take 2 cups and use its shape to make them fly like a paper airplane. Seriously. So grab a couple cups, some tape, and about 3 or 4 rubber bands, and I'll meet you at a table surface. Okay, for this levitation, we're going to use air pressure. Now, you've heard me use air pressure before when we used it to break boards and we've used it to make objects hover in the air. But today, I'm going to show you how to manipulate it to create what's called the Magnus effect. No, not magnets, Magnus effect. But before we get into it, let me show you a little experiment. This is a magic soda can. No, just kidding, it's just a regular can, okay? It's empty. But right now, when I set it on the table, gravity's holding it down, but we have equal air pressure on this side, and even inside, because it's open. It's equal on all sides, which is why it's sitting still. But I'm gonna blow air on one side of this can, and what that's gonna do is faster moving air will create low air pressure. Now, what that means is there'll be low air pressure on one side and high air pressure on the other side. So guess what happens? The can will be pushed into that low air pressure pocket. So if I blow on it on this side, you're gonna see the can move that way. Did you see that? I'll show you again in slow motion. It's actually moving towards the low air pressure pocket. Let me magnify the effect with a second can. If I blow down the center of these 2 cans, the low air pressure pocket on this side and the high air pressure over here will push this can this way. Just as much as there'll be low air pressure pocket here and there'll be higher pressure pocket here. So if I blow air here, this one will move this way. So instead of being pushed apart, they're gonna connect. Perfect. They connect, not magic, science. Now, imagine if there was faster moving air on this side and slower moving air on this side. Well, that means there'll be low air pressure here and higher pressure here. Now imagine it being turned sideways. If I can get faster moving air on top and higher pressure on the bottom, we can create lift. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna take advantage of the shape. See, we're gonna get this spinning in the air like this. Now what that's gonna do is if this object is moving through the air and it's spinning this way, well, this rotation is helping the air over the top. It's assisting it move faster, just as much as it's slowing the air on the bottom. You'd have low air pressure on top, you'd have higher pressure on the bottom. That creates lift, and that gives us the Magnus effect. So let's turn that into an airplane, seriously. All you need for this one are 2 cups. Oh, okay, and just kidding. You need 2 cups. We're gonna need 4 rubber bands, and we're gonna need some tape. Now it's very easy to make. You just place the cups base together, and we're gonna place some tape all the way around it. This is what I'm doing. I'm just placing the tape right down the center. And we don't want it to be loose. We want it to be pretty secure because it's going to be spinning. We don't want it to fall apart. Now we're going to take these rubber bands and we're going to interlock them with each other, and we're going to create one long elastic like rope. Now I'm using 4 rubber bands, but you could use 5. Probably need more than 3. 3 would probably be the low end. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take this stretchy rope and we're going to wrap it around this. Now the way I'm going to wrap it is so that you spin it around, just around the base like this, nice and tight, and stretch it out like this. Now what's gonna happen, when I pull this back and shoot it like a slingshot, what's really happening is it's gonna uncoil through that rubber band, which gets it spinning. But it's also shooting forward because we just shot it like a slingshot. You're gonna have the cups rotating like this, creating low air pressure on the top, high air pressure on the bottom, and we create lift. That's right, these cups are gonna act like a paper airplane. The faster you get it spinning, the more lift you'll create, like that. You should probably do this outside. I'll take this outside. All right, let's give it a shot. Pretty cool, right? I hope you enjoyed this episode of Impossible Science. If you did, let me know by smashing that like button and subscribing to the channel. And until next time, stay curious, because the right question changes everything.
Hey everyone, it's Jason Latimer from Impossible Science. I just wanted to check in with City of STEM to let you guys see a cool experiment you guys can do at home. All you're gonna need is a straw, and I'm gonna use a salt shaker, but you don't need an actual salt shaker. But I'm gonna show you how to have the power of telekinesis. That's the ability to move things with your mind. No, that one's my hand. Just joking with that. Here, we're gonna take a straw, and I'm gonna place the straw on top of this salt shaker. All right, so I'm gonna place it right here. Now, using only my telepathic powers, which I don't have any telepathic powers, I'm going to see if I can control this with my mind. Is it magic? Well, I actually don't have any superpowers, but I do know a little bit about science. Would you like to know how to do it? I'm going to guess that was a yes. So what you're going to need is a straw. It does help if it's a plastic straw. And it does help to have a paper wrapper on it, but you can also use a napkin. See, if we rub a plastic straw against a napkin, we're going to be stealing electrons from the paper napkin, and we're going to build up a charge. So the secret isn't really magic. It just looks like magic. And once this is charged up, this has extra electrons on it, so it has a negative charge. When it comes near your skin, the negative to negative electrons on your hands get pushed away. So then there's a little region of a positive charge right there. Positive and negative attract. So if I put them together, it's attracted to my body. So the secret is that it's actually attracted to your hand. Now, you can actually get to go back and forth if we can get the charge of it. Here, let me do it this way. I'll get a brand new charged one. You take a piece of paper and you drag it across the plastic as you pull it off. And now you've charged this straw. So I can get it to go one way, or I can get it to go the other. Now my hands aren't actually pushing on it. They're just on opposite sides as I spin it around. So I can actually build up the speed. Pretty cool, right? Now, that's just a trick, but if you didn't understand it, it would look like magic, which is pretty much the foundation of all science. If you think about it, if you don't ask any questions, everything's going to look like magic. The secrets, the real thing is, if you don't understand it, it looks like magic. So you have to ask questions. That's how we find new cures and new technologies. We see beyond our answers by challenging what we know. And if you really want to be inspired by what is possible, feel free to go check out Impossible Science on YouTube. My Impossible Science channel has impossible topics like levitation, invisibility, mind control, animation, telekinesis, and we go through the science of how you can do the impossible at home. And there's no sleight of hand, and it's just with stuff you can find around the house. Now, I do have a special guest from Los Angeles County Office of Education. His name's Anthony Kwan, and he's the STEM coordinator over there. So let's see if we can bring him up in just a second. And Anthony, are you there?
Hey, Jason, how are you?
How are you doing today for our City of STEM Festival?
I'm so excited to be here with you.
So tell me what you guys are doing with STEM over there.
So I've got a program called Engaging Girls in STEM that used to be a one-day program. It's now going on through the month of May. And so we just had Dr. Mujige Cooper from JPL NASA coming up on Tuesday. I've got 4 female engineers who are willing to talk to middle and high school girls. And I've got a whole slew of other programs coming through the month of May.
That's awesome. Is there a focus with the engineering with JPL? What are you guys going to cover with that? Do you know, or
Yeah, so basically this month is all about collaboration. Next month it's going to be about innovation and creativity, with May ending with exploration.
I think it's super, super important for people to remember that like innovation really just comes from asking questions beyond what we know. So I always say to kids that if you were to, let's say, take something apart, you may not know how it works, but you know the tools that you're going to need to take it apart. You may have never taken that apart before. And the reason why I bring that up is we don't know what the jobs of we don't know what the jobs are going to be for tomorrow, but we know what the tools are going to be. And those tools are going to land in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So if you want to build something new, like innovative and be innovative, you have to know the tools that we have today.
Exactly. And you know that with all these jobs that are coming up, if it doesn't exist, that's because you guys haven't thought about it yet.
I know, right? I look at rewind like 5-10 years ago. I don't think there's a ton of jobs today that never existed just even a decade ago. Who would have thought, social media coordinator or something like that? I was like, wow, I didn't even know that. Of course, I'm kind of aging myself by just pointing out I didn't know there would be a social media I have a great idea to do a mathematical magic trick through the screen. Did you get the email about grabbing 9 cards?
I did. I've got them here.
Perfect. So anybody at home, if you have 9 playing cards or any playing cards, just grab 9. Doesn't matter which 9 you have. I have 9 playing cards here. These are actually regular sized playing cards. I'm just a very small person. No, just kidding. These are actually just giant playing cards so you guys can follow along. Take 9 cards out, mix them up as much as you'd like. Okay, Anthony? All right. Now, the secret to this is it will look like magic if you don't understand it, but there is no sleight of hand. And I'm going to walk you through the steps, and hopefully this magic trick will work right through the screen. Now, your cards are different than mine. There's no way we could have randomly picked, well, maybe it could, but it would have been very unlikely. What you're going to do is you're going to fan out the cards, and then out of these 9 cards, look at the third one from the top. So mine is the Ace of Spades. So if I were to put them face down, the third card from the top would be the Ace of Spades. But it doesn't have to be. Pick any card you want and make sure that's going to be your card, but make sure it's the third one from the top. You got that one? Okay, so before we go forward, I'm going to teach you a couple moves. These are the moves. We're going to spell out some cards, and when we spell out cards, I need you to place 1 card from the top to the table. In my case, if I were to spell out ace, it would be A-C-E. And then what you do with the remaining of the cards is you put it on top, okay? So that's the move. All you have to do is spell from top to the table and put the remaining cards on the table. Now, I don't have to see it. Oh, okay, perfect. That works great. So remember what your card is. Mine's going to be the Ace of Spades, but you remember your card on your side. Third from the top. You got it? Now, I want you to spell your card on the table. So first spell the value of your card. So if it was an ace, spell ACE. If it was 2, TWE, TWO. Nice, Jason, math major. All right, so spell the number of your card, okay? See. Take the rest of the cards, drop it on top. All right, pick them all up together. Now, spell the word of. So we're going to go O-F, place the rest of the cards on top. Now, I want you to spell the suit of the card you selected. So mine was spades. If it was club, you would be spelling C-L-U-B-S for clubs, spades, hearts, diamonds. Go ahead and spell the suit of your card. S-P-A-D-E-S. Place the rest of the cards on top. Now, you could have had any card on your side of the screen. You could have picked any card out of your pile and placed it in third. But now I want you to pick up all the cards and spell the word magic and flip over the letter C. So M-A-G-I-C. Was that your card?
Yes.
You could have had a king when I had an ace. You could have had a 3 when I had a 2. The values were different. You could have had diamonds and I had clubs. It doesn't matter. The math would always be the same. That's the amazing part about math, is the math will always be the same. So if you don't understand it, you just saw magic. If you do understand it, you just saw math. So everything we don't understand is magic. Well, I hope you enjoyed that one. If you want to learn figure that one out, you can also go to the YouTube channel, by the way, Anthony. I'm just can't give away all the secrets. So what's next on for LACO? It's right out there, right? LACO, L-A-C.
LACOE. We provide service to 33% of the entire student population here in LA County alone. And basically what we're doing at LACO is just supporting all of our schools and students through this pandemic and just trying to figure out what we're going to do next. But in the meantime, just to let all of you guys know, we've got lots of programming on streams 1, 2, and 3 that also has to do with female STEM ambassadors. So please check out all those programs today.
And if they want to learn more about LACO, can they find you on social media, or what website?
Yeah, they can find me on Facebook at LACO STEM. Oh, and then you can also find us at laco.edu, but you can also check out the Engaging Girls in STEM website as well at engaginggirlsinstem.com.
Well, thank you so much for helping me out, Anthony, on the magic trick and for everything you do in STEM education. Really appreciate that. Now we're going to be switching over to LAMI, which is the Los Angeles Maritime Institute, and we're going to be going to boat building and what they're doing down there. So let's transfer over to them and see what's going on at LAMI.
City of STEM.
Hi, my name is Colleen, and I'm an educator with the Los Angeles Maritime Institute, also known as LAMI. Our organization is partnered with our local Sea Scout group, SHIP 1992, and today we are presenting 2 of our STEM lessons, buoyancy and the physics of sailing. Now recently, our Sea Scouts have been experimenting with these concepts by building their own model boats. They're going to be making full-size vessels later on this year. So to get things going, we're going to switch over to Chelsea, who's going to get us started.
Density is a property of matter saying how much stuff, how much matter is packed into a certain space. This is a property of 3-dimensional things, but I have here a convenient 2D representation. So imagine if you draw a square and you fill that square with a set number of dots. I filled my square with 100 dots. And then I drew a slightly larger rectangle on the side, and I also filled it with 100 dots. Looking at this, you can see that one of these is more dense. There's more stuff packed into smaller space than the other. This one's more dense. Now, in 3-dimensional objects, I said I increase the volume. Usually it's about twice the size on paper, but it's actually 3 times the amount of space when you are considering a 3-dimensional object, because we have both length, height, and width. So things that are the same size, if they are made of different materials, they can have even different densities. For boats, this is important because we make our boats out of lots of different things. And, well, we want more dense materials so that they will be more sturdy. There's another thing, however. We also want our boats to float. And when you put something into a liquid, it is going to show its properties of buoyancy. Now, things that are really dense tend not to float so well. So we have another property, and that is surface area. So even if you have something that's dense, if it is spread over a large enough surface area, that's going to allow the water to act on it with water displacement. Have you ever put something in a really, really full glass or tub or sink full of water? What happens to the water? It goes everywhere. That's because two things cannot occupy the same space. Now in the ocean, there is no otherwhere for things to go. So instead of flowing out of the way, the water pushes back on whatever is placed in it, which is how we get boats to float. Their surface area is large enough for the force of water displacement to press on them, and thus the boat floats. We got plastic. Two things of the same volume, but if you could feel them, you would instantly tell that one of these is much more dense than the other. Yeah, no surprise there. The more dense one sinks. So we have here some different things that boats are made out of. We have here an example of wood. They are both about the same size, so about the same volume. Actually, this one is a little more voluminous. And if you could feel these, you would instantly tell that one of these is more dense than the other. So let's toss them in and see what happens. Yeah. So this is how things being lighter shows how they float. Now, most of our modern boats are made of metal. And I've got here one little piece of a boat that we had, and it's very rusty because we usually use salt water for this. So here's a nut, and I bet to no one's surprise, this is gonna sink. I have here a jam jar lid, which is also made of metal. And this one, if you can already tell that one of these is more dense than the other, just by size and shape. So one of these is going to sink and one of these is going to float. Yeah, but that's not fair. This one is clearly lighter. Well, let's weigh it down, shall we? I have here some pennies, also extremely rusted, yeah, really gross because we also use salt water and then don't always rinse them off. Yeah. So now, filled with pennies, but man, how are we ever going to make things float? Well, there's another trick we can do. We can make it bigger. Similar lid, this time for olives. But here is the same weight of the nut matching it. Let's spread out the weight so it's nice and even. I put it in there. Boom. So, because there's more area for the water to push against from underneath, we have flotation.
So that's buoyancy and density in a nutshell. Let's switch over to our Sea Scouts, and we're going to hear from Tim Nelson, one of our group leaders, who's also going to talk a little bit about the Vikings, and then we're also going to see some video of Draken, which is a modern reproduction of a Viking sailing ship that actually crossed the Atlantic a couple years ago. And then we're going to take a look at what our Sea Scouts have created.
Hi, I'm Tim Nelson with Sea Scout Ship 1992 out of San Pedro. Now, the Vikings weren't just great explorers and great warriors, but they were also great engineers. And the ships they built were truly amazing, and they were able to take them all the way across the ocean, the North Sea, over to Western Europe, not only to England and Scotland and Ireland, but down to France. And of course, they discovered Iceland and Greenland. Everybody knows that, but we also know that they've all made it all the way over to Newfoundland, Canada, where there are now been some explorations of some Viking colonies there. So these great warriors were great engineers, and these ships were truly amazing. And as I'm here in this rainy Southern California day, it reminds me of how these Viking explorers must have endured some really cold weather as they were on those ships fully exposed. They were not built to be comfortable. They were built to be fast. Now, not only were these ships built to be fast, but they were built to be mobile. These ships could make it onto a beachhead so that the warriors could get off and attack monasteries. They were able to go upriver. They were able to go up the Seine River to Paris and attack the Parisians. They went down the rivers in Eastern Europe all the way to the Black Sea, across the Black Sea to Constantinople. And at Constantinople, they went down to trade, but they also were enlisted to be part of the Varangian Guard, the personal protecting guard of the Emperor of Constantinople. And Constantinople is known today as Istanbul. So the Vikings were able to not only make it all the way over to North America, but they made it all the way down to the Middle East. And they were great traders and great explorers, and it all came down to the great ships that they designed and the great engineering that they had. And now what we're going to do is ship 1992, our top sailor Sea Scouts, we're going to go ahead and try to build some small Viking ships and then put them to a test and see how fast they will sail.
My boat is great because it has the mouth of a dragon, a keel to keep it going straight, and a great foundation for my mast so it will not fall down.
I designed 2 boats. I'm competing in both categories. This is for the regular category. It has to be under 12 inches. I believe in this. It's my little paddle boat. It may not have a sail, it may not have a mast, but I really think this one's gonna be a winner. This one is competing in a special category up against Lauren's boat. She might have the length advantage, but I think this is just gonna be a really reliable boat. The tape back is going to give it a lot of structural stability, and the bow is going to be able to just go straight through. And I like the mast design. I used a custom mast as opposed to the regular dowel.
So this is the SS drill. I named it that because it's the only Sea Scout event I'm actually good at. So it is approximately a yard long, 3 feet, and it fills up about half of our actual route we're going to sail across. I think it's objectively the smartest idea because you can't win a boat you can't beat a boat that's already covering half of the radius of the track. I have to go way shorter than anyone else. So I just objectively made the smartest design for a boat, and then Mr. Nelson decided that wasn't fair play. So now he made an entire category so I couldn't compete against anyone else, which is it's not very cool because I'm just using the rules liberally to my advantage. I don't know, everyone else thinks their boats are superior because they're normally sized and whatnot. Emmett has little rowboats, little seats in his rowboat, which is cute, but I just can't compete with something that's objectively the best design. Yeah.
This is my boat. Currently I'm working on this with a sort of catamaran-like design where it'll kind of go through and then the water will go to the sides and pass through it. Luckily, since there's an area in between here, it'll weigh less but still get the same hydrodynamics to get through. That's my main plan from it. From here, I'm planning to build the sails here, balance them, put a beam between, stick it up again, and then put a flag on top of there. Or put a sail to help propel it forward evenly and not make it skew to one side or the other. Originally, I was planning to add kind of a fin to the bottom to help keep direction, but given the constraints of how deep it goes, I think it'll be wise to make a slight one with hot glue going down, or none at all. But that's my design idea for this.
So my boat, it's a secret design. I'm using some computer-aided stuff. I'm not going to tell anybody about it, but I think I'm going to win.
Before we get into the races, let's take a few minutes to talk about fluid dynamics and how sails work. So let's go back to Chelsea.
So if you look at any sailboat, you will see that there are some big upright bits called the mast, and then attached to that is a big piece of cloth, a sail. And when the wind is blowing, the sail will fill with air and belly out, make a nice round shape, and the boat will begin to move forward.
The cool thing about sailboats is that you are not limited to go just with the wind. Depending on the type of sailboat you have, you can actually point towards where the wind is coming from. The only place you cannot go is directly into the wind.
This is because of the physics principles defined by Bernoulli and the concept of lift. So why does a curve pull a curve? Why does an airplane fly? How does a sailboat go? The answer is all the same. Bernoulli's principle states that the faster a fluid moves, the less pressure it exerts. Fluid, we were just talking about air and wind.
Well, something to keep in mind is that in physics, air and liquid act similarly enough that they can be treated the same way mathematically and are together referred to as fluids. As a ball, a wing, or a sail passes through the air encounters the object with different velocities and therefore different pressures. If we look at this drawing of the boat, we see that there is a curve to the sail. As the air flows across the boat, the air is cut in half by the sail. The air is going to travel at the same speed. However, when the wind splits on either side of the sail, the air on the outside of the curve, or the leeward side, is going to move faster in order to continue traveling because it has further distance to travel. This spreads the molecules of the air apart and creates a low pressure area on that side of the sail. The air on the windward side is going along the belly of the sail, and it's going to move slower because it doesn't have to go as far. So this air is more dense and exerts a higher pressure on the sail. This high pressure wants to move to the area of low pressure, which drives the sail in that direction. The result of this difference in air pressure is a net upward force called lift. Now you may wonder, how come the boat doesn't fall over? The answer is because of the keel and Newtonian physics, specifically Newton's third law, that for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. As the boat is pushed by the wind, the water pushes back against the keel below the waterline, and that is enough force that the pressures of the wind and water nearly cancel each other out, and all that's left is that forward motion from the lift.
Now that we understand the science, let's see our scouts put their boats to the test. We're also going to hear some commentary from LAMI's program director, Bruce Heyman.
Hello, welcome. Very excited to have you here. We're about to talk about the regatta and the boat race that we are going to see. Our contestants have been building their boats for the last few weeks, and they're now ready to enter the regatta and compete. The course is laid out before us. Let's watch as they start the first drill. We can see the first vessel is SS Drill. It's a nice long vessel. So what's happening? Very quick. So they have an extra long vessel. What does that do? That extra long vessel provides a lot of form stability. Stability that allows the boat to stay pointed straight down to the finish line. There's no Bernoulli effect or lift effect. This is purely done. Here is the fan right back here. This is what's providing the energy, and here is the sail. This is what we call dead downwind, and in this case, you just put up as much linen as we sailors often refer to our sails, and let it get in the way of the wind, and the wind will push it out. The fact that the boat is nice and long and almost the width of the course keeps the boat so that it's not getting sideways in the path. This one did very well. So what's happening in this particular case? In this particular case, we can see that the vessel has gotten sideways. And the reason for that is this doesn't have the form stability that the longer one had that in the previous example. Here we can see that the vessel is much smaller than the actual size of the lane so that it can get sideways in it. And we can see that the wind source over here is blowing. Now what happens is the vessel has a center line, and around that center line, if the force is stronger on one side of the vessel than the other, then the boat's going to pivot. And that's exactly what happened. The wind was stronger on this side, so the boat pivoted. This side of the boat started to go faster, and this is called yawing, and that's what caused it to hit the side here. So now we have the Norwegian Lincoln entering the race, and you can see this boat is also significantly smaller. And what happened? The first thing is the boat demonstrated two problems with stability. One, you can see that a lot of the force was up on high, and that pushed the boat over, and it's actually capsized. Now, there still is some of the boat that's above the sea, above the water. None of us would want to be on this boat right now, but the wind is continuing to blow it down. All right, now this vessel is a very interesting design in that it has no hull. So it has only a bunch of structure that will allow it to float. But obviously, water and paper for sails do not mix. They're absorbing the moisture. That's creating a lot of what we call wetted surface. And that wetted surface is going to be very slow. The hull is clearly not floating above the water. It's actually floating somewhere below the water. Why is that? Well, it's because water is about 64 pounds per cubic foot, and wood, that's probably a form of Douglas fir, and Douglas fir is only about 30 pounds per cubic foot. So it is lighter than water, and it'll float somewhere near the surface. Now, this one is probably going to do very good. It has a lot going for it. One, very stable mast. And then because of those outriggers way out in front, it offers a lot of form stability. And it's also wide enough that it cannot be ricocheting its way down the channel. All right. And now we're seeing what happens. And as you direct the fan, this one has similar. Notice that it seriously wants to turn to starboard or turn to the right, but it's balanced well enough that it can make it all the way to the end. Excellent job. All of these designers are naval architects or fulfilling the role of naval architect. They're designing. And when people ask, what is the best design of a boat? Well, there really is no best design for a boat. Boats, like many things, are all a bunch of trade-offs. Whether you're designing a boat to go really fast, or designing a boat to be really stable, or whether you're designing a boat to carry a lot of cargo and bring Christmas presents to all of us. It all makes a bunch of trade-offs. And the person that designs a boat is actually called a naval architect. They get many years of schooling, and they're a form of engineer. They are solving problems. These folks all solved a lot of problems. So we didn't have any losers today. We had a couple of winners. We actually had the Jolly Rancher, not Jolly Roger, but Jolly Rancher with the green sail that won the regular category. And then we had a new category because we had some very creative solutions. We had the irregular category, and that was won by SS Drill, that really long boat that provided a lot of stability. So like I said, we had no losers. What we had today was a couple of winners and a whole bunch of learners. So I hope to see you out there on the water, and please pay attention to STEM.
Hey guys, thanks for checking out our program today. If you have any questions, email us at asklamy@lamytopsail.org, or you can go to our website for more lessons and to see our sailing schedule.
Hi, how are you guys doing? I hope you enjoyed that video. This is Tim Nelson. I'm the skipper with Ship 1992, and we are based in San Pedro, down by the Los Angeles Port Authority, down near AltaSea, and we are a part of Los Angeles Maritime Institute's youth program. They are a academic-based program for the youth of Los Angeles. They take a lot of school children, elementary, middle school, high school kids out on their tall sail ships to teach them STEM-based programs. And we are their youth program. So we are active in building boats and understanding boats. We get out on the tall sail ships. We have to understand the way the ropes move the sails and how to adjust according to the wind. And we're excited to have you guys watch a little bit about us. I also have Emmett Nelson. He's my son. He's part of the Sea Scout program. He's on here too. we're going to answer a few questions that you guys have posted afterwards. Before we go to the questions, I just want to make one note. Today is Los Angeles Maritime Institute's 29th birthday. They were started in 1992. So happy birthday, Los Angeles Maritime Institute. It was all started by a teacher, actually a teacher who started the program, and it's all about teaching youth. So just keep that in mind. We are there for the youth of the Los Angeles area. We want to get out kids of all backgrounds out onto the sea to teach them the maritime sciences, talk about the ocean, but also talk about, being on the water itself and sailing. We have motorboats as well. We are primarily focusing on sailing. But let me go to the first question. How can you get the shape of your boat perfect? So, Emmett, do you want to try to answer that question real quick?
Yeah. There's really no way to get the boat exactly perfect. You have to just try your best to get it the best shape it can be.
Yep, and I wanted to just note, first, you need to understand, as you listen to Captain Heyman on the video, what the use of the boat is. What do you want to do with the boat, right? So you understand what you want to do before you start to put the design into it. Some of the things we talked about were basics of boat building, buoyancy, right? Hydrodynamics, aerodynamics, right? You saw that also earlier in an earlier video talking about lift, right? So these are all things that are engineering components that come into using boats. And you can even see in the news today, I saw this in today's paper, you saw the Suez Canal, right? We have a boat that got turned sideways in the canal and now it's stuck. It's a huge thing that's happening in the world news right now, right? Talking about people not getting supplies and so forth. This has to do with hydrodynamics. This has to do with aerodynamics and sailing skills. This is the same thing the kids were doing with the small boats on a much smaller level. All the principles apply equally. So it starts with building small boats. Ultimately, the kids are going to be building bigger boats. So maybe next year we'll be showing you that. Well, they're actually building boats where they'll be out sailing on them. But just talking about this one specifically, this one was a nice design. It got modified in the race process. But essentially what they did was that it was tipping and falling into the water because the wind was blowing behind. And so they made an adjustment on site to increase the water line on that side. Whole idea, okay, it's tipping, so the water line is going to be higher. But what that did, though, unfortunately, it also acted as a sail and did the opposite. It actually forced the boat to tip over even faster that next time. Okay, so they added a little some platforms here to try to keep some stability, but still was not working perfectly. So this is part of the learning process, and this is why we're here, to help these guys understand how boats work. And because it's not just getting out and sailing on them, it's understanding how they work in order to optimize the use of them. Second question, Emmett, do you want to read that?
Yeah. If it is a boat with just a sail and no wind, what will happen? If you're on a sailboat with no wind, you will just be drifting with the tides and current of the water. You'll have no control of the boat.
Right, and so that's a reason that most of our sailboats will have a motor of some sort, right? In case there's an emergency, you don't want to be drifting out of control. So even our tall sail ships, they have a motor inside there. So when needed, we do have some power that we can apply to it. Ideally, in back before motors were invented, right, they were just using the wind itself. And so that's where understanding the currents, understanding the wind patterns, understanding the weather is really important in sailing as well. Okay. And so these are some of the same things. So the boat itself that got jammed in the Suez Canal, they're saying, well, the wind was an issue. Okay. So, these are the things that we need to know and understand as sailors so that we can better be prepared so that we don't get ourselves into a tough situation out in the ocean. And that's what we're teaching the kids as well. And we're also teaching them how to plot courses. We're teaching them how to be prepared for any kind of circumstance that they may encounter out in the water. And the other thing is that we're also a program that's based in helping the kids not only understand the environmental implications and try to help the environmental the situation within the ocean, but also knowing that there is a maritime industry that is based down in that area, that there are some career opportunities in that marine industry. So that's where we're trying to do, is work with the youth and trying to get them to understand not only the ocean, career opportunities, and it could even be in a university or within the marine industry itself, in shipping or doing whatever they're doing on the water or under the water. And that's also something that we are interested as well, right? Because most of the sea life is not on top of the water, it's actually under the water. So we've got to understand what's going on under the water as well. All right, so I got another question. Since it's our birthday, what is one good experience from 2020 and one thing you are looking for in 2021? So one of the things that we, of course, encountered with 2020 and having the pandemic was that we weren't able to get together. We just couldn't get together, right? So we had to do things virtually. We were actually on Zoom calls like this, and which everybody was doing, but we had a lot of fun activities, a lot of learning activities. And so we kept the program going, and the kids were coming, and they were even doing fun things with Minecraft, building a ship using Minecraft. They were doing some fun activity games, virtual sailing, but they were also just learning basic things like knots, how to tie different knots and so forth. One of the other things that we've done just recently, and it hasn't been published yet, but we've created a sea shanty. So it's actually a really nice sea shanty. The two of our scouts, one did the lyrics, one put the music to it. And so hopefully we'll be launching that sooner than later, so you guys can hear the sea shanty called 12 Knots that they put together. But going forward, so that's one of the things but we get together as the different groups, the youth groups get together and compete in competitions. So we're looking forward to that. Hopefully not going to happen this summer still because of the pandemic, but as things get better, we go up to this San Francisco, for example, and we go up there, we have competitions with the other youth groups where they're climbing ropes, they're figuring out how to signal with flags. There's all sorts of competitions. A lot of them are mental, mind-based, and a lot of them are physical, obstacle courses and the like, tying knots and so forth. So we're looking forward to being able to do that again. And definitely we were looking forward to building boats. We want to start to build some opti and laser sized boats where the kids can start to take them out in the water and sail them themselves. And then just kind of continue to grow the program. It really is based on what the kids want to do. And so that's the whole idea. I think we're going to have a summer camp where we're going to be sailing for about 7 days on the tall sail ships out in the ocean. So that's something that's coming up. That we're looking forward to doing. We get to go out around the islands. People that are listening that aren't from Southern California, we have several groups of islands out in the water, and so we can actually sail and go visit the islands. We can they could jump, at certain areas where it's safe. They can go swimming off the boats. There's all sorts of things. We can go on shore and do onshore activities. So there's all sorts of things that we're going to be doing, and we're just waiting for the ability to get back out. That's starting to happen. We've been getting. We went to sail last weekend out in the tall sail ship with just our kids, and we have a great crew that's there to support us. And you saw a couple of them on the video that actually basically put that video together. And so we are really looking forward to be able to do that with that group, because there's also a mentorship that goes on between the ship crew and our youth. And that's one of the things that's one of the bases for this program as well. All right. All right, Emmett, your hair's all messed up. All right, so anybody else have any other questions? We're here to hear from you. We're here also, if anybody's interested, come down and visit us. Give us a notification ahead of time. Obviously, we've got pandemic protocols that we have to adhere to. We have the three tall sail ships, the Irving and X.E. Johnson. American Pride is another one, which is a schooner, so a different style. The Irving, the Johnsons are a brigantine, and they have square sails. So the kids actually can get up there. They furl and unfurl the sails, so they're getting up high into the to work within the sailboat. So and then we have a new one that we're working on. It's being retrofitted. It's the Swift of Ipswich, which used to be owned by James Cagney. So if anybody's old enough to know who James Cagney is, he's an actor. All right. How many crew members and kids are on a ship? And what do the different crew members do? I tell you what, Emmett, why don't you go ahead and you want to take a stab at that one?
Yeah. There are around 3 to 4 to 5 crew members on a sail with us to teach us. There's the captain who calls the orders, knows how to drive the boat, watches out for other boats coming our way to avoid them. There's his first mate, which he tells them to delegate other orders to the rest of the crew, to set the sails, to pull on some halyards.
Okay, and then so basically they're there to operate the ship, right? But we, as the youth group, or if another youth group is out in the ship with the crew, they will actually be given instruction to those youth to actually do the work, to sail the ship. One of the other questions is, do the students or our youth, do they make the sails? So the answer is no, but they have to know how to do what, Emmett, with the sails?
You have to know how to raise and lower the sails and
Right.
tack
You have to
with
operate
the
them.
sails.
Well, what happens if they do get damaged?
We need to know how to repair the sails. So we have the
they need
flat
to know how to
seam
repair
and the
them.
round seam that we learn to
Yep. So when you're out in the ocean,
tie holes together in the sails.
right, when you're out in the ocean and something happens, the sails get ripped or damaged, these kids have to know what to do, right? You can't just just keep floating out there with no sails. So they learn how to mend the sails. Okay, so that's one of the things that they do as well, and that's actually a competition. That's one of the competitions when they get together and compete. There's some other fun competitions as well. Emmett, did you want to talk a little bit about some of the other fun competitions when you guys get together?
Yeah, we go to competitions called AMR, Intermariner Regatta,
Okay, go ahead, Emmett.
and the Rendezvous, and there we compete with other Sea Scout ships. That competition's about knot tying, sailing, first aid, mariner's quiz, rules of the road, scuttlebutt. We compete with different activities in a competition to see who is the most knowledgeable ship.
Okay. And for more information on that, feel free to contact us. Scuttlebutt's one we could talk about for a while. Actually, it's interesting having to lift a 55-gallon drum full of water up in the air and back down without spilling it. So there's a lot of interesting things that we do, but we're running out of time. So being cognizant of that, we want to just thank everybody and thank Los Angeles Maritime Institute, because they're our sponsoring organization. They are a huge asset to Los Angeles. And once this pandemic starts to get behind us, we're anxious to get the school kids back out on those boats and get them out in the water. A lot of the kids come in from inner city areas that just don't ever get to see the water, amazingly, even though they live close to it. So we're here as a resource for you. All right. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. You can look at Lammy's website. I'm live here in the Space Center in my own space. I'm a Parliament from Outer Space today. Are we live? Are we live? No one's going to tell me if I'm
You know if we're live? No, we're
I
not.
think we're scheduled for live at 1:10.
1:10. Okay. We got 6 minutes before we go live.
Yeah, technically no, it won't because now you're going to be on stream 1.
Oh, Jason, you're live. He says we're live.
I'm live right now. I'm working on this impossible geometry right here, and I can't figure it out for the life of me. I know how it works. It's mathematics, but it's blowing my mind. See, geometry, if you don't understand it, can be pretty amazing. Like if I were to take something like this inside this box. Box, and you assume that this box we'll try this again because it's important to see this all in one shot. See, if I show you this box, by pulling out the green box and pulling the black box out of the green box, you can assume you know one thing about the interior size of this black box in relationship to the green box. And most people will say it's smaller, which is why it looks so odd that the green box can fit inside the black box. See, this is not a magic trick. This is a mathematical principle that will always take place. The boxes are the exact same size. They're just in different orientations. But if you would have said that the one box is smaller, even though they're the exact same size, it's not a trick. If you would have said it was smaller, you would have moved on with the wrong answer. Kind of interesting when you think about it. You would have been comfortable with the wrong answer. You would have said, I already know the answer. I don't need to learn anymore. But that would not be true. Just like you say, oh, I get it. If you turn it around, you see circles. You turn it around, you see squares. You could say, oh, when you flip it around, there's circles and squares. But why does it work? It's the foundation of all science. But I have an idea for you guys. It's a different type of geometry for you. It's another impossible geometry. Now, if you want to talk about impossible geometry, just go to my YouTube channel on Impossible Science. Well, it's called Impossible Science on YouTube. Or you can just go to impossiblescience.com. I'm going to show you how to take a square like this and a metal coaster like this. Now, this coaster is bigger than that square, even on the diagonal. See, it's metal. It's not going anywhere. And I can tell you, using math, we can get this to pass through that little square without tearing the piece of paper. Now, to do that, you've got your length and you've got your width. And most people in geometry will say the longest line inside of this square is the diagonal. But that's only in two-dimensional space. Let me explain. So right now, this is longer than the diagonal, but this square is trapped in two-dimensional space. So let me show you how to expand into the third dimension, all right? We're going to take it, we're going to fold into the height. Then we're going to take it and we're going to fold this corner. We're going to take these two sides and we're going to flatten them out. Again, using the third dimension. By folding that over, we've connected the two length and width. And if we open this up, you have a hole right there that is large enough to pull this through without tearing the piece of paper. Now, why is that possible? Because this is not just any square. I actually made this square. What you do is you take a coaster or you take the lid off of a jar and you take a measurement on it, the diameter of your circle. That's from side to side through the center point. This one is, let's see, it'd be easier to read this way in reverse for you guys. So this one would be 4 inches. Then you calculate the radius. That's half the diameter. So you're looking for 2 inches. And you make a square hole with 2 inches by 2 inches. So when you fold it like this, so when you do fold it and you bring these two pieces together, what you're really doing, once you fold it like this, once you pivot like this, you've really done radius plus radius equals diameter. And that's why this can actually fit through there. Secretly going from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. So have fun with that one at home. And if you want to know more of a step-by-step process of how to do it, make sure you check out the YouTube channel on Possible Science. Now, I've got a special guest from another stream for City of STEM. You know him from Hip Hop Science. It's Maynard Okereke. Excuse me, I actually got my pronunciation wrong of it. It's Maynard Okereke. Maynard, are you on there?
I am here. Can you hear me? Awesome. You know, it's hip hop science, and I wanted to jump on stream number 1, and I felt I had to do it big. So I took a ride in my personal space shuttle, and I am here at the control center speaking to you. We are official in science mode right now. Yes. Yes. Well, for those that don't know or haven't been seeing what's going on stream number 2, I am the Hip Hop MD. I have a platform called Hip Hop Science. I basically use music, entertainment, and comedy as tools to educate on different scientific subjects. I touch on everything from physics to math to biology, natural sciences, space sciences, math, whatever scientific topic is hot, you name it, I'm on it. And I think science is fun, right? That's what we do with Impossible Science. We try to show the impossibleness of different scientific subjects, and I do the same thing with my platform. I try to integrate a lot of entertainment, pop culture references, favorite movies, your favorite pair of shoes, fashion, style. I toss all of that in with science, and it's been an amazing journey. You know, we're doing some really cool things, partnering with some really cool organizations and reaching people all across the world. So I'm actually happy to be on stream number 1 here, sharing this time with you, Jason. It's pretty cool.
Something that would be really cool to parallel with hip hop science. I was thinking about, have you ever gotten involved in balance? Have you ever talked about balance or center of mass or like weights or something? Well, I have an idea.
Wait, yes.
You can take a pencil. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? Can you see that? All right. And if I can get it just to balance just right, it'll do that. Now, yeah, it looks like magic. There's no strings, but there is something different about this pencil. I've moved the center of mass. I've moved the center of mass to below the table. So to make this at home, all you have to do is just put a piece of wire there. I just glued it in the top, and then I put some weight on it. That means it's actually not balancing this section. It's just hanging on this section.
That is awesome. That's it. The crazy thing that, you know, and what I love about what you do with your platform, right, of kind of showing this apocalypse of science and things that maybe seem like they may be magic tricks, but they're actually in fact science, is that science in itself is pretty magical, right? The things that we can do with science, the discoveries that we make with science, it's pretty extraordinary. So when you actually combine these elements that are so fascinating, and then you actually break down how they happen scientifically, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing, and I absolutely love it.
It's always been everything you don't understand. I spent my entire life studying sciences, different fields of science, to be the best magician I could possibly ever be. But now I'm thinking, what impossible topics do people want to know about? And let's just figure out the science that needs to happen for that. See, I know it sounds counterintuitive because we spend our entire life just being told what can and can't happen, and this is what we've done so far. But people often forget there was never a rule book. No one's ever known actually what's possible and what's not possible, and everything we've ever learned came from us. It just came from us.
And it's fascinating. That's an important point you bring up, because we are limited by our own knowledge, right? When it comes to science, we only know what we know, and so the rules that have been set, or the rules that we set, was only based on what we knew at the time. I mean, think about 400 years ago when you had early astronomers that were looking into space, right? Once upon a time, we thought the Earth was flat. Well, some people still think the Earth is flat, but that's a whole nother discussion for another day. But we once thought that we were the center of our solar system, right? And that was based off of what we knew, what we could see, right? And then as technology continues to improve, we continue to innovate, we continue to learn more things get revealed to us. Our knowledge base opens up and we now have a better understanding of so many dynamic things in space, in the deep sea, things right here on Earth, how the Earth was created, how it was formed, because so many different things get revealed to us, our technology improves, and we learn more and the rules change. So whatever rules we think are set right now, think about 100 years from now, the scientific discoveries we'll make because the rules completely opened up again.
Absolutely. I often like to tell people or remind people, like, the Earth wasn't flat because we knew or thought it was flat. The Earth was flat because our data was limited.
Yeah.
Like our data was limited. We took a guess. We turned out to be wrong because data, in a larger sense, gave us the shape of Earth. The funny way to look at it is, if it was flat because the data was limited, well, the real question is, how would we know our data isn't limited in any direction on any topic? And the one answer is we don't. And so we don't know the rules, and we don't even know if there are rules. All we know is what we've taught ourselves so far. Like in a game yeah, I always remind the kids out of the museum, like, we're only as good as our next question, because there was a time when flight, and we'll put it this way, flight was always possible. We just didn't know how to do it till someone asked the right question. And so what I'm trying to remind kids is, like, you could be wondering about a question no one's ever asked before. And so you can't get discouraged if somebody says it's impossible, because you could be wondering about an entirely new question. And,
yep. I have that right here on my wrist. Right? I was affiliated with the Not Impossible Awards, which is this really, really cool organization that helps improve humanity by taking things that were seemingly impossible and making them possible, right? And you're right. That's an important thing that we have to implement to kids. And I do that a lot with my platform, right? I talk about a lot of the history, like light, right? How much we've learned about light over hundreds of years. And I'm sure you got amazing light experiments. But early on, right, we thought that light was just this thing, right, that just shone down from the sun, and it was just this one little we didn't know about the in-depth elements about light. It wasn't until we started doing like wave particle duality and starting to realize that light can act as a wave and it can act as a particle. And I make a lot of references. You're talking about this hip hop science platform. I try to educate people on how do we better understand that. And I always use Drake as a comparison, right? How does light behave? And I talk about how Drake can rap and he can sing, or he can do both at the same time. That's the same way light behaves. It can act as a wave, it acts as a particle, or it can do both simultaneously. And that's how we get so many different amazing things like refraction or reflection, because of all these different elements in the way that light behaves. And we only know that by our capabilities and the things that we're actually able to do with it because of the data that we know now, just like you said. Mm-hmm.
Those are our answers, all right? And so the best way to point it out to people, had the internet been around when we collectively thought the Earth was flat, we would never be able to use the internet to find the true shape of Earth, because everyone's uploading the wrong answer. And so reminding people that you could be wondering about something new, and you could see beyond the answers in your hands, is the foundation of all innovation. And asking questions in a logical fashion is science. And it doesn't matter if people think it's impossible. It's the right question changes everything. And so I'm so excited to have you and everybody at City of STEM promoting STEM education. Everybody, it's just a pleasure to have such an awesome team with us.
Oh, no doubt. And you bring up a really important point, and that's why a lot of what I do with my platform is about accessibility and the importance of diversity in science. And it really comes down to that subject of what you just stated, right? Of being able to spark that curiosity and start asking the right questions. And it's not until that we start reaching out to wider audiences and we start to make science and information in general more accessible, that's when you start to get more interesting minds more inquisitive minds really bring a lot of different things to the table. And diversity is so important because now you can get people from all sorts of different backgrounds, economical backgrounds, you get women in STEM, you get all sorts of different elements that now give you such better data because you have such a wider range of people in general to be able to yield from. And that's why it's so, so important.
Now, there's tons of places to get cool STEM activities and learn how to see beyond your answers, from hip hop science to impossible science. But one of our local museums, the California Science Center, is doing a great job to expand minds beyond the horizon of what we know. So let's go ahead with this next segment on the California Science Center.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ashley. Thank you all for joining me today. I am an educator from the California Science Center. And you might notice in the background there's some breathing. And we'll actually explain what their breathing is coming from in a little bit. So I am an educator from the California Science Center. The California Science Center is a non-profit organization that is completely free to visit. So where exactly can you find us? Let's take a look at the map really quickly. If you take a look at the map right here, you can find the California Science Center in an area known as Exposition Park within the city of Los Angeles. And Exposition Park is a really big place with museums, entertainment venues, sports facilities. So it can get a little bit confusing when you come to visit us, or if you choose to. So let me show you what it looks like from the outside so that if you come to visit, you can kind of get a general idea of where to head to. So let's take a look at that building now. So here we are looking at the picture of the California Science Center. So this is what our museum looks like from the outside. So you can see we are a pretty big facility with lots of different topics to explore inside. But today we are actually going to be checking out one of my favorite places. And that place is known as the Kelp Forest. And there, as you can see in our camera, is where that breathing sound is coming from. And that is our scuba diver. I'm going to turn it over to our scuba diver for them to introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here inside our Kelp Forest tank today. Glad to have you guys on board.
Awesome. So Leroy is here inside of our beautiful Kelp Forest to answer any questions you might have about animals you might see swimming around, Leroy, or you might be interested to know what Leroy is wearing, what equipment he has on. So feel free to start submitting your questions in the chat, and I will be passing that on to Leroy for all of you. Now, Leroy, we briefly mentioned that the area you're in is called a kelp forest. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what a kelp forest is?
Absolutely, Ashley. A kelp forest is an ecosystem found in Southern California and many parts around the world that are very similar to an underwater forest, similar like you would find on land. So kelp is a giant algae that grows off of our shore, and it is home to many, many animals. So it is an ecosystem that is just absolutely beautiful, home to many different species, and we are one of the only few aquariums to actually house this kelp inside captivity. So it allows you to see what a scuba diver might see if you were to go scuba diving off of our shore here.
Yeah, and we are fortunate to offer everyone the chance to get a glimpse into an underwater kelp forest. And as you heard Leroy mention, this is all real kelp. And so we have one of our audience, our scientists from the audience is wondering, how many animals live in the kelp forest?
There are hundreds of animals that live inside of a kelp forest. in the wild. Here inside our exhibit, we have about 40 different species and about 400 individual animals. You can see right in front of me there was a leopard shark that just swam by, which is one of the beautiful inhabitants that you can find here. Right next to me there's a giant sea bass, and all of these animals, oh, there it goes again. All of these animals are prey and predator. They all work together, and this is a really good representation of what you might see in the wild. So everything you see, the kelp, the algae on the walls, everything is natural, everything is real.
Awesome, Leroy. We have a scientist wondering, what is your favorite animal in the kelp forest?
Oh, that is a great question. My favorite animal, I think if you guys can see the giant sea bass that's up in the corner, he might swim by in just a little bit. Oh, there you see his head poking out. Believe it or not, he is just a teenager. He's about 15 years old and weighs about 80 pounds. In the wild, they can grow about 75 years old and over 600 pounds. So really kind of an endangered animal. So we're really fortunate to have him here on exhibit to really show to everyone really the amazing animals that we can actually see in the wild.
Awesome. So I can't believe that huge giant sea bass right now is only a juvenile. So it's probably going to get way huger than that if it's still not a full-grown adult yet. Awesome. So I think what some have compared the size of a full-grown giant sea bass. If you are familiar with the punch buggies or the Volkswagens, they get about that big, over 500 pounds. So they are really beautiful, big, giant sea bass. And that was one of the reasons that they became endangered. We unfortunately overfished them, meaning we took so much of them out of the ocean that there wasn't enough time for them to reproduce and replenish their population. So that is why we have those amazing policies in place, like the Endangered Species Act, to keep these animals protected. So it's really awesome that you all get to check out one of the rarer animals along our coast. Awesome. So let's see. We also have some questions a little bit more about the kelp. So if we follow the kelp all the way down to the bottom where there's rocks, one of our scientists has noticed a structure that kind of looks like roots. Is that a true root?
Yeah, absolutely. So kelp, even though it looks very similar to a plant you might find in the forest, in that it has what looks like leaves, these are called blades. The stem, the trunk is called the stipe, and they have these little air bladders that actually lift the whole plant up to the sunlight, which it needs to grow. And then on the bottom, what look like roots are actually called a holdfast. And that allows the kelp to hold on to the substrate and keep it from getting washed away. And algae, it actually absorbs nutrients through its entire body. So it needs constant water movement to absorb nutrients. And that's why you see what looks like a surge water movement in here. We actually generate that to allow this kelp to naturally grow. And it can grow about 3 feet per day in really good sunny conditions. So very fast growing, and again, home to many, many different animals.
Awesome. Well, that was great to hear your anatomy description of the kelp that we have here. So kelp is very important because it not only provides a home for all of these beautiful animals, it's also a food source for a lot of different organisms living in here. And it is also a great place to be for young animals, kind of like a nursery. It's great protection from them. And algae also produces the oxygen that we are breathing today. So not only do plants on land give us oxygen, but the algae and the phytoplankton in the ocean produces a lot of that oxygen as well. Now, Leroy, I couldn't help but notice you've got some sharks swimming right behind you. And one of our scientists think it was our horn shark, was wondering, what do the sharks eat in here?
Yeah, that is a great question. So, we are one of the few exhibits in the world that actually have predators and prey together in the same exhibit. So it really gives you a good sense of what you might see in the wild. Now, do we want to make sure that our animals stay healthy and well fed? So we provide all of our animals with restaurant quality seafood that we buy from a seafood supplier, and we feed them about 3 to 4 times per week. Now, our horn sharks, you can see them swimming along the bottom. They like to eat crustaceans like shrimp, crab, little pieces of fish or snails. So, great, cute little scavengers.
Yeah, so from what Leroy was saying, we have 2 species of shark inside here. The horn shark, that is known because there's a horn right on the top of its dorsal fin. And we also have another shark inside here that if you saw earlier, it kind of nuzzled against Leroy, and that is our leopard shark. And so, unfortunately, we have a negative perception of sharks, right? Most of us are scared of sharks because we're afraid they might attack us and eat us. And Leroy, is there anything you'd like to say about why sharks are important or why we should be more accepting of who they are?
Absolutely. So when many of us think about sharks, we think about scary movies like Jaws, and they really gave sharks a bad reputation. But as you guys can see, we have 2 types of sharks swimming right by me. They're not scary at all. They're not out to get people. And they're actually a very, very important part of our ecosystem to make sure that our ecosystem stays healthy. So, definitely not something to be afraid of. And if anything, I am the most dangerous predator inside this exhibit right now. So, our leopard sharks, our horn sharks, very important to our ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you for the explanation, Leroy. Hopefully, we can all start to change our minds and perceptions about our sharks because they are very important apex predators. They help to keep the balance in the oceans. And without that, we would not have the balance we have today. And unfortunately, that's what we're starting to see because we are overhunting our sharks in the ocean. Now, with that, though, Leroy, we couldn't help but notice that there is another scuba diver swimming back and forth behind you. Could you tell us a little bit about what your partner is doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the number one rule of scuba diving is that you never want to scuba dive by yourself. So, I have my dive buddy Andrew right behind here. And he's just here to make sure that I am safe. That if I ever get in trouble, or he's here to give me a helping hand. And every time you go exploring the forest or underwater, it's always fun to share that with someone else. So that is what my dive buddy Andrew is here for.
Awesome. Now, Leroy, me and you are able to talk because of this high-tech equipment we're using. But I'm assuming when you're out in the ocean, you're not carrying this kind of technological equipment that allows me to communicate to you. So how do you communicate to your other scuba diver while you're underwater?
That is a great question, Ashley. So right now, I'm wearing a special mask, which allows my mouth to be completely dry. It has a microphone inside, and I have an earphone to allow me to hear what Ashley is saying. I can talk back and forth to her through this yellow cable, not sure if you can see it. So this is special equipment that we use during our shows to talk to people. If I were just to go and swim in the ocean, scuba dive, I would only be able to communicate to my dive buddy using hand signals. So some hand signals are okay, not okay, I'm going up, I'm going down. So only hand signals.
Awesome. And one of my favorite hand signals is that message for shark. That's really awesome. And I just learned recently for the American Sign Language that this is also how you say shark in sign language, as well as this option as well. Now, Leroy, you are being really awesome, and you're kind of just staying in place. And I couldn't help but notice your partner behind you also is kind of just staying in that one spot. How are you able to do that?
That is one of the amazing parts of being a scuba diver, and that is to experience what we call neutral buoyancy. So, we're not positively buoyant, we're not negatively buoyant, we're just right perfect. And the way we do that is how a lot of our fish also stay neutrally buoyant. And fish have an air bladder inside them, which is a little pocket of air, which they can fill with air or let a little bit out, which allows them to hover effortlessly. I also have a vest on me that I can inflate with air, or I can let some air out, and that allows me to sink or float. And the goal is to just get it right, or I can effortlessly float.
Awesome. And I've heard sometimes you also need a weight belt around your body as well. Does that help with keeping your buoyancy underwater?
Absolutely, actually. So, another piece of equipment that I have to keep me warm is this black wetsuit. And it is made out of neoprene, which is a type of rubber, and it's very positively buoyant. It's very floaty. So to offset that, I need a weight belt. I have about 20 pounds of lead around my waist. That counteracts the positive buoyancy of my wetsuit, and then the 20 pounds of negative buoyancy of my weight belt evens out and allows me, with a small adjustment of my buoyancy compensating vest, to achieve that nice neutral buoyancy, which also a lot of the fish are achieving, as well as my dive buddy.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that explanation, Leroy. Now, we've been talking about some of the equipment you're wearing, but I'm kind of curious, how does it feel right now to be underwater in this kelp forest?
It feels pretty amazing, actually. I mean, I'm looking around. I am surrounded by beautiful kelp, many different species of fish like the leopard sharks, the giant sea bass, and being a scuba diver is the closest thing to being weightless and being in outer space. And actually, astronauts, part of their training to be able to experience weightlessness is actually by becoming a scuba diver.
Awesome. I didn't know that. That's really cool. So astronauts have to get trained. They have to become certified divers and get that experience of being weightlessness so that when they do go up to space, they can adapt and already know what to expect. That's really awesome. So I'm wondering, Leroy, since you have that air cylinder, how long exactly can you last underwater?
That is a great question. So, it depends, but on average, about 45 minutes. So if everyone can see the scuba tank on my back, what we did is we got about 100 cubic feet of air, and using a compressor, we squeezed the air inside of my scuba tank. And it's pressurized, and it allows me to take the air down with me. And then every time I take a breath, my regulator allows me to take small parts of that air, breathe it in, and then when I exhale, that's all those bubbles that you see going to the surface. So, and then I have my pressure gauge here, allows me to keep a good eye on how much air I have left. And I still got about 35 more minutes.
Awesome. I'm glad it comes with that gauge, because I'm pretty sure if I was underwater, I would totally get distracted with all the beautiful animals and the environment. So that's pretty handy they came up with that. So you can make sure how long you have left. Now, Leroy, one of our scientists has spotted some orange fish around your fin area, kind of by the rock with red algae growing on it. Oh, they just disappeared right now. But can you tell us a little bit about the orange fish?
Absolutely, guys. So that fish is called a Garibaldi. It is the California state marine fish, and it's this beautiful orange fish. The males are really cool because they build a nest out of algae, and they keep it nice and clean and make sure that there's no seashells or any dirt in there. And it attracts females who lay eggs, and then the males guard the nest and guard the eggs until the eggs are ready to hatch. And what they can do to fend off other fish or even other divers that get too close to their nest is they can make this popping sound using their internal bone structure, and they can use that to scare away other predators or a big scuba diver that might come too close. So they're one of my favorite fish and very beautiful.
Awesome. And I know a lot of you might be wondering, how old exactly are all these different animals? Well, it's pretty hard to tell how old the animals are. But what we can do is we actually have visual references for when animals are juvenile or when they're an adult. So this Garibaldi that you see right now, we know for sure that it is an adult because it doesn't have the blue spots that a juvenile would have. So all the Garibaldi you see swimming around Leroy right now are all adults. What we can do is once the fish passes away, we can actually look at its ear bone, kind of like what we do with tree rings, and we can count that to get an exact age on the fish. And Leroy, going back to your equipment that you're wearing, one of our scientists was wondering, how many pounds in total do you have on your body right now?
I have about 70 pounds of equipment total, which when you carry it on land, my scuba gear, my 20 pounds of lead, my rubber suit all weighs about 70 pounds. So it can be pretty heavy on land, but the wonderful thing is that as soon as I step into the ocean, into the water, I'm completely weightless, and it's almost like you're flying. So just heavy for a little bit, and then it's weightless.
Awesome. So you just have to make it into the water itself, and then you're pretty good. I can't imagine. I don't think I could carry that much. I think I'd have to work out to get to that point. So, Leroy, before we run out of time, there is another fish that we haven't talked about that is my personal favorite fish, and that is the halibut. Would you mind telling our audience a little bit about our halibut?
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure if you guys can see the halibut, but the halibut is a big fish. He's completely flat, and he likes to lay in the sand. Oh, there's a leopard shark coming to check me out. They're really curious, but again, not a threat to me at all.
They want to steal the show today.
Yeah, I think he does. Sharks, they have these sensors on their snout, which allows them to detect electromagnetic pulses of fish hiding underneath the sand. So oftentimes they pick up the signal of my watch, and it just gets them curious on what's going on. So, really curious. But back to the halibut, there's a fish that's flat, lays in the sand, and he waits for some food to swim by. He's born as a normal fish, and then as he gets older, one eye will move from one side of its head to the other side of its body. So now he has two eyes on one side, which allows him to lay on his side. lay completely flat on his side and still be able to see with both eyes until the prey comes by. Really cool fish if you guys get the chance to come by and check them out.
Awesome. Thank you, Leroy, for talking about my favorite fish, the halibut. So it is a great ambush predator. It buries itself in the sand. If you take a look at the picture right below me, it blends in so beautifully. It's a great camouflager. And once prey swims by, it ambushes and eats it right up. Now, Leroy, we have time for one last question before we have to tell our viewers goodbye. One of our scientists was wondering, how do you become scuba certified?
Oh, that is a great question. And the wonderful thing is that scuba diving is such a popular, such a fun, it's such a safe sport nowadays that you can learn to scuba dive almost anywhere. So, and almost anywhere in the world, there's a scuba shop, a dive shop, and you can go and get trained. The minimum age is 12 years old, and then you go and take a class, and then you can go and become a scuba diver. And once you get your certification, you can go anywhere in the world, rent some equipment, and go explore and scuba dive. So, very fun, very safe, and it allows you to explore a whole new underwater planet. So I highly recommend it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Leroy, for telling us how we can become scuba certified. So you just have to do a quick Google search on your phone and see where the nearest scuba diving shop is, and then you can contact them, and they can let you know how the classes, how much the classes are going to be, and how the training is going to go. And so they would have a better idea of how they're going to certify people during this pandemic. Now, I would love to thank you, Leroy, so much for getting into this nice. I forgot to ask you, Leroy, is this water cold or warm?
It is pretty chilly, guys. It's about 60 degrees, so I'm a little chilly, but I have my wetsuit, which keeps me warm.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds really cold. I am so thankful I am dry on land right here. But thank you for getting into this water for us today, and your partner as well.
Thank you guys for joining us. It was really nice to talk to you.
Yeah, so if you would like to come and visit us and check out this kelp forest in person, you can head on to our website at californiasciencecenter.org. And if you click on that tab where it says visit, you can get all the information you need to visit us. So because of the pandemic, we are following state guidelines in limiting our capacity within our museum so that you are safe and our lovely staff here are safe as well. And so we are actually have been reopened starting today. And so hopefully you can come join us and check out our website, see how that works. We have a video that gives you a good glimpse into what you can expect when you come and visit us. And it also lets you know what exactly you can find here in our museum. And before I turn us back, I just wanted to switch us back to our beautiful kelp forest here and say one more thing about our beautiful kelp forest. This window is about 24 feet tall, and I think it's about 188,000 gallons of water. But I think we forgot to mention what kind of water is this, Leroy?
Absolutely. So, even though we are in the middle of downtown Los Angeles, we actually truck in water every single week directly from the ocean, salt water from the ocean, to make sure that the kelp, the fish, the algae all have the proper nutrients and chemical structure in the water that they need to really thrive and be their best.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. Thanks for all the wonderful questions you provided for us. And thank you, Leroy, for getting in this water today. We hope you enjoy the rest of your beautiful Saturday today. It's great weather out there today. Enjoy your Saturday. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good one.
All right, that was the California Science Center, continuing the City of STEM 2021. And that was live feed from their huge kelp forest. How cool was that? We got live footage from underwater. And I got to say, the California Science Center opened up to the public for the first time today in over a year. And a lot of the museums here in LA are starting to do that. So be sure to check them out. I said this earlier today, but 2020 was a tough year to be in a nonprofit or a museum, especially a science one. So whatever you can do to help support, keep them vital resources in your community, please. Well, hey, I am super excited for our next segment. We are going to be talking to start off, we're going to be talking to Alie Ward, who is the 2020 City of STEM Icon Award winner. And she's also the host of the Ologies podcast, and she consults on a ton of TV shows, and she's a host on the Innovation Nation. Looks like her video is coming up right now, and will be coming up pretty soon. There she is. Hey, Alie, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm so honored to be here. I'm fangirling all over the place with everyone.
Oh, that's super nice. Thanks. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for returning to City of STEM. And like I said, you're the Icon Award winner. I have to ask, how has your life changed since you were the 2020 Icon Award winner?
Well, you can tell I put it right on my bookshelf so that people can see it. I just
I love it.
carry this around with me. Just, this? Oh. No, it's such an honor. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
I just love being involved with all y'all. And you're doing so many great things. This whole day is just jam-packed full of icons and heroes and inspiration. So I feel so lucky to be here.
Well, thank you very much. And we invite you because you are an icon and a hero to a lot of people. And I got to say, there's been this sort of new wave, and I don't know if it's just happened in 2020 or a little bit beforehand, but definitely like hit its stride in 2020. This new wave of science communicators and people trying to bring science to the public, both kids and teenagers and adults. And the awesome thing is you were there first. You were pretty much the vanguard of this, but it's all women who are doing this. Could you talk a little bit about that? And why do you think that might be important? And what does that mean for the future of science education?
It is really an honor to be involved with that, and it's kind of seamless for me because I see all these people who are in science communication who are peers of mine and doing maybe different types of communication, but everything from Emily Calandrelli, the space gal, is doing incredible work. Simone Yetch is a good friend of mine, and she's a maker on YouTube. Cara Santa Maria, Dr. Crystal Dilworth, all these friends that I've seen them kind of behind the scenes, and it's been really cool to see all of these careers kind of explode. And I think that the democratization of using our voices on social media and really being able to say what we want to say without having to get approved by someone who is the director at a cable company has really let the cream kind of rise.
That's cool. So what are some of the things that you think have been sort of in the background and that needed to come out but that were prevented and now can? What were some of those stories or some of the perspectives that we needed to hear more of?
Yeah, I think that a lot of women who were in science communication felt like it was gate-kept by, I'll be honest, a lot of cable audiences. I feel like we used to have a lot of things like, major networks on cable would only, I was told to my face, would only hire a man to talk about science. I was told that to my face in a meeting. And so,
holy cow.
Yeah, because they look at their demographics if they have mostly male viewers.
Yeah.
So I think that we've been told that a lot. And being able to do so much outreach with podcasts, with TikTok. Emily Calandrelli is giant on TikTok. Simone on YouTube. So being able to really curate and use our own voice has been able to kind of highlight the human stories also behind science. I know that's one thing I love to do, but bringing the enthusiasm to science and bringing the excitement for launches and the excitement for field work is something that I think a lot of female science communicators do really well because we are able to do that without having executives telling us what to talk about.
That's awesome. And yeah, I can imagine some of those, I'm not going to name names, but some of those cable channels, there's only so many World War II movies that you can watch or whatever. But that's cool. And I'm about to hand this over because I know you've got a really great guest that you're going to be talking to who's really connected to the Space Center and to what we're all about. But before I do that, I never asked this, but what got you interested in science? Like, where does this come from for you?
You know, it was something as simple as a toy microscope I got when I was about 8. And I don't think my parents were thinking much about any impact. I think they just thought, we're in a rush. It's Christmas.
What are we gonna do?
Like procrastinating shopping. And I got a toy microscope that was probably $10, and I had some slides, and it just opened up the world that there was so much wonder and mystery in the world, that was both bigger in the sky above us and smaller as a dead fly on the windowsill. And it really just, it sparked a bonfire of curiosity. So something as simple as that.
Oh man, well that's really good to hear, because I just brought home a microscope to my daughter who's 5, and we spent a ton of time looking at all kinds of stuff the other night. So it's good to know that leads to a future like yours, which is pretty awesome.
She'll be streaming from a hoverboard in a hologram talking about that in 30 years.
Exactly. All right. Well, audience out there, welcome back to City of STEM 2021. I am super honored and super happy to introduce Alie Ward, science communicator extraordinaire, host of Ologies on TV all the time, and she's going to be talking to Deanna Trujillo, flight director for the Mars Perseverance rover. I'm handing it off. Have fun.
Okay, I'm gonna fangirl. I'm gonna freak out. Hello, Deanna Trujillo. It is so incredible to talk to you. I'm going to try and keep my cool here because you're just about one of the coolest people on any of the planets that we have robots on. Now, you have worked with NASA since you were 24. You've worked with Curiosity. You've been the telecom system engineer, mission lead. Can you tell me a little bit about what you do now and what your latest mission was?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here. I'm super excited that the Columbian Space Memorial Center and City of STEM is having such an amazing programming. So to answer your question, yes, right now what I do is I'm flight director for the NASA Perseverance mission, which is the mission that just landed on Mars on February 18. And our main goal is to find out if there was ever any life on Mars at some point in the past. We have a lot of firsts on that mission that I will be happy to talk to you about it. But one of the things that is really exciting is the fact that we have the first helicopter that we have taken to another planet, and we're getting close to actually starting the helicopter mission. So everybody should stay tuned to that.
Literally just got goosebumps when you said that. That's so exciting. And there's so much passion behind what you do, I imagine. Can you tell me a little bit about what ignited your interest in space and robotics and the type of work you do?
Yeah, I will tell you a few things that happened for me. So one of them is I'm the type of person that loves to look at the sky. I'm the type of person that loves to look at the stars, especially when your day's not going the way that you're hoping it does. And then you lay down on the grass and you look at the stars and you feel like everything just makes sense. And everything is so peaceful and with so much harmony. But it's very interesting to think that you're thinking that way, but at the same time, everything else is happening. The stars, you're going around the sun, the planets are going around the sun. Everything is so much more powerful than that very simple way of seeing the star being so peaceful. So I think that it started for me as how does everything work with so much harmony, and how does everything work so perfectly, knowing that there's giant bodies out there going around. And so that's how it started for me. And then with respect to robotics, I think for me specifically, I am actually Hispanic. I was born and raised in Colombia and came here much later in my life. And I think I always had in me I can stay still. I am super energetic. I feel like I live my life as if I was having 3 shots of caffeine every 2 seconds, but that's just me. So I just like to learn. I'm just curious.
Mm-hmm. And, I understand that at kind of a young age, you were inspired by a magazine article that you saw. Can you recall anything about that or that moment?
Yeah, the magazine article that you're referring to is actually when I was going to decide or declare my major when I was in university. And right before I was going to declare my major, I had been on the guilt trip of the line where you're telling yourself you're not good enough, that's not for you. There's no Hispanic people on this line. Your English is your second language. Why are you here? And right before I was going to walk out, I looked up and I found this magazine. It was actually a NASA magazine with all the women that had been astronauts, with their bios. And I realized that no, if they could do it, certainly I could as well. So that was how the magazine came into my life.
Oh, and you mentioned, you touched a little bit on imposter syndrome, and maybe fear of failure, I feel like, is something that keeps a lot of people away from science, because from the outside, science looks so perfect and clean and like they know what they're doing, and you don't want to be a bull in a china shop. But I understand that your work deals a lot with sick vehicles and failure and testing failure. Can you explain a little bit about how important trial and error is in science and engineering?
Yeah, of course. So yes, you're absolutely right. Sometimes we think about science and we think, oh, what university do you have to go? Oh, is all these Ivy League universities super expensive? Not for me. Oh, am I actually from this country? I'm not from that country. Or the other way of seeing it also is, am I as smart as Einstein? And if I'm not Einstein, then not happening. So I think it's all of the reasons why we all, I will say, particularly for me and for my culture and for as a woman, honestly, that we think there's just all the reasons why we cannot and why we don't fit. But interestingly enough, my job is actually to try to figure out what are the potential issues that the mechanisms or the actual devices, in this case the rover, will have on Mars. And it spans from actually trying to make sure that if the robotic arm gets stuck. So I worked on the 7-foot arm that has the 2 instruments that do the bioscanning on the surface to determine if that's a good sample to capture to answer the question that we're going for the mission. But we have to also test, what if it actually fails on the way out? How do we actually retrieve it? And we not only do that with the devices, we also do that with people, the operators as well. What if we actually get the vehicle sick, and that same instant, you no longer have direct communication with Mars, between Mars and Earth. So how much time do we have to respond? How do we actually respond? Are we gonna freak out? Which we shouldn't. And so it's actually a ton of fun to try to break the system itself and see how do we get out of this problem.
Mm-hmm. So you really do have to confront the possibility of something breaking and not working in order to go ahead, right?
That's right. It's all about trying to see how it would actually work and get yourself ahead of that moment, which is why I think that myself, having come from Colombia and having come from the culture that I am, it really helps me because I'm always looking ahead of, like, 10 steps ahead. What is it going to happen? How is it not going to work? How do I actually get in front of it? And it helps me think about the failure modes and try to figure out an answer for them before it happens.
And I know that interplanetary robots are a big enough accomplishment, but let's say you had a time machine and you could go back to younger Deanna, whether it was on this mission or when you were first starting. Is there any advice that you would give to yourself in the past?
That's a good question. I will not change anything that I have done in the past. So I will say that the question maybe is, what advice, now that I know what I have done, I will give to other people. I think that one thing that helped me a lot was I really focused on trying to learn about myself, what I really liked, what other people were actually trying to do. Are they actually make me, do I really like what I'm doing, or is it because somebody else told me? Am I nervous about this, or is it because somebody else made me nervous? And recognize the distinction between who I am and what I like versus everything around it. And then writing down what I liked. So my advice will be like, hey, write down what you really like and put it in a place where you're going to see it every day, because everybody's going to spend time telling you why it's not. And you're going to have to spend the time for yourself to tell yourself why yes. And so I used to, on the mirror, my bathroom, I would just paste the list of the things that I was going to do with my life at some point. And I will read it every morning, brush my teeth. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it. And looking back, it's like, yes, I actually did everything on that list, which is insane.
Who knew that a Post-it note could be the key
so powerful
to get living your dreams? And can you tell us right now, obviously we are not on Mars, can you tell us what is Perseverance doing right now while we sit on Earth?
Yeah, so Perseverance right now is getting ready for the helicopter mission. So what that means is 2 weeks ago or so, we were driving around and we took images of where we think the helicopter will be deployed and then doing the first flight. Right now, starting actually mid next week, and then probably the next week or so, we will continue to park and analyze the terrain to make sure that that's the right spot to actually start the helicopter mission. What the helicopter mission really means is deploying the helicopter, doing the first flights, and there's a series of flights. It's a tech demo. It goes up to 5 meters, it takes images, and then it comes back down, transmit the images to the rover, and that's the intent, is to demonstrate that we can do that on the surface of Mars. So it's going to be a pretty exciting time for the next few weeks.
How has that impacted your life working with another planet's solar cycles and things like that? Have you had to adjust to Martian sols?
Oh, 100%. So that what I mean with what your question really is about the fact that, you know, when we get to the surface of Mars, the first thing that you want to do is check that nothing bad happened. And what I mean with that is you're crossing the atmosphere at 20,000 kilometers per hour. You have to go from 20,000 kilometers per hour to 0 in approximately 7 minutes. And then you need to make sure, I know. And then you need to make sure that once you land, that everything is okay, nothing actually broke. So for the subsequent several weeks, we spent time moving everything, deploying everything, taking pictures of everything, making sure we're okay. But to do that effectively and the most efficient way, we need to make sure that we are operating the rover during the daytime, just like you and I, right? 6 a.m., I don't know, maybe to 8 p.m. when there's sunlight, depending on the season. But to do that, Earth day doesn't actually matches Mars day. So at some point when it's Mars day, it is evening for us on Earth. So the answer to your question is there were many times during the last month where I went to work at 2 in the morning when it happened to be 10 a.m. on Mars. So it's like, oh yeah, 10 a.m. on Mars, 2 a.m. us. And we just went like that. But it's cool. I mean, you think about it and you're walking in knowing that it's daytime on Mars and that you're just tracking the planet.
Oh, I mean, speaking of those 3 shots of espresso, I don't think anyone will blame you if you required that with the 2 a.m. call time. And, you know, can you tell me a little bit about how you hope that your work changes life on Earth a little bit, or what legacy you would love to leave?
Listen, I think that there's a lot of legacy on the things that we're doing with this whole program, right? We first wanted to understand if there was the ability to actually sustain life. So the way that I describe it is as if you are going in, you know, I love car trips. So as if you're going on a car trip and then you see the empty house and you're like, oh, you wonder who actually lived there. And I wonder what those people did, but you know, there was somebody there because the house is there. So curiosity understood that there was the environment to sustain life. And then we went to the next mission, which is Perseverance, where you're now asking who lived there, right? And my analogy of the house is like, I see the pods, somebody cooked here. So I wonder who that is. And so I think that that's kind of what we're doing now, is trying to figure out if there was life. And then I think that if we discover that there was life, the way that I describe it is I feel like I just dropped the mic at JPL that day and I'll be like, I'll see you. Like, I don't know what else we're going to do except telling everybody we're not alone in the universe. And although we all know that the sun is in the middle of our solar system, sometimes we behave like it's us. And so that I feel like will be the beginning of in my opinion, the beginning of the human legacy to do better as human beings, to be kind with each other, to recognize that there's way more out there than ourselves and our own needs, that it is a network it is a network of life everywhere, right? And so I think that that's going to be, I think, the most important thing for me to help discover.
That actually brings up a question I was afraid to ask, but I'm going to ask anyway now. You said the day that perhaps life is confirmed and discovered, past life on Mars, you drop the mic. I want to know, how long is it between you finding out about life on Mars and the rest of us? Like, does that have to go through like 6 months of no one can know, or how long until we would find out those kind of results?
I mean, that's the beauty of working for NASA, right? The reason why we do this is because we want to understand the universe, the planets, and how everything works, and we want to understand it together. If you go and look at the images that we have brought down from the mission, it's interesting because I'm watching the actual image coming in on my computer as I'm sitting on console, and then my phone buzzes and they have already tweeted about it. I'm like, oh, this is great. There's even a GIF about what we just did. So the answer to your question is it's public immediately. So and I'm not joking about the GIF. It has happened multiple times for me where I'm actually displaying the image and I'm like, why don't we just go to the social media page and they just actually have a much better GIF than me doing the two images. So I think that that's the thing that's awesome is the mission itself will be 2 Earth years. And so the mission sets itself up to answer that fundamental question of was there life in the past? And the same time that we're going to find out is the same time that the public will find out, which is why it's so important that everybody should investigate with us, because there's so many images, there's so many things in there. You know, Alie, one thing that is interesting about your question is in a lot of the images that we put publicly, which is all of them, that is the first time somebody sees that rock. And so in every single image is the first time in that image. So I'm sure there's things that people can help us find out.
Wow. And you said 2 years, but obviously Curiosity has been up there longer. Can you tell me a little bit about what happens after the Perseverance's first 2 years, how it might continue to serve to help you investigate?
Yeah, absolutely. So to take a step back, which I love describing it this way, is, you know, Curiosity or Perseverance, they were both a small SUV laser beam eye nuclear powered robot that we took. And in both cases, because it's nuclear powered robot, we can drive it as long as we can have, you know, as long as we can have power, which is the nuclear power feeds into the batteries, which is why we drive. We don't have solar panels like Opportunity or Spirit. And so in this case, that lasts approximately 10 years or so when it starts decaying even more, but that doesn't mean that we cannot continue operations. So Curiosity's main mission was 1 year, and after that it went into extended mission. Same thing is going to happen with Perseverance. And what we do is we answer the main question, but there's so much more to answer and so much more to investigate. So we are lucky that we can continue to come up with new questions based on the search that we have done and the investigation that we have done, and keep going to the next level.
Mm-hmm. And I know this is going to be a hard question to ask, or to answer, but what is your favorite thing about work? Your favorite thing about what you do? Favorite part of your career?
I think that the favorite thing that I like about what I've done is that I don't stay on a single thing. I like to describe myself as a firefighter version of engineering in this case, right? And so my job really is, where is the problem? That's where I go. And so it's actually coming out with new problems. It's like, oh, I didn't think that will work that way. Let me find out how it actually, why it did that, or why did it flip that way, and investigating. I think that's the part that I love about it, because it's so much newness all the time, new things that I didn't expect that were going to happen. So I'm never bored. So that's what I love about my career.
I think that that's such a good lesson about not being afraid of problems and getting excited about figuring out a solution, you know?
Absolutely. It's so funny that you say that, because we have, even at my house, we have this little song and dance that we do where there's a problem. We're like, yay, problems. And everybody just dances. And it's like, because a non-problem day is a boring day for us. So I think that, so yes, you're right.
Oh my gosh, so many life lessons. Number 1, Post-it note on the mirror. Number 2, yay, problems. Going to be the new way I live. You know what's funny is in the middle of this, I had on their chat, I had asked the director of this, like, how much longer do we have? Because I was so afraid I was going to run us over, because I have so many questions for you. I was like, I have so many questions. I'm too excited to talk to you. And now they're asking us to wrap up, which I could sit here all day and ask you questions. You are just incredible. Such an icon. Do you want to let people know you're from Cali to Mars on Twitter, right? You're tweeting there. People can follow you there.
Absolutely. Yes. So I am from Cali to Mars on Twitter. And every Tuesday, I do a program with NASA called Martes de Marte, which is Tuesdays of Mars, where we do a recap of the mission. So if folks want to know how Perseverance is doing, that's a good way of catching up.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your work here on Earth and on Mars. Just can't wait to see what else comes out of the feed. And thank you from all of the earthly beings who are on this planet. It's been such a joy to talk to you, Deanna.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been so much fun.
Have a good one. And now we're also super lucky. We are going to a Women in STEM panel. I'm very excited about this. This is a Women in STEM panel that has a ton of great guests, and it is hosted by a friend of mine. Her name is Dr. Crystal Dilworth. We also call her Dr. Brain. She's on CW's show, Mission Unstoppable. She's incredible. So we are going to flip over to her, and I'm just waiting to make sure that we've got, I know we have a couple of different windows going, so I want to make sure we've got the right window up for her. But I hope that this has inspired everyone to go, grab a Post-it note and think about your dreams, celebrate problems. And now we will go ahead and toss it over to Dr. Crystal Dilworth, who I'm just a huge fan of and a good friend of. Have a great panel. I can't wait to watch that.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here to celebrate contributions in science, technology, engineering, and math, and especially to lead a conversation about the contributions of women in those fields. I'm Dr. Crystal Dilworth. I'm a molecular neuroscientist and a science communicator, and also you might know me as Dr. Brain on the Saturday morning CBS show Mission Unstoppable. I'm here with 3 other incredible women in STEM, and they've graciously agreed to share their stories and discuss how women can all work together to move forward in science, technology, engineering, and math. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves because they're all really amazing. And so, Soni, why don't you take it away?
Hello, I'm Soni Kaur. I actually probably relate myself as a martial arts enthusiast before I turn into a project manager. I'd say that's probably where I start off. I have nearly a decade of experience in delivery of rail system integration projects. And I help Hitachi Rail's customers meet their vital safety requirements in the transportation business, moving passengers safely through the urban and suburban communities, as well as support freight customers with the safe movement of goods. Highlight of my experience has been, delivery of business critical projects where we delivered a world's first fully driverless freight train, as well as first communication-based system using satellite for train localization in the remote region of Western Australia. Moving on, coming from Western Australia into the US, we have recently gone through a safety certified system for the Positive Train Control Project in PTC, which is based in Boston, Massachusetts. So in a nutshell, now I'm currently working, and I think this is going to be my most challenging project. It's an upgrade to BART system in San Francisco, and we are increasing the frequency of trains, and passenger capacity in the most heavily trafficked area, say within the BART system. In a nutshell, that's me.
Well, as someone that grew up in the Bay Area, I'm very grateful that the BART system is going to be getting an upgrade and that you are working on it. Lisa, do you want to go next?
Sure. So hello, I'm Lisa Bain. I'm a mechanical engineer and I work as a engineering manager at Aerojet Rocketdyne. And my team, they design combustion devices for rocket engines, so igniters and injectors and gas generators and nozzles, and they go on rocket engines that go into space. So it's a really cool job. I'm really excited about it. I'm also a mother of 3 daughters who also have STEM careers. So I'm really excited to be here and answer your questions about women in STEM.
You're literally nurturing the next generation of STEM.
Literally.
I love it. Shalini.
Hi there, my name is Shalini. My education and background is in biomedical engineering. And, since graduating from school, I have tried a lot of different areas in the corporate world. And I'm currently working as a business analyst in information systems for Amgen. And if you haven't heard of Amgen, we make, therapeutic drugs in about 4 different therapeutic areas, like cancer, neuroscience, cardiovascular diseases. So it's kind of a large portfolio, and we make drugs for, grievous illnesses within those. And more specifically, my role as a business analyst, I work on creating innovative technology solutions for complex scientific problems. So specifically, we work with our, research groups, people that are conducting the experiments in the drug discovery phase, helping support, their technology needs in terms of capturing the data that's generated. I have several hobbies. I'm a scuba diver. I'm an advanced open water certified. I live in Florida, taking full advantage of my geography. I'm really big into gardening, traveling, and really just exploring the world in any medium that I can get myself trained into. If I could, I would be an astronaut. I really want to, do everything I can to learn as much as possible about this beautiful world that we live in, because it's really fascinating to me.
I always think that one of the great things about STEM is that it can be sort of a universal language, like the way that the global community of scientists understands the universe really can be a type of common ground that we can all find. But sometimes it takes a while for us to find our way to that community. So I'd love it if each one of you could share sort of like that eureka moment when you kind of knew STEM was for you. For me, I kind of had 2. I was always interested in people. People are really weird. Their behavior seems really difficult to explain. So I kind of always had an interest in the brain and how it contributed to like the weirdness of the human experience. But it wasn't until I was an undergrad working in a research lab and seeing the teamwork and the camaraderie and the collaboration and the way that everybody was bringing their own intellectual strengths to the table that I really said, okay, I want to go to graduate school. I want a PhD, and I really want to be a scientist. So whoever wants to jump in first to share, please do. Did you have a moment like that?
I'll speak first if you don't mind. So I was like you, Crystal. Actually, I really thought people were interesting, and I actually started down the path of psychology and got a psychology degree first, and was going to go on to grad school. Got a job in an engineering company, and that's where I really discovered that I liked solving technical problems. And so they actually gave me that work to do, and that's when I decided to go back to school to get an engineering degree. So
I think we need more people that understand the complexity of people helping to solve technical problems. That's a personal opinion, but
I think it helps. I do. I think it helps. I think that degree helps me in my job. I definitely think.
So I'd go second. I had joined engineering initially to break the whole stereotype, women in engineering. So I had between my circle of friends, there were none that were doing engineering at that time. So I was like, hey, listen, I'm going to go first. I'm going to, make a difference. So my eureka moment actually did not come till the last year of my undergrad degree. I had taken up a huge task. My thesis was around a new innovation within the electrical industry. And I was in this room full of like prestige scholars, wanting to hear how I did my final year project. And I was like, hey, I can do this. I got it. That was for me. That was at least for me.
That's amazing. I'll go next. So I think for me, my eureka moment was earlier. So I'm actually a first-gen immigrant. I moved from India when I was 12. And, you know, as if being a teenager isn't hard enough on its own, a lot of things changing, moving to the other side of the world in a completely different hemisphere was definitely adding a more complexity to that challenge. And for me, it was, I think around high school is when, you know, I was just kind of struggling to fit in. There's just, you know, I felt like I didn't belong. It was very hard. And for me, it was the first thing that I connected with during that time was the science subjects. You know, that I was kind of, you know, I found a place for me. You know, there's a lot of places I feel like I shouldn't be in, but this was like, it made sense to me. Like you said, Crystal, earlier, it was, you know, I was seeking to understand so many things at that time. And science was something, the subjects within that I was enrolled in was like, okay, this makes sense. And the other big eureka moment for me to support that was, you know, my great grandmother, she lived to be over 100 years old. I think she was like 105 years old when she passed away. And there was an observation that I made that, you know, I do notice her having sauteed garlic with every meal that we served to her. So I just became curious. It's like, did that have something to do with maybe her elongated life? And that turned into a science fair project for me. So I investigated the antibacterial properties of, you know, and antifungal properties of garlic. And by the way, I found garlic is great for you. Please keep eating it. And that, you know, it went past the school fair and went into the state fair. You know, I won a couple of awards, and that's kind of when I knew that someone like me who doesn't have the answers to a lot of the questions that I have can be the person to find the answers and provide that to the community. So I think that for me was that, you know, maybe I should pursue something in science. Like, this is something I can do as well.
I think that's an amazing example of why we need diverse contributions to the pursuit of science, technology, engineering, and math, because who we are and where we come from and the personal experiences that we have definitely influence the questions that we ask and the way that we go about answering them. But Shalini, I'm going to throw another question back to you. Was there a particular mentor or sponsor that you worked with or that inspired you that really kind of helped you get on the path to professional scientists? Because science interest and profession are two different things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not one single person, to be honest. I am a firm believer in, like, you are the CEO of your life. You can hire and fire a board of mentors, and you let them, get, I had a lot of diverse inputs. I talked to engineers. I talked to people that were in med school. I talked to people that were doctors. Like, it was like me going around interviewing people for information, basically, and the group of people change, right? You are your CEO, so you get to decide. You can have a lot of inputs, and I did just that, and I continue to do that. I always seek diverse input. Like, I'm thinking about doing this. Use people as a soundboard. This is what I'm thinking. What can you tell me that I haven't thought about? What is your opinion? And you kind of take that. You take all of their inputs, and then you decide for yourself, because this is your journey. And to be completely honest, none of my friends from high school went to my engineering school. Everybody kind of fled to the liberal arts, college. And I was actually one of the only ones that, went to the engineering school that I chose to go to. And then I kind of had to start over with, my friends and building a community from scratch, basically. So it was all the inputs that I took. It was tempting to just kind of follow a group of people that, you already are used to, but I'm really glad I didn't do that, because I'm really grateful for the path that I chose, because it really did influence me in becoming who I am today, and I'm really proud of that.
I love that you didn't have one mentor or sponsor, you had a committee. I really like that. Sony, what about you? Was there one person that really believed in you that kept you going, or did you have a committee too?
Well, I'd say that, I looked around mostly within my organization, within Hitachi. We had, few women who actually won this particular back in Australia, who she was leading a really complex project. And, having seen her gone through the work actually gave me, a feeling of, listen, this could be something that I could fast into becoming a project manager. So I started off as an engineer, and now I'm, delivering projects, which is not where I wanted to be, I'd say probably originally, but now I would not have anything, any other way. I have similarly, I think I looked at both on the client side. I've been fortunate enough to have mentors both from internal organization as well as on the client side, where the way they deal their day-to-day, the way they function within, how they see problems, how they solve problems, one way, indirectly has impacted me in a positive way, I'd say.
So sort of role models. You can see the things that you want to emulate and the things that you really don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Lisa.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I definitely have collected a lot of mentors over the years, and I think it's important to to always kind of look for things that you need to work on, and then look for mentors to help you with that, whether it be presentation skills or leadership skills or technical skills, and just make as many find as many resources as you can. I love that CEO of your life. Can I use that?
I'm gonna steal that too.
Yeah, but also, and then when you learn something, reach back and pull somebody else up. Be a mentor to somebody else, as soon as you can, in as many ways as you can. I think that's really important too. So that's been very fulfilling for me too. And I run a mentoring program for my department now, just because I think mentoring is really important.
Yeah, I didn't have like one sponsor or one mentor, but there was in that research lab that I worked in as an undergrad. It was mostly men, male, principal investigator, male postdocs, male graduate students, but the lab manager was a woman, and she was from the Czech Republic, and she ruled with an iron fist and such style. She would come in, her hair done, lipstick on, scarf, high heels. She'd go into her office and come out like it was Superman's telephone booth. Hair back, lab coat, clogs. She would do her work, and she'd go back into her office, put on a fresh coat of lipstick, and be gone, to have dinner with her husband. And the grad students were so scared of her because she was such a good manager and such a good scientist. And when I got into grad school, I had a conversation with her, and I was like, I'm really worried that I'm not going to fit in to science. Like I like clothes and I like makeup, and that's not a thing that scientists are supposed to like. Like, how did you do it? How are you yourself and in science? And she was like, girl, it's not about that. It's about what are you interested in, and, following your interest and your passion. And other people are going to have opinions about you no matter what you choose to do. So you might as well choose to do what you're interested in and what you're good at. And it was such a simple answer, but it really made me feel like, okay, I can go to grad school, I can be a scientist, I can do this, and I think for everyone in this conversation, we've all had the experience of being the only woman in the room, the only woman in the lab. So what is that like for you guys? Lisa, maybe you want to take this first.
Yeah, I will say, recently I just see that changing a lot, and I'm happy to see that. But when I first started, I felt awkward in that, looking back on it, it might have been more my self-confidence. But it didn't take long at all before I don't even notice it at all anymore. It's, we're a bunch of engineers, we're there to solve a problem, and gender has nothing to do with it. And so it really, it's come a long way, and it really didn't bother me very much at all at first.
Shalini, what about you?
Yeah, so definitely have been in that situation time and time again. I went to an engineering school and I work in information technology. So there are many times, more times than I'd like to be when, I am either the only one or a very underrepresented group. And I think, that is how it goes. That shouldn't stop you from contributing your best ideas forward. Right? So just because that is the case, it doesn't mean you're worth any less or that your ideas are any, poorer than if that wasn't the case. So I think it took me some time to realize that because it feels uncomfortable. It feels like you don't belong there, and it just kind of naturally comes about. I think you just really have to remind yourself that your value and contribution are just as good, and if not anything, have the courage to speak up and state them confidently. There's a lot of ways you can work on that inner confidence, despite how you feel in the moment in these groups. The power of body language, the power of just reflect and think about what you bring to the table and believe in yourself, and do it anyway.
Sunny.
I say for me, I think seconding to what Lisa's saying, things have changed a lot in the last, I'd say, good part of 5-6 years. But when I started in this industry, I always felt intimidated being in a room full of men where often more than less, where you are not heard. You just feel it's unheard. In now situation that I'm in is everything that I say is amplified. So you've gone from a situation of not being heard to now in another situation with anything that you say, any word that come up from your mouth is going to be amplified. So it's really important how you carry yourself and how you create a positive situation out of a negative, really. So that has been my experience lately.
So I'll ask the next question to you as well, Sunny, because I think it's a really good add-on from your answer. When is being a woman sort of a superpower in your job and in your field? When do you feel like it's an advantage?
So for me, and I apply this in my day-to-day life. Like I deal with my colleagues, my they are more my friends, I'd say. So I find that women has a really strong power in terms of empathy. So you have empathy, you understand how to communicate with your colleagues, whether it could be a personal matter, it could be a work-related matter, but you would be able to help them at a person. Not that you have to, it's not part of your job description. You do it because you want to make that a better place to work, make it a situation where a colleague can reach out to you at a personal level and still have I find in that time frame generally people deliver better projects because they feel that they're heard, they feel they're part of a family, and I think that's for me has been a superpower.
Lisa, what about you?
I would agree with Sony, and also I think being able to multitask and the skills I learned as a mother also definitely helped me at work, especially as a manager. Definitely the empathy, and also sort of being a coach, like I was for my children, just sort of a life coach and understanding where they're coming from. So I think definitely that there's advantages to being a woman at work.
I find this question a little harder to answer, because perhaps, because every single person, no matter how you relate, whether, it's a man or a woman or something else, you have the ability to bring a lot of impact to any situation you're in. Perhaps societal pressures in the past have kind of, or stereotypes have led to, different opportunities and a different, skill set and inequality in general. But, I think we just need to start seeing people for who they are and everything that they are, and what they can bring to the table to, bring that superpower of their own individually to the group. And things like, empathy, compassion, being authentic, these are factors that can enable anyone to become a superhero and bring that great power to the team.
Oh, that's such a great answer. And I think, to kind of add on to that a little bit, the importance of having a diverse team, to collaborate, to answer a question. I mean, coming from neuroscience, we do a lot of our behavioral experiments in mice, and usually it's only male mice. So the data that we have really is quite gendered, and it's only now that we're starting to understand that that's, we have a great model for male mice, but that, we're not actually including the entire picture of mouse behavior or of human behavior. And I think we see the medical field as well, realizing that the lack of representation in the people that are studying medicine actually means that there's holes in our understanding. And so I think that is one of the major benefits of having many, many different types of people from different backgrounds. To kind of expand on the need for different backgrounds and different experiences in the table, I think that there's this myth that everybody gets to professional science career in a certain way, like you are on the honors track in high school, you go to a name brand four-year university, you get your recommendations from your professors, and then you go on to your career, and that it's quite linear and you just kind of follow the steps. But I think that this group knows that that's not really. I don't know any single person that got into science that way. I mean, I had a career as a professional modern dancer before I went to graduate school. This is not usually included on the normal pathway to STEM. So Shalini, do you want to maybe share some of the unconventional steps that your path to STEM took?
Absolutely. I mean, like you mentioned, my path has been anything but linear. And I'm not really sure who is linear, because, when we think about career paths and, all the advice that you get is you do this first and then this and this. And it's just great. I honestly couldn't get that when I was there. So I actually had to try a lot of different things. And I think in general, I think we're living in a really fascinating time, and I'm genuinely excited about it. There's just the access to information, anything you want to learn. So I really encourage people to just kind of follow what they're curious about, and not really worry about the linear line that they're trying to draw that really shouldn't be linear. Because, so at least in my experience between my hobbies and even my professional roles, I've worked in the automotive industry, I've worked in a clinical research firm, I've worked in consulting. So, naturally, I just kind of got an exposure to so many different things that I honestly didn't plan for, but they really did expand my perspective and even my skills. So there were still skills that were transferable that I was building on during these diverse experiences. So I really do firmly believe that you can learn from everything and everyone. So choose them wisely, but really stay authentic to yourself. If you're curious about a certain field or a certain firm, there's a lot of ways to, be a part of that. And I fully encourage people to see how they can do that. Hit up somebody, ask them for an informational interview just to learn about what they're doing, how they're doing, so that can, help your perspective and expand it. So yes, my path has not been linear. I've been all over the place, and I'm all the more grateful for it because it really helped me become who I am today.
Thank you for sharing that. Lisa, what about you?
Oh, definitely not linear. Yeah, just started out in education, switched to psychology, graduated in psychology, then went back to school for engineering. So I guess the thing to stress is you can change your mind, as you find out things. And just for my daughters as examples, one knew in 6th grade she wanted to be an architect and never swayed from that. And but then the other two were more unsure, and went into kind of general science degrees, and then worked for a while and then went back to grad school in something specific. So once they got some experiences and decided what they want to do. So I think there's a lot of pressure on young people to, you know, to decide early and know what you want to do. And you know, I'm perfect proof you can always change your mind.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think sometimes, especially like in elementary, middle school, we encounter this weird idea that you have to choose, like, are you a science person or are you not a science person? And for me, always being a dancer and interested in the arts, but also, you know, good at and interested in science, that was always like really upsetting that I had to divide myself and then choose which half of myself I wanted to develop further. And then of course, as an adult, I learned that that's not necessary at all. Sunny, the martial arts enthusiast.
Oh, yeah. So I started off as a, you know, I kind of knew I was not going to make a career out of martial arts. You know, it's a constant failing. Like that's, I think has, you know, probably for me, it made me who I am, right? Because martial arts is, you fail a lot more than you succeed. So, you know, there's so many different things that I've actually pulled out of martial arts, right? Career linear, to be honest, the linear path in career for me, I did my certificate in engineering first. So I didn't really go into, because I, you know, did the whole, you know, situation of applying into universities. I did not get through the first time round. So I actually went through a certificate path. And that landed me a job as a quality assurance manager, far from, you know, where I am today. I was in a production environment, manufacturing. And now I'm sitting here, you know, I've obviously has gone through my degree and had my technical role, and now a project manager in the US. And I mean, how I never would have thought I would have been here, but on the other side, you know, an opportunity came across and you just take it. You just present it by itself, you know, and I think that's the best, I suppose, approach, you know, so not have everything written in stone for you.
Yeah, I think that it can feel a lot more secure to have this idea that there really is a stepwise process. And if you complete the steps, then you'll get to where you want to go. But, you know, I think there's a lot more richness in the experience of just running the experiment. Like, am I interested in this? Let's invest some time and find out. And there's so much pressure on us when we're young to choose what we're going to be when we grow up. I think that if we can start to expand our idea of the, you know, what childhood and early adolescence really should be, and allow ourselves to explore and not have to choose an identity right away, you know, maybe we'll be a lot happier with our adult choice. I mean, I'm happy with mine, but I know a lot of adults that don't seem happy with theirs. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Well, we're getting to sort of the end of our time. So I would love if every one of you could kind of share maybe some last thoughts on what can people that are excited about STEM, interested in STEM, what can girls, women that are interested in being involved with STEM maybe do to connect and to give themselves their best chance of finding their nonlinear path through or to STEM. Lisa, do you want to take it first?
Sure. I would say, you know, observe people in their jobs. And if you're interested, you know, you want to find out more, contact those, you know, contact people in that field and get information, get mentors, and find out all you can about those careers.
Shalini?
Next, yeah. So I think one of the most inspiring quotes, profound quotes that I came across around this was, you know, there's two most important days in your life. The first one is the day you're born, and the second one is the day when you find out why. So I definitely encourage people to be in the pursuit of finding your calling and you know, your why for your life, and just explore, invest the time and find out what you like, because it's not all going to come to you in one day. So it's very much a journey without a destination, and you just keep getting better and better idea of what you are and what you like, and let that guide you to find you know, what you should do.
Sunny?
I'd say, you know, reach out, right? Like we are always, like for me personally, I was afraid to reach out to anybody, really, my peers, my colleagues, my friends, professionals that were in the engineering industry. And it would have really helped if I would have gained or crossed that bridge earlier. As you would see what they go through on a day-to-day basis, what issues they are facing. How can I, is it even me? Can I even take this? And it's always without reaching out. I don't know how anyone can make such an important decision, really. STEM is a huge industry, whether it's an engineering, on the engineering aspects, which is where I come from, but you guys, from the science aspects, it is, I'd say from a younger generation, it's difficult. But to be honest, I think we are in this day and age now that things are a lot accessible. You can now reach out. You have all these social media, and things are a lot easier right now than they were in the past.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And with social media now, it's a lot easier to reach out. Send someone an Instagram DM, and find scientists that work in the field that you think that you're interested in, on their social media, because we're out there, and that's a great way to kind of know what's available. Well, thank you guys so much thank you women so much for being here and for contributing to this conversation. I know that we could continue to talk for a really long time, but hopefully we did a good job of kind of at least sharing some of our personal experiences as women in STEM. And I hope that those of you out there that are watching this have a wonderful day, and that you continue to enjoy this city of STEM. And that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Gracias por estar con nosotros. Let me say that one more time. Thank you so much for staying with us today. I am so sorry. You can find me over on stream number 3, where we have lots of Spanish content happening. So just took me a second to switch myself out of the Spanish back into English. I am here to help Ben out a little bit, because if you hop over to channel 2, I believe, stream 2, you can catch Ben having a conversation with astronaut Garrett Reisman. Now, my name is Evelyn, and I work at the California Science Center, which is another amazing STEM institution that all of you can come and visit. You can check out what we have to offer. I hope that you check it all out. Now, I am here to introduce our next segment, which should be a lot of fun. Now, for this next segment, you are going to need some supplies if you want to follow along. So let me just check my list real quick. So 1 empty plastic bottle, 2 envelopes, 1 sheet of paper, some tape, some scissors, and some markers. So take some time, run around, see if you can grab those things, because our next presentation is the Evelyn E. Perkins Scholarship Foundation. Super fun to have somebody else on the same stream has the same name that I do. And they are going to talk a little bit about female star sailors. Now, the first time that I heard that title, I wasn't sure exactly what they were going to talk about, but I think it is very exciting, and hopefully all of you have the opportunity to grab those supplies and be able to follow along with their fun activity, and really to be able to gain a little bit of a different perspective. So this next thing will be super awesome. And if you'd like to then catch some more things in Spanish, hop over to stream number 3, where they are making some jellies. And I got mine started, but didn't get a chance to finish it. And I believe that later on, we are going to make some slime together. So tell all of your Spanish-speaking friends to come and check us out. So let's check out with the Evelyn E. Perkins Scholarship Foundation has for us today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show this afternoon titled Female Star Sailors, Past, Present, and Future. By chance, do any of you know of any who have traveled to space? Well, if not, you have 4 of them today. Talking about not only these 4 amazing astronauts, also the different objects in space, as well as how to travel to space. Finally, my engineer specialist, who you are going to be meeting in just a moment, has prepared a special hands-on activity for you to do with him before the end of today's show. With that said, let me introduce you to the crew of the Space Shuttle Faithful. Oh, I almost forgot. Today, we will have 3 junior space cadets joining us as they are preparing for their upcoming research assignment, Life on International Space Station. So now that you all know what today's show is going to be about, let's go meet my crew members and the cadets. Hello, crew members. If I can have everyone come into the meeting room with me, I have some announcements to make. Today, we have some visitors with us who are here to learn about the female star sailors we are highlighting on today's show. We also have 3 junior space cadets coming to visit with us today as they are preparing for their research assignment, Life on the International Space Station. In a moment, I'm going to welcome our space cadets in and introduce you to them. After that, I'm going to talk to them about the different objects in space before I bring them in for each of you to introduce yourselves and the 4 female star sailors as well, the exciting new book that features a female astronaut, and how we can travel to space. Okay, here we go. Cadets, come on in. My crew and I are ready for you. Welcome, junior space cadets. How are you today? I hope you are all excited to be here. If possible, can you wave to our audience and say hello to them? Cadet Mason, can you wave hello? Cadet Destiny, can you wave hello? And Cadet Marley, can you wave hello? Awesome. Now I will allow my crew members to introduce themselves, starting with my communication specialist.
Hello, Cadet.
Next, we have my mission specialist.
Thanks, Captain Steve. Hello, Cadet.
Welcome,
Welcome,
engineer
cadets.
specialist. Now that we have all been formally introduced, let's begin your training for today.
Captain Steve, what kind of objects are we going to see in space?
Cadet Mason, that is a great question, which is why you are here. Let me start off with the sun. This star is the largest and most massive body in our solar system. It provides nearly all the energy needed to sustain life here on Earth. Research says that the sun is 4.6 billion years old. Wow, that's old. Next, we will have the planets in our solar system. Mercury is the smallest planet in our solar system and the closest to the sun. Temperatures can reach up to 427 degrees. Now that is hot. The atmosphere is very thin on the planet, so it would be extremely hard to breathe without your astronaut gear. Venus is the second planet closest to the sun and has an atmosphere that is mostly carbon dioxide, which is what we breathe out every day. Research says that the temperatures on this planet are hot enough to melt lead and the air pressure is strong enough to crush our bones. Ouch. Earth is the planet closest to the sun and is the only planet as of now to have liquid water. Earth's atmosphere and oceans have its surface temperature within a range that can support life. Mars is the 4th planet closest to the sun and is said to have a rocky surface. Mars has the highest volcanic mountains in our solar system, and right now, the rover Perseverance is there surveying the planet. How cool is that? Next, we have the largest planet in our solar system, Jupiter. This planet is made up of different types of gases, which is why it is also known as one of the gas giants. Saturn, which is another gas giant and the 2nd largest planet in our solar system, is known for its rings that surround it. These rings are made up of gases, asteroids, and other objects that are floating around in space. Now, cadets, do any of you know anything about one of these 2 planets? Uranus is the only planet in our solar system that is currently known to spin on its side. NASA states that it's surrounded by a set of 13 rings, and this planet is known as an ice giant. The last planet in our solar system is Neptune. It is the furthest planet from the sun, and the atmosphere there gives the planet a bluish color, as you can see in the image. The planet is also known as an ice giant. The last two objects in space you need to know about are, one is asteroids, which are made up of different materials, and most are in the asteroid belt, which is located between the planets Mars and Jupiter. Last but not least, comets. They're made up of small chunks of dust and ice. There are billions of comets in the solar system. The best known is called Halley's Comet. Now that you have learned about some of the different objects that are in space, we are going to visit my communications specialist, Lieutenant Beck, and she is going to introduce you cadets to the female star sailors we are highlighting in today's training. Hello, Lieutenant Beck. Take it over.
Hello, Captain Steve, and thank you. I am Communication Specialist Beck, and I have my two communication specialists in training, Marley Leonard and Destiny Hill. Yes, and first up, Dr. Mae Jemison. Marley and Destiny, did you know Dr. Mae Jemison knew she wanted to go to space as a young girl? What an outstanding woman Dr. Mae Jemison is, and her contributions to NASA. We are proud of you, Dr. Mae Jemison. Hey, Marley and Destiny, let's talk about Sally Ride's accomplishments. Yes, Dr. Ride applied to be an astronaut at NASA, where she received her PhD. Then she was selected by NASA to be an astronaut candidate. Wow, in 1984, she took her second trip aboard the Challenger and is inducted in the Astronaut Hall of Fame. Dr. Ride has really made women's history. Yes, and her mission was a 9-day STS 56 mission aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery in 1993. Yes, Dr. Ochoa has been recognized for many awards, such as the Presidential Distinguished Rank Award for Senior Executive in the federal government. We salute you, Dr. Ochoa. Yes, Miss Williams was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 1988. With extensive training as an astronaut, Miss Williams became a flight engineer where she spent a total of 322 days in space. Now that's a long time. She is the second Indian woman with the longest record traveling in space. Yes, Marley, I'm so glad you and Destiny were here to help share our female star sailors with everyone. And maybe one day both of you may want to become a female star sailor. Now, back to you, Captain Steve.
little video about her book. Let's watch the video first.
All right. Wow. Hello, cadets. We have just learned about 4 female star sailors. But did you know 65 female astronauts out of a total of 565 space travelers have already been to outer space? However, not one astronaut, woman or man, has ever traveled to the planet Mars. No humans, not yet anyway. Just rovers, which are man-made devices operated by scientists here on Earth and sent to explore outer space planets. Mars. Do you know what Mars is known as? Mars is called the red planet because iron minerals in the Martian soil oxidize or rust, which makes the soil and atmosphere look like the color red. NASA scientists and scientists from around the world have been studying the planet Mars for a long time, and recently, just like Captain Steve said, the rover Perseverance took the next step in Mars exploration when it landed in Mars crater on February 18, 2021. That was just a month ago. The goal of that mission is to find out if there is or ever was anything living on the planet Mars. That's exciting. The science fiction story that I've written, 327G, is an exciting adventure about the first successful human mission to Mars. There are 5 crew members, 2 female and 3 males. The protagonist or main character is Dr. Hazel Pensing, and she is the mission specialist assigned to extract specimens from the surface of Mars. Now, when the astronauts in the story successfully return to Earth, the Martian debris is tested by several scientists, and most of them determine that the sample from the red planet is hazardous and toxic to human beings and their health. That means it could harm somebody. But Dr. Hazel insists that the sample has medicinal properties that heal deadly human diseases and can cure even cancer. But how does she prove it? Well, to find that out, you'll have to read the book. So look for the book, 327G, on Amazon.com and in Barnes & Noble websites. Check it out. Back to you, Captain Steve.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Michelle, for that wonderful introduction to that book. That sounds very exciting, cadets. Make sure you read that. Now what we're going to do, cadets, is we are going to have engineer specialist, Lieutenant Alfonso. Lieutenant Alfonso, take over from there, sir.
Review the items necessary to travel to space. First of all, you will need training as an astronaut. NASA astronaut candidates must complete 2 years of intensive preparation, including land and water survival exercises. Once you have passed survival training and specific skills training, you are ready to embark on your mission upon the Space Shuttle Faithful. Are you ready? Of course, you will need a spacesuit. The spacesuit includes a cooling garment because it gets hot working on the shuttle. Sometimes you can be working on the shuttle for 8 hours plus. You also need a helmet, gloves, boots, and a life support system. Let's look at the shuttle. That animation that you see there, the blue external tank is the space shuttle's gas tank. It provides the fuel for the shuttle's 3 main engines. The 3 main engines are not enough to get the shuttle into space. It will need 2 extra rocket boosters on each side of that fuel tank. By the way, the actual space shuttle that we all recognize is called an orbiter. Now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, and as we hit liftoff, both solid rocket boosters ignite. As we increase in speed, the front of the shuttle and blue external tank get more and more pressure from the air. Around 2 minutes after liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters are detached and parachute down to Earth. They splash into the ocean and are retrieved for future use. The 3 main engines are now the only ones propelling the space shuttle into space. At about 8 minutes and 30 seconds, the main engines cut off and that external tank is detached. The tank will head back to Earth, but it will never reach Earth. It'll burn up in the atmosphere. We now use 2 other rocket motors that will blast us into orbit. And get this, once we are in orbit, we are traveling at 17,500 miles per hour. Once we are in orbit, we are now ready to dock at the International Space Station. So now that you know what it takes to get to space, we're going to go ahead and we're going to build our own little spacecraft or our space shuttle. And as you can see, there are certain items that you need. We do need some tape. I have both Scotch tape and masking tape. You could use whatever you want. I already have some pieces of tape cut for me. We have markers, any color will do. A plastic water bottle, empty of course. Also a piece of regular size paper and 2 envelopes. So let's go ahead and get started. What I would first do is position my empty water bottle lengthwise, right? The long side, along the long side, the short side is here. And I start to wrap this together. So I create a cylinder. Now, notice as I'm putting this together, I'm going to need some pieces of tape that I have already pre-cut that I start to put down to bring the paper together. Now, notice on one end, we have the drinking spout, right? If you can see that. On the other end is the flat bottle of water. I want to place 2 pieces of tape, one towards the front and then another one toward the rear, just before the end of the bottle. Remember, I want to move the bottle toward the front, so I have the drinking part over here on this end, because what I'm going to do is form what is called the nose cone. And I do that by pinching the paper together and kind of rolling it as I pinch. Now, as you see here, it's the pointed part of our space shuttle, right? So I'm going to take a piece of tape and I'm going to go ahead and tape down that nose cone like so. So as you can see here, I've now got the tip built. This here is the fuselage of our space shuttle. And now on the back end, so that the bottle doesn't slip out, we start to fold the paper over, kind of like we are wrapping a gift. So if you see me, I just folded in 4 places. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it doesn't have to be fancy, just so that I have the end closed. And then, of course, I'm going to put a piece of tape just to hold that all together. So now your space shuttle should look like this. Nose cone, the flat end, which we're going to draw our rockets, and the fuselage. The next thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and take one of our envelopes. One of them is going to serve as the wing. The other one is going to serve as a tail fin, also known as a vertical stabilizer. So taking this piece of envelope, I'm going to fold it over, forming a right triangle. So if you can see that, all I did was I folded it, and now I have a triangle here. What I need to do now is cut this piece off. The way I will do that is to fold this over on that end, and I'm sure you've done this making your own little paper airplanes, etc. But I fold it to where I want to cut it. Now, if you have adult supervision, your parent or guardian can help you cut this with a scissor. But because I don't have a guardian here with me, I'm going to go ahead and cut this by hand, which I'm sure many of you are going to do. So I'm going to start tearing it right here. And that would then leave me with my tail fin, right? For illustration purposes. Okay, the next thing I want to do is I want to form my wings with another envelope. What I'm going to do is fold the two ends like so, if you can just follow along, so that I fold now 2 triangles. But instead of cutting it off like we did last time, I'm going to take some tape so that I can tape this down. We are not going to tear it or cut it. Now that'll keep my shape for my wings. What I need to do now is assemble this. So where I have this tape, I can lay that down about right there. And now you can see it's starting to take shape of a shuttle, right? Here's the bottom part. What I'm going to do once I get into position where I want the wings is I will go ahead and I will take another piece of tape. And with this piece of tape, I'm going to tape down the front end of the wing. And then I'm going to take another piece of tape and tape down the back part of the wing to the fuselage. And now I have a wing that is not going to come off. The next part I want to do is add in my vertical stabilizer. Now, you as the designer and creator, position this where you want it. You can have it up high, you can have it down low. I'm going to put mine so it looks kind of cool and aerodynamic. And I will just tape on one piece to one side, right? And you can be using Scotch tape also. I'm using masking tape so it stands out. And then I put the other piece and tape it down on the other side. And now I have what looks like a really cool space shuttle, but we're not finished. With my markers, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to paint on here my windows because your astronauts need to see outside, right? So I would actually color mine to shape along the fuselage, as you can see. But you can be creative and create it however you see fit. I think you can see how mine's starting to come together here, right? I got my windows for my pilots. And you would just continue to color that in. As you can see there, now I have some windows. Of course, you want to continue to decorate this, but I am also going to put on here my rockets, right? And the space shuttle has, as we were talking earlier, the 3 main rockets along with 2 other rocket motors to get it into orbit. I'm going to go ahead and draw mine on here. You see I have 3 now rockets there. Now you could get fancy. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but you can continue to customize your rocket with red and black. And then of course you can put on some finishing touches, like maybe write on here USA, and maybe put on some additional windows or something. So that is the building of our rocket, of our space shuttle. And you can go ahead and get additionally creative. I turn it back to you, Captain Steve.
This I want to show what I was able to make, Lieutenant, because I followed along with you. So here's an image of mine. So then that way everybody can kind of see. I was able to make mine. And then I know the cadets were able to make theirs as well. Cadets, can you guys show us what your shuttles look like? And then Mason, can you tell us a little bit about how you were able to make your space shuttle?
First, I got a bottle and then I got a sheet of paper. I wrapped the paper around the bottle and I used tape to secure the bottle and I used the envelope for the wings and I used the markers. I used the black marker for the front window and the 2 windows on the side. And I used the red marker for USA on each side.
Awesome job, Cadet. Lieutenant Alfonso, I think we have another aerospace engineer coming up. Well, at this time, if there's anyone out there, if you have your shuttles finished, please share photos of them on our link so that way we can see what your space shuttles look like. Cadets, at this time, we thank you so much for being part of our show today and coming and learning a little bit more about space. We thank you also, crew members of the Faithful Shuttle. Thank you guys so much for being here with me today. Thank you for sharing that information about those 4 female space sailors. Also about the amazing book, Dr. Shaw, I went to read that. And Lieutenant Alfonso, we thank you so much for the activity. Everyone, thank you so much for being part of our show. Everyone, if we can wave bye to our audience.
Bye.
And let's tell them bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back to City of STEM 2021. I hope you super enjoyed that, the Evelyn Perkins group. And I just need to let everyone know out there that because of all of the content we're bringing out to you today and all of the responses that we're getting, we have pretty much maxed out our bandwidth over here at City of STEM headquarters. So I think we were supposed to have even more kids on that last one, but we couldn't get everybody in. So to the students who might have not been able to have been on that, we apologize. We'll have you back for other stuff, but that was an excellent presentation just now. Really thank you for that. Hey, I wanted to kind of set up what the next one's gonna be. But I also want to take like 2 minutes and just say, just thank our sponsors again today. Amgen is our lead sponsor. We have the Financial Partners Credit Union, who's sponsoring all of the Women in STEM content today. And of course, there's the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Aerojet Rocketdyne, SoCal Edison, Hitachi, DeVry, the City of Downey, Downey Unified School District, Downey in Northrop Grumman. Downey Unified School District is sponsoring the esports tournament, the City of STEM esports tournament that I hope you guys have watched some videos on so far, and we're going to see some more later today. Just really thank you very much for everything that's going on and that you do for City of STEM. Coming up next on Stream 1 is going to be the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. And the cool thing about them, not only are they a super awesome aquarium down near the beach in San Pedro, which is the sort of coastal portion of LA, they're going to be highlighting this sort of Southern California, Los Angeles tradition of when the grunions spawn at this time of year. So grunions are little tiny fish that lay their eggs in the sand, and then all of the eggs hatch around this time of year, and you see all these tiny little fish making their way back in the ocean. It's really become a tradition down here, and it's great to see Cabrillo kind of highlighting that. So I guess with that, and actually they've got a great title for their program just now. It's called Love in the Time of COVID, the Grunion style. So let's give it up for Cabrillo Marine Aquarium coming up next.
Hi, everyone. We're here from the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, and my name is Sarah, and I'm one of our women in science because I have a degree in biology and I have a master's in biology. And you'll see we're a diverse group of scientists here. And I'm going to have the lady next to me introduce herself this way.
Hey y'all.
Or the other way.
My name is Shauna. I am an educator at the Cabrillo Marine. I've been here for 20 years plus in education, and actually, I've gotten my degrees, Bachelor of Science and Master's in Science in Marine Science. So we're all representing women in STEM today. Irene?
And here I am. I'm Irene. I'll be working more behind the scenes, but I thought I would introduce myself by saying that I have a mechanical engineering degree and pursued a career in IT. And I am so happy to be able to reconnect with the life sciences working for Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. Thank you very much. I'll be monitoring the chat session if you have any questions.
Okay, well, before we start talking to you about our amazing Grunion, we're going to show you a little video about the aquarium.
The Cabrillo Marine Aquarium is a trusted resource that inspires exploration, respect, and conservation of Southern California marine life. We are located at the southern end of the 110 freeway in San Pedro, at Cabrillo, and next to the Port of Los Angeles. Most of your clothes, household items, and transportation come through this area from international sources. We are a place to explore natural areas such as beaches and tide pools, a place to learn through experiences throughout the aquarium and our coastal parks, and a place where you learn that nature and animals are something to protect and respect. At the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, you can find animals such as, yeah. And we do a lot of research at the aquarium too. So we're going to get started. Before we really dive into things, we also want to give a shout out to Dr. Karen Martin. She
And if you don't have tin foil, even just a piece of paper, like regular size 8.5 by 10 paper. So like I said, we'll need tin foil, rulers, a ruler, scissors, markers, and that's all you're going to need to make our Grunion. Maybe we'll make a whole school of Grunion. Who knows? So the other
we're going, well, Irene is managing the chat. So we really want you all to think like scientists as you learn about Grunion fish. scientists ask lots of questions and have lots of wonders. So as we're learning, if you want to type into the chat, Irene will bring her back from time to time to check in with what kind of questions you all have.
Thank you, Shauna.
All right, and we're just going to get started learning about what makes a fish a fish. I've lost all of my visual aids, so we're just gonna, use our imagination today. All right, so today we're gonna learn about the Grunion fish, the California Grunion, and for some of you that may speak Spanish, you may know the word Grunion, but this fish is not grumpy. It's really cool, but first, before we really get into Grunion fish, let's think first about what makes a fish, okay? Now, first let's think about, where do fish live? Yes, they live in water. They live in rivers and lakes and the ocean and all those places where we have water, and they're able to swim around in there. And let's think about, do you like to swim? When you're swimming, can you breathe in the water? No, you can't. You have to hold your breath, wait till your head is above the water, use your lungs to get some oxygen, and then keep swimming. But a fish doesn't have lungs. They have what? Yeah, they have gills in their bodies. So you all could pretend like you have gills. The fish's gills are usually hanging out, well, actually behind their ears too, right here. They usually have some coverings over their gills, so you can have some gill coverings too. And how they breathe is they open their mouth wide, let the water come in through their mouth, and open up their gill coverings. And as they're swimming, the water moves through their mouth and over their gills. And that's how they get the oxygen out of the water. So you try breathing like a fish yourself. Yes, all right. Now, let's see. We actually share something in common with fish too, is that they have this thing along their back. If you feel your back, can you feel those little bumps on your back? Yeah, that is your backbone or your vertebrae, and fish have those too. Now, some fish, their skeleton and vertebrae are made of bone, like us, and other fish, like sharks, their skeletons are made out of cartilage, that's like in your ears and in your nose. So if you feel that hard bit, that is also what can be making up the skeleton and backbone of a shark. And now let's think about what is on the outside of their bodies. What covers the body of a fish? We are covered in skin, but they are covered in, yes, they are covered in scales. Now, if they're bony fish, they're covered in scales. If you're a shark, they're actually covered in these little tiny teeth all along their skin. Can you imagine being just covered in teeth? I don't think anyone would mess with you if you were covered in teeth. And so that's why they have those scales or dermal denticles if you're a shark to keep them protected. Now, lastly, we have to think about how a fish moves. And we're going to get more into this when we make a fish with Sarah. But thinking about how a fish moves, what do they use? Yeah, they use fins, aletas, right? They're using those to help them swim around in the water. And they have all sorts of different kinds of fins that each one has a different kind of job that we'll learn about with Sarah. And as I said, there's so many different kinds of fish. Sharks are fish, rays are fish, skates are fish, grunion are fish. There are some fish that are so teeny tiny and start off as plankton drifting in the ocean. And then there are some like the whale shark, the largest fish that there is, that could be upwards of 30 plus feet long. But today we are going to focus on the grunion fish. And now I do have something that I could use as a map to show you where grunion fish live. If, let's see, we got to get ourselves to North America. All right, here we go. Here's North America. Here is California in the United States and down into Mexico. So let's see. Yeah, here's San Francisco. It's really cool. The Grunion fish just pretty recently started living up all the way up in San Francisco in the bay there. And they go all the way down to Los Angeles, all the way down here, down to the tip of Baja. And the California Grunion actually have a cousin too that like to live here in the Gulf of Mexico, between Baja and mainland Mexico. They do their business in the daytime, but I'm getting ahead of ourselves here, but we're focusing on the California Grunion, and they go from San Francisco all the way down to Baja. All right. So now that we've learned a bit about what makes a fish and where our Grunion fish live, and I actually have a Grunion fish right here on my shirt, we're going to bring back Irene to see if so far if you have any questions about fish and what makes a fish a fish. What, Irene? No questions yet? Maybe
No questions yet.
Maybe our friends are a little shy.
I'll encourage them in the chat session to ask more questions. I'm sure as you continue with your talk, the questions will start coming up though.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, Sarah, why don't you take it away?
Okay. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about Grunion. And thank you, Shauna, for all your fishy background there. Grunion are really unique. They, like Shauna said, they only live along the coast of California and Mexico. And they have some interesting behavior when they want to lay their eggs and get their eggs fertilized. And that's what we always call here at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium a Grunion run. And Grunion fish actually bring themselves up on the beach at night in the spring and summer and lay their eggs. And it's really interesting. And people have the Native Americans from this region, the Chumash and the Tongva, we have record where they were eating these fish back thousands of years ago. So Grunion have been around a long time. They've been around at Cabrillo Beach, and we've been sharing information about them with everyone like we're doing right now since 1949. Okay, I was not there. Okay, just so you know. But we've been doing it that long. So we really find Grunion exciting and interesting in just a unique way that we in Los Angeles can connect with nature, with a natural rhythm where an animal does a certain behavior every season at a certain time. And like Shauna said, she was wearing a Grunion. This is the symbol of Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. You can see the Grunion right here. And what we're going to do now is I made some video. My daughter, Mickey, and I, she is a woman in science because she does videos and she might go into making scientific video. So she and I went out to the beach about a week ago because we wanted to film information about Grunion right where we find them year after year. So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut to a video of Mickey. And Mickey is a volunteer here at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. And she's going to lead you through a lot more detailed information about Grunion. And what I'd still like you to think about is questions. Please think about, anything. If you think it's too weird, it's too strange, why do they do that? Anything. Think about asking us. We're here to help. But if you don't do it during that time, please remember we're going to have a website posted. Irene's going to post the address in the chat and you'll be able to go there and find more information. So now let's give it over to Mickey. Show that video.
Hello everyone, my name is Mickey and I'm here to give you an overview of Grunion. These are amazing fish and I'm about to show you some actual Grunion. Here are my Grunion. Yeah, they don't look like much, but that's because they're dead. When Grunion are alive, they're a beautiful beautiful silvery blue color. And they look a lot like this. Now, they're not just amazing because they're silvery blue. These fish are amazing because they lay their eggs on the sand. Now, when Grunion come up to lay their eggs, they have a Grunion party. Look at all those Grunion. Now this happens right after a full or a new moon, right around this time of year. All these slippery Grunion fish come up to lay their eggs. Now how do they do that? Well, Mama Grunion does this. What happened to her? It seems like she's missing a bunch of her body, you know? It's just her head and, well, that's because she has wiggled her way all the way into the sand about 4 to 5 inches so that she can lay all of her eggs. And I say all, I mean a lot, like 3,000 eggs. Do you think you have 2,999 brothers and sisters? I don't think so. But these Grunion fish do. And when she's laid her eggs, she leaves them there and goes back into the ocean. Now these 3,000 eggs sit in the sand looking like this. Whoa! They're pretty orange, aren't they? Now they're very, very small. This picture is zoomed in, like on your parents' phone. So imagine a grain of rice, right? We all eat rice. Now take that grain of rice in your mind and chop it, bam, in half. That little half of a grain of rice, that's about the size of one of these Grunion eggs. They're really teeny tiny. Now they're gonna sit in the sand for 10 days until they're ready to hatch. When they're ready to hatch, they're gonna look something like this. Ooh. Can you see their eyeballs? They're staring at you. That's because they're ready to hatch. They can see, so they're ready to go out into the ocean. But they can't do it by themselves. What they need is for big waves to come up from a full moon or a new moon and shake them up a bit. Bam, 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 and whoosh. Get yourself some baby Grunions. And these little teeny tiny fish, remember, half a grain of rice, are all gonna swim back out into the ocean. And it's only gonna take 1 year until they're just as big as these fish, and they'll come back up and lay their own eggs. Now, here at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, we like to do something called the Grunion dance. So what I want everyone to do is stand up, move everything out of the room so that you have some room to move, and we're gonna do the famous Grunion dance. And I want everyone to do it because this is for adults, kids, your dog, I don't care. Because millions of people have done this dance. I myself have done this dance since I was 7. And I'm not 7 anymore. Okay, everyone. Give you just a few more seconds. We ready? All right, do as I do. On a full moon or a new moon. Grunion. See, now you're Grunion, right? Take big waves. Whoosh, whoosh. And they come onto the sand and they wiggle down, wiggle down, wiggle down, wiggle down. And they lay 3,000 eggs. Are we ready? Whoosh, 1,000. Whoosh, 2,000. Whoosh, 3,000 eggs. And they wiggle out, wiggle out, wiggle out, wiggle out. And they take those big waves, whoosh, whoosh, right back into the ocean. Now what have they left behind? Now you're an egg. Get down low, you're an egg. And you're gonna wait for 10 days for those big waves to come. Here they come, and you go, whoo, and pop! You're a baby Grunion fish. And you take those big waves, whoosh, whoosh, back out into the ocean. Very good job, boys, girls, parents, dogs, cats, parakeets. You have done the famous Grunion dance. Now, next, you're going to watch actual Grunion fish be hatched, just like you danced the Grunion fish to be hatched. I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentation. my mom, Sarah, has finished singing happy birthday to our newly hatched Grunion fish, they need to eat their first meal, which they can't do in that jar or in that bucket. So that bucket full of all the baby Grunion fish we have hatched today is going to be taken out into the water, and those baby Grunion fish will be delivered into the ocean where they can live their happy, healthy Grunion lives. Now Sarah's waving goodbye to those Grunions she's just set into the ocean, and she's walking back to our studio where she will continue our presentation.
Wow. So did you see those baby Grunion? They are so teeny, and we love them. Every spring and summer, we hatch Grunion at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, and we share that with guests who come. Now, of course, this year we're not open yet. Perhaps we'll be open by later in the summer, and you can come down and hatch some Grunion with us. But how do the Grunion know when to come on the beach? That's a good question you could ask us later. We know a little bit about when they come. The Grunion like to come and lay their eggs on the beach after a super high tide. And those super high tides happen in the spring and summer, and even all year round, when there's a full moon or that new moon that you can barely see. And that's when we get the super high tides. Now, surprisingly, there's a full moon tomorrow night. So what does that say about Grunion? Well, Grunion don't quite like the full moon. They want to lay their eggs a day or two later, when the tide isn't super high, but just high enough that no water is going to come back there until the next high tide. And the Grunion will come to different beaches in Southern California. Now, they come pretty regularly here to Cabrillo Marine Aquarium's beach, and we have 2 beaches, and Shauna will talk to you about those later. The one you just saw in the video actually is inside the LA harbor, so that the Grunion come in with the big tanker ships and the container ships and the pleasure boats, and they come in and lay their eggs. They also lay them on our outer beach. But Grunion don't just come in any old time. They can be very picky about what night they come in and what conditions are. Because for Grunion to lay eggs and come in on the beach takes a lot of their energy. A lot of all their food goes into making those eggs or making the milk that fertilizes the eggs. So they're not going to come in if they don't think it's going to work. So you may think, oh, I'm going to go see Grunion tonight, and Cabrillo Aquarium says there are going to be Grunion tonight. Well, they might not be. It might be too bright. The crowd might be too noisy. Sometimes we get a big crowd. The waves might be too high. There might be something in the water that the Grunion detect. We have Karen Martin that we mentioned earlier. She's done research that show Grunion are very sensitive to chemicals in the water. So Grunion will often send in a scout fish, which is really cool if you're waiting on the beach. And the scout comes in, the scout leaves, the Grunion don't show up. But we want you to know what you might see on a night when the Grunion are coming in. So please show that video. The Grunion run. Okay, you saw it, a Grunion run. Grunion dancing on the beach. Is that not crazy? I mean, really, have you ever seen anything like that? You need to see that in person. I promise you, that's something you really need to experience. And we'll give you some more information about ways you can do that in just a few minutes. There's just one more thing I want to show you, and then we'll go to a Q&A, question and answer period. You may not be able to get down to see Grunion at night because it can be pretty late at night, like midnight. But there's other clues about Grunion that you can find on the beach. And the other day when Mickey and I went down to the beach to film, we found some clues. So I want to show you that video right now.
We were down on the beach getting ready to film, and we saw a seagull poking in the sand, and the Grunion were supposed to have been here last night. And I just dug in the hole he was poking in, and there are their eggs. Can you see them?
Grunion eggs! Did you see those? So that meant the night before we were there, the Grunion were on that beach laying eggs. And it was crazy. Later, we looked down the beach and there were about 24 birds, all poking right at the tide line from the night before. So Grunion eggs and Grunion themselves are part of the food chain. You know, maybe that's why the Grunion lay 3,000 eggs at a time, you know, in order to make sure they have some eggs survive. Birds come and eat them. Sometimes on Grunion run nights, we'll see raccoons, we'll see foxes, we'll see herons, just waiting for the fish. And then in the morning, after the fish have been there, we'll see a lot of birds. So Cabrillo Marine Aquarium does predict Grunions on these particular nights coming up. You'll see that this week, after the full moon tomorrow night, we're predicting Grunion may be up Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Now, we have every 2 weeks, they could come up. The trick is what beach. You might want to check on the wildlife website listed here. And Irene's going to post this chart on the website we've made. So again, look in the chat. You can call lifeguard stations, but I do know that in Huntington Beach, Santa Monica, they've seen them. They see them sometimes in Redondo Beach, all up and down the coast, Malibu. But like I said, the Grunion are going to do what they're going to do. They're only going to come in if they think it's the right time. So we can't control nature, but think of it as a fun night hanging out on the beach. Okay. So now I'm going to ask Shauna and Irene to come back with me, and we're going to see if we have any questions from you guys that we can answer.
Well, thank you so much for all that, Sarah. I hope everyone learned so much. That last video was incredible. Hungry.
So one of the questions that got asked, Sarah and Shauna, is what hazards are the Grunions experiencing, whether predator or otherwise, I would say?
Well, it seems like Sarah talked about some of those predators. Are there any more predators to list, Sarah?
Can you see that? Can you see what that? Can you see that?
Yes.
Those are beach cleaning machines. They clean the beaches from, you know, the tide to the top of the sand, and they are disturbing the Grunion eggs. Again, this is something Karen Martin has done research on. You'll find at Cabrillo Beach, on our outer beach, you might think there's a little bit too much seaweed, too much kelp, but we do that so that the Grunion eggs don't get disturbed. So that's a big problem for the Grunion populations. And like I said before, also there is evidence that if there are chemical spills or oil in the water, it affects the Grunion egg viability. And you know, that's a concern. So the populations, Karen Martin runs a program called Grunion.org, and where citizen volunteers go out on the beach and report whether they see Grunion or not, all up and down on the coast. And she's been doing this for she has data back to 2010 at least, and the numbers are going down. And she's doing research to try to figure out why. So that's a great question, because so many of our animals in the ocean are really good predictors of the health of the ocean, right? So maybe our ocean isn't so healthy.
And you actually touched on the population question, Sarah, but does Karen's data also show how many fish roughly that we see in a given year?
She does. The data they're doing, you saw that video of the fish, right? And that could be a whole beach. So
Yes.
to actually count them, or even try to count an area, they haven't been able to do. So the Grunion Breeder program has a scale of how dense the number of fish look like on the beach, and how far across the beach. Is it just a small area? Is it a huge area? And they rate it on a scale from 1 to 5. I have to check. I believe 5 is when it's just wall-to-wall Grunion, almost as far as you can see, right? And the Grunion breeders report these sightings, and they're very consistent. She's compared breeders across the same beach, and the breeders are very well trained. She trains them, and their reporting is very consistent with each other. And for Cabrillo Beach, I love that whoever asked this question, I love that you asked about the Grunion health. This is what's been happening at Cabrillo Beach. And I'm sorry, I have to double check. What we want to see is a lot of black and not a lot of white, right? What we're seeing over a 10-year span is, where am I? Okay, maybe that's better. We're seeing a lot more white. We're having more and more nights where no Grunions show up at all. So we don't have hard numbers, but we have a trend.
And I would just add on to all that Sarah shared with us, something else that we're finding throughout the world is climate change. The seasons that we may have been used to are rapidly changing and shifting in when they occur. So the timing, Sarah had said, we have really high tides and low tides throughout the year. But one of the reasons likely of why they come up in the spring and summer is because when the eggs hatch, those baby Grunion fish are eating plankton, the tiny plants and animals in the ocean. And at the bottom of that food chain are plant planktons, and they really increase in numbers in the spring when there's been a lot of water bringing the nutrients that they need to grow, and then a lot of sunlight. So we may not have a lot of people watching right now because they're outside enjoying that sunlight, and the phytoplankton right now those plant plankton are increasing in number. And then the animal plankton are timed to come right after that to start eating them up, and same with the Grunion. But as we start to see our seasons shift, things become out of sync. So it's possible that our Grunion are hatching and there's not as much food for them to eat.
Wow. Thank you for that. I think we're getting a little bit ahead of our presentation, but one of the other questions that has been asked is, how long does it take for the Grunion eggs to hatch? And I'm going to add to that, again, what's the difference between the Baja Grunion and our Grunion, and why is that again?
Well, the Baja, the Gulf Grunion, they come up on the beach during the day to lay their eggs. And so that kind of, a little bit of a feeding frenzy that Sarah describes at night with nocturnal predators coming up. Just imagine what it looks like during the daytime when you have all these fish coming up and everyone can see what's going on. Pelicans, gulls, all sorts of birds, other predators, they're all out to get them. So the California Grunion coming up at night is a little bit more of a way for them to protect themselves.
Perfect.
And Irene, somebody asked how long it takes the eggs to develop.
Yes.
this is, again, these wise little grunion. Okay, they're laying their eggs just after a high tide, a super high tide with a full moon. The next super high tide will be the new moon, and the new moon and full moon are about 14 days apart. The grunion are laying their eggs a little later. Takes a grunion egg 10 days to develop, just 10 days. And it goes from those orange eggs, where most of what you're seeing is yolk, to full-fledged baby grunions sitting there in the egg ready to go. But the grunion eggs, won't hatch without more ocean water. So that's the beauty of them being such up at the high tide. They're waiting for that next water to come get them. It's all perfectly timed. It's amazing.
Amazing.
Humans had nothing to do with this. Nature figured it all out.
That's right. That's right. One last question I'm going to ask is, the new moon, and if I want to go see a grunion run, but unfortunately my schedule is such that I can only go during a new moon, how am I going to see them? Uh-oh, did I stump you? I know I
Well,
didn't.
it's a bit tricky. You would need to bring your own light, but when we have runs at the aquarium in the past where we have people come, we actually ask people to keep their lights off for a good amount of time because, as Sarah mentioned, you have that scout coming up. So if the scout comes up and says, I don't know, y'all, it seems to be like daytime out there. There's so many lights that, they may go back and say, like, we shouldn't do it. But luckily, our eyes do adjust eventually at nights. And the fact of the matter is, too, we live in cities with lots of other light pollution that would help you see. Once there's a lot of grunion on the beach, then definitely it's okay to turn your lights on at that point because you're not, they've already gotten the clue that it's okay and safe to come up.
All right. Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
All right, so we are going to make a grunion fish, friends. So Sarah is going to get ready for that to happen, and you can get ready for that to happen right now too. So if you go get those supplies that you need, aluminum foil, scissors, markers, and a ruler. But that's not required. We will show you another way that you can measure out a grunion fish. And it looks like Sarah is ready. And we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay, so I have a picture of a live grunion, not alive. Well, he is alive. He was alive when we took the picture. A picture of a grunion, so you can see what our goal is. And something we haven't discussed, you did see the grunion in the jar that Mickey held up, but this is the size of a grunion. So if you look, it is on the palm of someone's hand. So we want to make our grunion this big. And this is a cool trick. Somebody taught me a while back. To know, you should always know sort of how big that is, how big your hand is. Mine is, lucky me, 6 inches. And that actually is the average size of a grunion. So for me, if I'm out anywhere and somebody goes, oh, it needs to be a foot long, I can do this. So it's always kind of a cool idea to even know, the size of your hand or know this size. And then you sort of are walking around with a ruler. Yeah, I know it might be on your iPhone. I understand that, but this is old school. So anyway, we're going to make a grunion that's 6 inches long. Now this grunion we took out of the ocean, took a picture, and a lot of fish will do this. They'll fold in all their fins when this happens. So this fish, yes, we can see its tail, but we want to make our grunion with all its fins and everything. So I'm going to work with this picture. This is a picture drawn by an artist at Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. And yes, you guys into art, you can go into science and be a scientific illustrator. We have a fabulous one named Alie, and she drew this grunion. So this is what we're going to work off of. Because here you can see he has a fin here, fins, 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 tail. This is his gill cover, eyes. We're going to do all this. And how are we going to do this? Super easy. Tin foil. Because Grunion were silver, right? They were silver. So I'm going to get my tin foil. Remember, this part's really sharp if you're doing this. You know, adults do what you need to do. Okay, so I said 6 inches, right? So I'm going to lay my hand out. Oops, I pulled out too much. Okay, well, we'll crunch that back in. My Grunion might be bigger. But get about 6 inches of tin foil. Take it off. It doesn't have to be perfect. So here we go. This is the easy part. I'm going to fold it in half. Just fold it in half. Shiny side out. Let's make them super shiny. Fold it in half. And we're going to do it again. It's like tinfoil origami. Do it again. And we're going to do it one more time. Okay. That's the basis of my Grunion.
Sarah, can you? Oh, there you go.
So close, right? So close. But here's where the fun begins. So first, look at his head. Head's a little narrower. So what I'm going to do is make 2 folds like that. Is that a little bit more narrow, like the head? So Shauna, why would they have a narrower head?
So remember, they're swimming in that water. You ever tried to swim, you feel that kind of water pushing against you. And so now they have more of like a little torpedo shape that's going to help them push through the water and move a lot faster.
Cool. All right, so now we're going to look at the other end. We're going to look at the tail. We're going to make this tail. So this part, come in about 1 inch, 1.5 inches, and just squeeze your tin foil together. Okay.
Can you move over just a little bit, Sarah? You're cut off by the. There.
Okay. There. Okay. Can you?
Back towards your Grunion. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the tail?
Yes.
There we go. See, and all I did was I just pinched it right here.
Sarah just made the peduncle, friends. That's one of my favorite words. That little area where the tail fin connects to the body is called the peduncle.
The peduncle. Okay, so this tail doesn't quite look like that tail. Can you see that? Probably not.
Yes.
The Grunion tail is split. There, I think you can sort of see it there. So the way we're going to do that is get your scissors, just cut through the middle, down, and then just fold it back so it gets pointy, right? Now, my understanding is there's a good reason for that too, that helps the Grunion.
Yeah, that's the same reason why they've got that pointy nose. This forked tail actually helps them move a lot faster. So you can know a lot about a fish just by looking at its tail fin. If its tail fin, its caudal fin is more like the shape of my hand, just kind of more looped like this, then that's not really a fast moving fish. But a forked tail like our Grunion, that tells us they want to move very fast.
Yep. And the female Grunion needs to bury in the sand, right? So it may also help her.
Nice little shovel.
Now, so we have the basic shape of our Grunion. Before we get to the fins, why don't we put in the eye and the gill cover, because that will help us place our other fins. So the eye, real simple, get up some markers. I'm using black. You can use whatever you want. It's your fish, right? And we're just going to work on one side of the Grunion. I picked the side where I didn't fold it back for the head. I picked the other side. So I'm going to draw a big eye. The cool thing about Grunion, when they first hatch and they're first inside the egg, they are, I swear, they look like just a bunch of eyeballs. Their eyes are the biggest part of their body. Why would that be, Shauna?
What's really cool about Grunion is they're ready to start eating immediately when they come out of the egg. So they have those big eyes to look for that zooplankton, that animal plankton that they're gonna eat.
Ah, yeah, they're gonna need some food. And they also are going to need to get the oxygen out of the water, right, to breathe. So we've got to give them their gill opening right there behind their eye. Okay, did you guys get that part? Now, let's start with the easiest fin to make, as far as I'm concerned, with this Grunion. There's a fin right here. Points backwards. Yeah, look at Shauna. You've probably seen this if you've looked at any fish. They have this fin out the side of the back of their head, basically. I forget what it's called though.
It is the pectoral fin. So that's why I'm holding my pectoral fins up here on my body, because this section, these muscles are called your pectoral muscles. And that is what is the name of those fins on the fish there. And this is what a fish uses to steer. So once again, the shape and size of a fin can tell you a lot about a fish. We look at our Grunion fish, it's got kind of like little pectoral fins like this. So that can tell us that actually they may not need to steer as much, that they're often just trying to go in a straight line. If a fish had much bigger pectoral fins like this, they would try to really maybe moving in and out of rocks or other things like that.
Well, that's pretty cool. So you can learn a lot just looking at these parts about how a fish lives. I like that. So now, is there one on each side of the fish, of the pectoral?
Yes, they are paired fins.
Okay.
Mostly, not most.
Now,
Some of them are paired.
Some of them are paired. Yeah, I know. It's like, this is the diversity in fish. You know, we can say, oh yeah, they're all paired, and you're going to find a fish one day that they're not. So this is true of a lot of animals. So, okay. Okay, so the next thing, you can leave your fish like this, or if you want, you can cut in these very small fins. They also need these, but not as much of the stuff we've already done. So if you want to add them, you can just clip your tin foil and then fold it back. But I think, you know, you've got the basics of an awfully cool Grunion fish.
And those fins that Sarah just added, those fins will help your Grunion fish from not spinning as it's trying to swim so fast. Think about what happens when you throw a football. That if you throw it really fast, it's going to spin. And so this helps our fish not get seasick while it's trying to move quickly through the water. Thank you so much, Sarah, for showing us how to make it.
You helped me out a lot too.
So friends, we are going to wrap things up. Our time flew by so quickly, or maybe it swam by so quickly, just like our fast moving Grunion fish. And we just want to say that although the aquarium itself is not open right now, our gift shop is open Thursday through Sundays from 12 to 5 if you want to get some books and other materials to help you learn about the ocean. And our coastal park is open every day. We have tide pools, we have an outer beach, an inner beach, and even a boat launch. So we really hope to have you soon down at Cabrillo Beach in the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey everybody. Hey everyone. It is getting towards the end. Thank you, Cabrillo Aquarium. Thank you very much for showing us the Grunion, a tradition here in LA and Southern California. I hope you guys all made your foil fish. Welcome back to City of STEM 2021. We're in the home stretch. And hey, I just wanted to remind everyone that City of STEM is more than just today. There's all kinds of things happening. We have weekly events going on through the end of April. We have an innovation challenge. And for high school students out there, we have a very special tournament for you that you can enter. Downey Unified School District is sponsoring the City of STEM esports tournament. Check out this awesome video and check out cityofstem.org to get more information.
Just coming back in for some ghost tap. Yeah! Nice leer, man. Stuck it to the floor.
All right, high school students, get your teams ready, get your thumbs ready. It's the City of STEM esports tournament. Check out more information at cityofstem.org. Register. Thank you, Downey Unified, for sponsoring that. Esports has a ton of fantastic STEM skills and career pathways in it, and that's why we're bringing it to you. It's an emerging part of STEM education, and we're super excited to have the esports tournament. So you high school students can be a part of it. And that is a unique feature of Southern California and LA, all the fantastic STEM in video games and all kinds of wonderful stuff that you've seen today. And by the way, we are the hotbed of transportation innovation, including Tesla. Tesla has been a great supporter of City of STEM, and they are part of the Los Angeles landscape. Let's check out this fantastic video of the Tesla factory tour. Oh, but you know what? It looks like we might be doing sponsor video. Okay, we're back. I guess we wanted to thank our sponsors. That was really important. So thank you, sponsors, lead sponsor Amgen, Financial Partners Credit Union for all the women in STEM stuff. But now up next is part of the LA innovation landscape. It is the company that's changing the way that we drive. Here is a video of the Tesla factory and how they make cars.
Hello, welcome to the Tesla factory. You've just entered 5.3 million square feet. Just how big is that? Well, inside of this space, you can fit approximately 92 football fields or 45 billion hamsters. Let's go explore. This whole factory campus spans 370 acres. Outside of these factory walls, we have our test track. We also have our plastics facility. Take a look to the left. We're looking at some middle consoles. Just outside of these walls, we have a plastic center where we do the injection molding. Here at the Fremont factory, a talented team of over 10,000 employees working in tandem with our meticulous robots to build our all-electric vehicles from the ground up. Oh, it just got a little cooler in temperature. Do you feel that? Yes, that means we're getting ready to enter into our stamping center. Take a look around. Neatly organized on these different racks, in these different bins, different components of Model S, Model X, Model 3. If you're wondering what you're looking at, just read the perimeters of the racks to the left of us. These are some Model X rear panel doors. But exactly how do we make these panel pieces? Well, the journey of our vehicles begins right here. Welcome to our stamping center. Your Tesla starts out as a giant roll of raw material. Could be as tall as 6 feet, weighing as much as 20,000 pounds. We then take these giant rolls of raw material and send them to a blanking machine. Yes, a blanking machine. We're gonna lay it flat and cut blank panel pieces. Let's go take a look. You are looking at our newest Schuler press dedicated to Model 3. This high-speed servo tandem line exerts an overall force of 7,300 metric tons. Our robots methodically move these blank sheets of raw material along the pressing line, where they then come into contact with these giant metal structures. These are called cast iron dies. Oh, take a look at that. You're getting a glimpse of our coordinate measuring machine. The tip of that probe is a real ruby gemstone. Our machines can measure as small as 3 microns. 3 microns. That's the equivalent of 1 red human blood cell. At Tesla, we do a high percentage of our stamping and our casting in-house. Many benefits to that. One being quality. We get to control the quality. Also, number 2, creativity. These are all custom panels. And third, by not contracting out a third party, it allows us to keep the cost down and translate those savings to our clients. All right, so once we have all of the casted components in stamped panel pieces, then what happens? Well, they transfer onwards to the body centers, which is where we're heading now. So how do we join all of the panel pieces and casted components together? We get a little help from our robotic colleagues. Our robots have 7-axis range, like a human arm, performing a robotic ballet of precision. All of the movements that you're seeing from our robotics completely customized, down to the millimeter. Hi. Oh, okay, thanks. So we have spot welding robots, arc welding robots, friction stir welding, cold metal transfer. Hello. Yes, our colleague right there just prepping the interior of these doors, Model S, Model X doors. Look at that. It looks like foil, but it's actually sound absorbing material because our electric vehicles are incredibly quiet. To the left, you are getting an intimate glimpse inside of a Model X. And take a look at the robots that are bolted to the ceiling. Hanging upside down, we call the upside down robots Robats. Oh, take a look to the left, one of my favorite groupings of robots. Look at that, over a dozen red robots working in perfect millimeter harmony to affix the side body panels to the underbody of a Model X. Oh, look at that, how beautiful. We're doing some spot welding. Now, when we do spot welding with high strength steel, you get those gorgeous sparks. Totally normal. Once the body panels and casted components have been welded, riveted, and bonded to create this unibody framework, we call it a body in white, which is an artist reference meaning blank canvas ready for painting. Teslas get their vibrancy in our eco paint facilities. Our layer techniques create a smooth, brilliant finish. After the high gloss cures, the vehicles travel back inside the main factory for step 3, general assembly. Oh, this Model X is trying to race us. Hi, Dee Dee. All right, you are looking at the heart of a Tesla. This is our motor, housing our namesake, Nikola Tesla's alternating current induction motor. On the other side, the inverter, and right there, that's the single reduction gear. That's it. This completely replaces an internal combustion engine and transmission. And we make these right upstairs in powertrain. Look at these little guys carrying some of our suspension components. And yes, these are electric robots. They inductively charge themselves. Take a look, that's a door elevator. Why are we going to be taking the doors off? Well, 2 main reasons. By taking the doors off, it allows us easier access into the vehicles to do the general assembly. The doors will be traveling up and then heading all the way directly over to door sub-assembly. In general assembly, you're always going to see a higher concentration of our factory rock stars because there's a lot of variability and complexity to installing these internal components. For the heavy lifting, we have Superbots. This giant red robot is named Wolverine. Why did we name our giant red robots after X-Men comic book characters? Why not? Actually, Elon is a huge comic book fan, and we thought it would be fun. So let's take a look. Oh, there goes Wolverine. Stopping just in time as not to hit the roof, and now Wolverine will expertly place that Model X onto a platform. That platform will then swivel around, and then Iceman will take over from there. Iceman and Wolverine, 2 of the largest red robots at the Tesla factory and 2 of the largest red robots in the world. This is always fun when you're doing a tour and you're like, please, Help me, please move, please. Oh, take a look to the right. What's going on here? This is Angel. Angel is lifting up this Model S, placing it into an overhead carrier. And across the aisle, look underneath that Model X. A battery pack has already been married to the underbody. So that battery pack weighs hundreds of pounds, reinforcing the structural rigidity of our vehicle, providing low center of gravity for exceptional handling, and also low probability of rollover. Oh, so what's going on here? Well, we're putting together the Model S, Model X dashboards. Jessica and the team putting together the dashboards and, you know, the centerpiece of our console, the touchscreen. Oh, we're just paused for some robot crossing. Yeah. And now for the tires. This automated system increases accuracy, efficiency, and safety. And as those wheels touch down, we say it's like a child taking its very first step. Tesla's looking pretty good, but what other essential components do they need? Oh, how about some seats right here on our seat bot? Where do we get our seats from? Well, we have our very own seat factory, just 2 miles from this main factory campus. Tesla is the only volume car manufacturer in the world to manufacture and fabricate its own seats. Hey, how you doing? Remember when the doors came off? Well, in perfect production sequence, same doors get joined back to the same exact Tesla. On one side of the factory, a giant roll of raw material comes in. The other side, a Tesla drives out.
Oh, yeah, we want to thank our sponsors, including Downey Unified School District. You know, they have been such a great, fantastic partner in a lot of what we're doing, and they're the ones who are sponsoring the esports, City of STEM esports tournament. Just don't forget that that's happening. If you're a high school student, register, and it's all thanks to Downey Unified. They've really embraced esports as a way to get kids into STEM education. So thank you, school district. And speaking of school district, I want to go to our next video, which is a Lego, the Long Beach Lego Users Group, and it's being run by a teacher himself, not from Downey Unified. Thank you, Downey Unified, but from Long Beach. But anyway, let's learn a little bit about Lego, and that's going to be the last part of Stream 1. But stick around because we're going to have some closing fun remarks after this. All right, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hello there, everyone. We are the Long Beach Lego User Group, a group of Lego fans operating out of the Long Beach area. And what's so nice, my name is Rabin Ponte here. I'm a physics teacher. I also happen to teach robotics at the Columbia Memorial Space Center in my spare time. And today, what we're going to be talking about is how to create programs using your own Lego bricks. We do have a short video we're going to present to you now. So, yeah, here we go. Is the video okay? So Long Beach Lug. Yes, we do have several things going on. It's a really cool group of devoted Lego fans. We mainly operate out of the Long Beach area. There's also a few other groups here. We have the LA group and then after the Orange County group. We're squished in between those two. So if you're looking for a local lug or a lot of people who are passionate about Lego, we're part of the group you can join. We do have an Instagram. I'll talk more about that at the end of the presentation. We have our own website and some very exciting opportunities there. In addition to that, we also have our own Facebook group. We are hoping that, if you have anyone out there who's interested in Lego and loves the brick and love what you can do with it in terms of building it for the purposes of art, the purposes of just play, the purposes of programming, or even just the purposes of functions, and just creating really cool stuff. Yeah. We're hoping to hear from you. So we're out there. And here's the video.
Hello everyone, my name is Rabin Ponte, and I am a member of Long Beach LEGO User Group, otherwise known as LB-LUG. And today we're going to be covering programming, except not in the way you expect. I mean, usually we go ahead and grab some robots and we start around, we get some computers together. But we understand right now that the fundamentals of computer engineering can be very difficult, especially if you don't have the technology to do so, or if you're in front of a screen and you just need something a little more tactile and more hands-on than just lines of code or maybe some blocks kind of put together. So in this activity, we are going to cover how to turn a simple LEGO 16 by 16 plate into your own LEGO programming playground. Obviously, you're going to need several things for this activity. That's going to include this 16 by 16 plate here. You're also going to need your LEGO bricks. And then after, there's also this packet here. That's going to include the programming blocks you are going to need in a little bit, and also the maps here that you can follow. Okay? You can find these on our website, lbluginfo.wixsite.com/lblug. Okay. For myself, I'm going to actually try to build this map right here. And you can see it's going to go ahead and take me a little bit. So just please allow me to quickly build this up. Okay, so now that I have built this up, you can see that there are several features here that will help me with the programming. First of all, I've actually used these 2x2 plates. That's what we happen to call these bricks. And they kind of spell out all the steps that we need to take between the start and the finish. Essentially, there are units of programming throughout this entire endeavor. You also notice here I've marked out several of the important points here for our program. For example, like the start is in green, this turn point is in blue, and then after the finish is in this red. Okay, and then after I also go ahead and I use the rest of my bricks to create this border just to help me understand where I can and cannot go. And that's essentially how I built this up. Do note that you can use whatever colors or theming that you wish to use. For example, I'm going to be doing the surface of Mars, so I'm going to primarily focus on these orange and dark gray type colors just to go ahead and design that type of surface. Obviously, I'm going to need something to guide me through the maze, and in keeping with my Mars theme, I'm going to choose this LEGO astronaut, and I'm going to go ahead and put this minifig right there at the green square, which represents the start. I also got some of these programming blocks. I cut them out from the packet. So now they're all by themselves, and this way I can go ahead and place the lines of code down here. Okay, if you want, you can also make these out of crayon and paper if you want to. You don't necessarily need to print them out, but you do need to go ahead and write down the directions that your astronaut is going to be taken to reach the end. So let's go ahead and try to program our astronaut to get through this maze here. So obviously the first thing I want to do is to go forward. Now, do note the rules here are the go forward only just applies to one tile, just like if you were playing a normal board game. The thing is, though, you notice I need to get more steps here, so obviously this isn't going to work. Now, I could do more go forwards, but I can also make my program a little cleaner by using this for loop here. Okay, and I could specify a number of steps. So how many steps is it going to need? 1, 2, 3. So he's going to go move forward 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. Then after, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have to turn one direction or the other. I think in this one I need to turn right. Okay, so we're going to turn right. There we go. And then after I need to go forward, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So we need to go forward for another 3 steps. So we're just going to repeat these 2 blocks here. Go forward. And then after for 3 steps, okay? And that's what's going to help me reach the end. 1, 2, 3. And that's my program. Nice, right? Of course, this is only the beginning of what you can do with this programming game. And since the board itself is made of Lego, you can see that the possibilities are quite endless. For example, why not go ahead and make things a little more challenging by going ahead and adding Pathfinder to somewhere in the maze. So I'll just go ahead and stick him right there. You see that? So now my astronaut needs to go and reach Pathfinder, retrieve it, and then after come back and finish up the entire thing. And you can see this is going to require a much longer program that's a little more complex than what we did just now. Or how about creating an entirely new board, like this one based off Lego Ninjago, where a dice roll determines whether or not you successfully cross the bridge or fall into the river below. You can also make boards that relate to things you like this board that's based on The Mandalorian. This one requires you to go ahead and retrieve the child and return to the Razor Crest, while avoiding the Emperor along the way. Regardless of what you build, we hope that you can create all sorts of cool mazes with your building skills, and then after go ahead and conquer them with your newfound knowledge of programming. As a LEGO user group, we cannot wait to see what you've built and how you're going to go ahead and navigate through these yourselves. For now, happy building and play well. Process, and it does really take the creativity of Lego and the thoughtfulness of programming and brings it together into some really nice things. And it shows how we can make a simple 16 by 16 plate with a bunch of squares on it. Pretty interesting. So yeah, few things I want to show us by some of our other members that were in the group. First up is this garden maze, as you can see here. It's a really nice, simple design. It's a little softer. It's a little more decorative, but it does make for nice scenery as compared to, just solid bricks like you can see right here. So yeah, we also do happen to have another one. I think it's the Among Us one. Oh, well, we also have the Star Wars one too, which you can also build. And I believe there's a few others. You can go ahead and go through them. Yes, another Star Wars one, as you can see, was built by another one of our members. Okay, and then after we obviously have one that's crazy and colorful, and this is just to emphasize, maybe it doesn't need to have a great theme. Maybe it can just go ahead and be a very colorful one that you can go ahead and make out of it. But you can use whatever bricks you want in order to accomplish your goals here. Let's see, is there, yes, okay, and then after, here's a Duplo one. This is obviously for younger children. It does prove to be very decorative. It does prove to be very attractive. We do want to emphasize here is that the goal is theming, and through this, you actually give it some more appeal. You encourage creativity in just making these, and that's actually one of the cool parts about doing this. So there is one more picture, I believe. Oh, there's another view of the Duplo one that we have. Okay, yet another view, and you can see here, there's the squares we were talking about. I believe this is the garden one again. And I do want to, I'll have a point I want to make about this. Yes, here's our Ninjago one that I want to show you. The bridge actually, I think, is actually perhaps the coolest part about this. You can actually implant obstacles into the bridge or wherever in your maze and actually make it a very cool one. Or you could see there is this alternative route you can actually go through to get to the temple. It goes around the bridge, and it emphasizes this idea between choice and risk. You can go ahead and make the choice that will be very simple but is highly risky, or you can go ahead and make the choice that is less risky but will take you more program and more length to do. And this is actually something very common
with the Mars rover or any type of professional programming you may encounter. You have to go ahead and make choices in the direction you want to go and how you want to tackle a certain task. So that is actually something we want to emphasize here through ones like this. And this is actually some of the great parts about this. I believe we have one more picture. Okay. Well then, yeah, just keeping going with that idea of choices. You know, you obviously have alternate routes you can choose. And it's actually something we do put into our CMSC robotics program if you're ever interested in joining. So, you know, you obviously have choices you can make, and it's really good to go ahead and do that. And that's one of the great things about the maps we've actually posted. Another thing we've been working on real fast is kind of just taking our programs that we've cut out, like I showed you in the video. And we obviously have a lot of them. We have, you know, if and then. We also have some while loops somewhere. We have for loops, you know. And what we've been doing is we cut them out and we've actually pasted them onto these Lego bricks using tape. Okay, and what this will allow you to do is you can quite literally build your program. So for example, I have this for loop here. And using this bracket, I can go ahead and paste that on where the gap is. Okay. And notice I'll go ahead and just slap the number on there. So now you know it is reads 4 steps and then end. So what I can do here now is I can go ahead and take my go forward. I can just stack it on top of there. And you'll just wait for the click, right? And then after you go ahead and you can actually build this program together very nicely. Let's see if I can go ahead and get it to stick. There we go. And you see, I've quite literally built a program for my minifig as he's exploring the maze. Yeah, so it's actually pretty fascinating what we do. Okay, we don't have much time, but I'll go ahead and just end off with this kind of thing. Few mentions. Again, you can join us on, well, you can join us at Facebook and on Instagram. It's at LB Long Beach _beach_lug. So we're going to be active all week due to spring break. So hopefully you'll go ahead and get to see a few cool ideas and builds that we make there. And if you want to join and follow us, you're more than welcome to. We also happen to have a website, which is https longbeach.info. And that's our Wix site up there. You can go ahead and get that up there. But let me put it this way. This is going to actually be the website where you're going to go ahead and get the materials. You probably saw it a little bit earlier. If you join now and enter in your email, we're going to be raffling off something that will be very handy for the next event in the CMSC repertoire, which is the Rocket Fever event that comes up in August. Do note we're going to be ending this at and April 3rd. So please enter in your emails by then. We love to hear from you. We love to see you guys join LB Lug and actually become members. Do note though, all your emails must be valid, and it's lbluginfo.wixsite.com. Okay, and yeah, I'll be sure to, we'll go ahead and post it somewhere. It should be out there into the internet somewhere. Do note all ages are allowed to apply, and then after just please ask your parents before going online. But for you now, I kind of wish you all, there it is. Okay, for now, I wish you all good luck out there. We can't wait to see what you've built. Happy building, and yeah, play well. All right, thank you guys.
Getting close, though, to the end of City of STEM 2021, at least in the kickoff. It's not all, we still have a whole month of things going on. But thank you very much, Lego Builders Club in Long Beach. Hey, getting close to the end here, but we need to share some awesome things. Remember, all day today, we've been talking about all the ways in LA that you can experience STEM. We saw a science rock band earlier today. We've seen art projects. Well, enjoy some math rap with music notes.
Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. Benjamin Banneker, what did he do? He taught himself astronomy and mathematics, and he also wrote almanacs.
Mary Jackson, what did she do? She was a teacher for years, then became NASA's first black woman engineer.
Katherine Johnson, what did she do? Calculated how to get a person into outer space and how to get them back safe.
Albert Koch, what did he do? He was a professor at Howard University, the first black man to get a math PhD.
Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. 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 David Blackwell, what did he do? Got his PhD at 22, first black man in the National Academy of Sciences.
Annie Easley, what did she do? She created the software for the Centaur project that propels rockets.
Evelyn Granville, what did she do? Program computers for IBM, taught at universities, helped black women get degrees.
Emory Brown, what did he do? He's a statistician, the first black to get elected to all 3 national academies.
These mathematicians led the way, role models for kids today and teachers, so let's follow in the footsteps of great examples.
They made history doing math. It's your time to be great. Put your mind to it, give it your all. I know you got what it takes.
Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. 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 You can be just like them. As a matter of fact, be better. Weather the storm when school gets hard. Follow the leaders that set the bar.
They had a dream, never gave up. Worked hard until it came true. To make a change, it's on you. They changed the world, you can too.
Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics. Melanated, educated, you motivated generations to love mathematics.
That was Music Notes, everyone. Math hip-hop group from Inglewood, California, right here in the LA area, right here in Southern California, made of math teachers who started to teach math through hip-hop, which is super fantastic. Check them out. They're called Music Notes. You can connect to them through City of STEM or Music Notes in a search online. And you know what? LA is awesome with people expressing their love for science. Another group, more on the rock end, is the Amoeba People. And let's hear from them in their song, Heliocentric.
Legendary inventors Nick and Penny Money left their vast fortune to their only daughter, Naomi Money, who only wants to use the fortune to execute preposterous plans for world domination. Fortunately, her parents also left 4 robotically modified pets to keep the world safe from her whims and flights of fancy. They are Foil 4.
The Foil 4 team, they're the only thing standing between. The Foil 4 team, like an anti-disaster regime.
Legendary inventors Nick and Penny Money left their vast fortune to their only daughter, Naomi Money, who only wants to use the fortune to execute preposterous plans for world domination. Fortunately, her parents also left 4 robotically modified pets to keep the world safe from her whims and flights of fancy. They are Foil 4.
The 4-4 team, they're the only thing standing between. The 4-4 team, like an anti-disaster machine.
All right, my pets, your attention. I'm going to need you to build me this.
A catcher's mitt?
Yes! We're going to steal the sun!
What?
As you know, the sun orbits the Earth, so we just wait until it's right overhead and we catch it as it flies by. Then we take the sun hostage and make the nations of Earth pay a huge ransom to get their precious sun back.
The sun doesn't revolve around the Earth. It's the other way around.
What?
Guys, I think it's time to get heliocentric.
Once upon a time in the 2nd century, there was a very smart man, and his name was Ptolemy. He developed a model of the universe with an object in the center called planet Earth. It made a lot of sense to the people at the time, cause the Earth stood still while stars moved across the sky. At least that's how it seemed for many years to come, but in 1543 it came undone. Along came Nicholas Copernicus. The man was a bona fide genius. He said, judging by my calculations, I suspect that the Ptolemaic model is no longer correct. It's time to get heliocentric. Oh, it's a new perspective now. With the sun in the middle, it all makes sense. It helps solve the riddle. It's time to get heliocentric. Oh, you just can't reject it now. With the sun in the center, it all makes sense. It's so much better. It's so much better. So much better. After Copernicus had come and gone, Galileo Galilei came rolling along. He built himself a telescope and aimed it at the sky. When he pointed it at Jupiter, he said, oh my. He saw 4 moons going round and round. He knew that he was witnessing something profound. If the planets had moons, then Copernicus was right. It was time for the old way to say good night. It's time to get heliocentric. Oh, it's a new perspective now. With the sun in the middle, it all makes sense. It helps solve the riddle. It's time to get heliocentric. Oh, you just can't reject it now. With the sun in the center, it all makes sense. It's so much better. It's so much better. So much better. It's so much better. It's so much better. So much better.
The Amoeba People, that they are a science rock band and sort of art collective that use science as a inspiration and as a tool for their expression. That's how awesome it is to be into STEM in LA, because we have all these different talents. You know what? Today we're coming to a close really soon, but I want to bring up a couple of things. Remember, City of STEM lasts the entire month of April. It kicked off today and it goes till April 30th. We have several different things. We have weekly engagements online that you can be a part of. On April 8th, it's Career Day. April 15th, it's for educators. April 22nd is Earth Day. And April 29th, we have our Innovation Day. So tune in at cityofstem.org. Also, if you're a middle school student, you can participate in the City of STEM Innovation Challenge Sustainable Solutions. Here's a video about it right now.
The 2021 City of STEM Innovation Challenge Sustainable Solutions is calling all Los Angeles County Middle School students to help create a more sustainable LA. LA is the city of champions, but even champions face challenges like wildfires, traffic, and air quality. But bold solutions can come from anywhere, and we want to hear from you. Entering to win is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Gather a team of 1 to 5 students from your school and create an idea for a more sustainable Los Angeles. 2. Create a 2-minute video that identifies the problem, the solution, and the potential impact for Los Angeles. Be sure to include the STEM needed to develop the solution. 3. Ask your parent to complete registration and video submission at cityofstem.org/innovation-challenge. The grand prize team will spend a day touring Los Angeles' top tech companies and will present their winning idea to STEM influencers, including me, Alie Ward, science communicator and host of Did I Mention Invention on the CW. LA needs your ideas to bring about a more sustainable future. Don't delay. Get started today.
All right, everybody. So if you're a middle school student, participate in the City of STEM Innovation Challenge in Sustainable Solutions. Be a part of that. If you're a high school student, you can be a part of the City of STEM esports tournament, which is generously being sponsored by Downey Unified School District, who's gone all in on STEM education through video games. Check out this video for high school students.
He's coming back in for some ghost tap. Yeah! Nice leer, man. Stuck it to the floor.
Well, thank you very much, high schoolers. I hope you accept that challenge and be a part of the City of STEM esports tournament, because esports is a ton of STEM. It brings together STEM and art and storytelling and the whole shebang. In LA, in Los Angeles, and Southern California are the hotbed of video games. Just remember, everybody, today has been the City of STEM 2021 big kickoff event. We saw thousands of you guys out there enjoying all of our programming today. But don't forget that once a week in April, you'll be able to interact with more STEM content. On April 8th, it's the STEM Career Day, so you can find out how to work in STEM. On April 15th, it's for STEM educators and anybody else who wants to learn about great ways to learn about STEM in many different avenues. On April 22nd, it's Earth Day, so the theme is going to be all about STEM and sustainability and in the environment. And on April 29th, it's STEM Innovation Day, where we're going to highlight some of the great innovations that happen here in Los Angeles and Southern California, all around science, technology, engineering, and math. It's great. City of STEM lives on throughout the whole year. You can always access what we've got at cityofstem.org. It's been a really fantastic day today, and it's just. We talked to an astronaut today. We heard from Bill Nye and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 2 superstars in STEM and in sports. We were able to listen to some of the most talented, fantastic people in Los Angeles and all of the wonderful things that they do. It's been a wonderful day. And don't forget, if you're in middle school, you can be part of the City of STEM Innovation Challenge up and through the end of April. And if you're a high school student, you can participate in the City of STEM esports tournament. And you know what? It's almost time. It's very, very almost close to being time of when we might be saying goodbye to you. If you're still in the chat, we'd love to keep hearing from you and hearing about how you liked the day today. What we've presented will be sort of living online, so you can always check out something that you missed. I wonder how many of you out there have been with us since the beginning. I bet a few of you have. I hope so. And I hope you've enjoyed everything that you've seen. You know what? Today has been a wonderful day. Today, we have come to the end of City of STEM, the big kickoff event, City of STEM 2021. Again, City of STEM lives on throughout the month of April. We have weekly events happening. On April 8th, we have the Career Day. On April 15th, it's our STEM Education Professional Development Day. On April 22nd, it's our Earth Day and Sustainability Science Day. And on April 29th, it's our Innovation in STEM Day. I hope that you guys take advantage of everything that we've got. You can get all of our information at cityofstem.org. Also, remember, this has been quite a year for the STEM folks in the STEM community here in Los Angeles, as I think it has been for you. I hope that STEM is something that you access every day and that you feel inspired today to access every day and help you as you get through the 2021 and look for things that can tickle your brain and get you engaged with the world around you. The world is wonderful through science. I want to thank, first of all, so many people today. I want to thank our hosts, Susie Hicks, Milena Acosta, Evelyn Serrano. We've got Maynard Okereke. We have just wonderful hosts for the day. Jason Latimer was a host. I want to thank all of them for being a part of City of STEM today. It was really, really special to have them there. I also want to thank our sponsors, namely our lead sponsor, Amgen, for getting us through and supporting everything that we're doing with City of STEM, not just today at the kickoff, but throughout the entire month. I want to thank Financial Partners Credit Union for sponsoring all the Women in STEM content that we saw today. I want to thank the Northrop Grumman, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, SoCal Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Hitachi, DeVry University, the City of Downey, the Downey Unified School District. I want to thank all of those sponsors for today. And you know what? I think that we should show a video saying thank you to all of our sponsors, if we can. Again, I want to thank all of our sponsors, and including Downey Unified School District for sponsoring the esports tournament this season of STEM season. But again, I want to go through that list again because it's really important. The lead sponsor, Amgen, thank you very much. Our Women in STEM content sponsor, Financial Partners Credit Union, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, SoCal Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Hitachi, DeVry University, the City of Downey, and the Downey Unified School District. Thank you so much for helping us put together City of STEM 2021. I also want to thank our hosts on all three streams, Stream 1, Stream 2, and Stream 3. I want to thank Jason Latimer, and I want to thank Susie Hicks, and Milena Acosta, and Evelyn Serrano, and Maynard Okereke. It's been a pleasure to have you and share the screen with you guys today. Thank you so much. I want to thank our producers, Chi and Noah and Laura, for getting all of this stuff together and running the ship tightly. And also, I want to thank all of our other staff that were responsible for putting today together. Very much a big shout out to Diana and Monica for a lot of the tech, and they also were directors and producers on Stream 3 today. I want to thank Kevin and Tiffany and Angelica, David, Jessica, Soraya, Sarah, Sandra, Lynette, Dorian, all the whole staff that came together to put this on today. I also very much want to thank the 100+ STEM partners who came together, that come together every year to put on City of STEM and celebrate STEM throughout Los Angeles and Southern California. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to have anything to be able to show. So thank you so much, STEM partners. You guys are the best. And I want to thank all of you for watching. The audience out there, you guys have been great today. We've seen thousands of you come through. It's been a great great chatting with you, and I hope you've enjoyed yourself. From the bottom of my heart, I again want to thank the staff of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. You guys are the best, and you continually knock it out of the park. I think that we're probably the largest online STEM event that's happened this entire year with 3 streams of content over 21 hours. You guys are fantastic. Thank you to Noah and Chi for all that you do. You're almost like staff members. And just really everyone, my name is Ben. I can't thank you enough for joining us and celebrating with us all around the City of STEM. This is our big program of the year, and it means so much to us to be able to bring it to you. I love STEM. I love science, technology, engineering, and math, and I love all of you. And really, thanks for watching. Thank you to my wife for putting up with all this stuff, and you guys are the best. Have a wonderful rest of your day and evening. Just remember, keep checking in to cityofstem.org to be able to see all of the stuff that we have coming up. Be friends with us on social media at City of STEM throughout all the platforms. Also, the Columbia Memorial Space Center, you can find us at Columbia Space all over social media. Please be friends with us and support us. I can't believe City of STEM kickoff day is over. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye.